Welcome, fellow Tenno. Welcome, viewers. This is Wadidja. What did you do? What did you think? What did you enjoy? And here we are with another Warframe live broadcast as we enjoy the last day or last few hours of
Hello there.
Barrow's Relay. Rose, welcome, fellow Tenno. Good to see you in chat. What's happening? What's seeing the comments? Yeah. Oh, I was checking you out there on some of those posts you put on Discord. It looks great. I'll definitely check out that video. Hey, Quentin. Hey, good to see you too. Awesome. Got some people in it early. Yeah, we're gonna continue some of these good discussions we were having about the old piece. And yeah. Brain is just going because it's not hyped. But yeah, the old piece and dreams. More specifically, the significance of dreams and dream theory in Warframe. Like, it's like a huge component.
Say hello to Borrow for me.
Kind of was overlooking. Okay, bet, will do. As you see, I got my Valkyrie emblem heirloom skin all set the way I like it. I made some suggestions last broadcast when I was checking on some things in game. But yeah, like, I kid you not, I put out a short from yesterday's broadcast. Well, I guess it was almost it went from last night to early this morning. And a viewer, because I was mentioning about, the old piece possibly being the first dream, or rather what we'll experience in the old piece.
Tonight I'm going to get Mass Effect Legendary Edition.
Oh, congratulations, Quentin. You're going to enjoy it. That's a thrill. That is an absolute thrill. Fantastic. So yeah, the significance
so
that
how's the Valkyrie skin looking?
Peak. Valkyrie is just looking, I mean, like I said, I went with Valkyrie Prime's helmet, but I have the Signa on her head there, and a few little adornments on the shoulders there. But yeah, I like what I got the void color up in there, and the blood red, the black and white, black, white, and red are the clan colors. So yeah, so like I said, the old piece I believe is going to be the
Fun
tail.
fact. They gave it to me for free for taking part in the cosplay.
Right, I remember. Congratulations yet again. Yeah, definitely. And I'll tell you, it was an excellent thing that you did with that. The fact that you had, you embraced the moment. You lived the dream out for some of us that weren't able to join you, and it was absolutely exquisite. And if anybody's interested too to see some of the lovely photos that Rose has put up on our Discord
Gotta get
here.
home to enjoy it though.
Right. Yeah, I know you're still dealing with the vacation thing, but I'm going to go ahead and put the link up for the Discord, where everybody can come on in and join the lovely community we've been creating there. And Rose was lovely enough to share her experiences with it at TennoCon 2025. She even was able to, as she was explaining, participate in the costume call. She went as her beloved Amir, and I thought it was absolutely wonderful. She put on a nice little show of things, performance, despite the nervous jitters. Executed some excellent animations of Amir on stage. Wesley Goff, good to see you in chat. Welcome. Yeah, sitting here negotiating some stuff here, trying to put up a little bit of a link for everybody. Let's see what's going on here. Trying to get to the broadcast to go ahead and put up the Discord link here, and for folks to come on in if they'd like. And I'll put up the link to the actual TennoCon 2025, which has a lot of pics and videos and stuff related to TennoCon 2025. And
Welcome,
Rose put up
viewers.
her pictures as well. And I was able to take a clip from the live broadcast of her when she went on stage and did her thing. It was mad cool. I loved it.
https://discord.gg/t89fvz4c.
And here is the actual link for the topic channel for TennoCon 2025 on What Did You Enjoy? It's all about what did you enjoy, what did you do, what did you think, And yeah, so
I had a comment on my story of someone asking if I was the Rose Desi at TennoCon.
Really, that's excellent. Excellent. There you go. I told you it's going to be a moment to remember, without a doubt. So happy that you embraced it. Let's see here. So
TennoCon 2025 topic channel.
Yeah,
https://disclons/diacceleRD.com/CHANNELES1361097177025316921/1395810698116954110.
gotta love the
Wadidja
text
enjoy
chat.
Discord.
Gotta love that text chat. So, but yeah, this is what that Valkyr heirloom is looking like as far as what I decided to do with it. Some nice little couple of different views.
When I get home, my hometown is having a weekend of festivals. I'm going to roam around as a mirror. Just curious to see if anyone calls out too.
Right on, right on, right on. Like, recognize, you better recognize. That's what's up. Well, fantastic, fantastic. I mean, this is just excellent that you get to enjoy this experience. And like I said, thank you again for sharing the moment with us too on Discord, because again, we're sort of like living by proxy through you and the experience at TennoCon. So yeah, it's just absolutely great. So yeah, like I was saying earlier, with the old piece, what we have is what I honestly...
Any talks of a new place like Cetus, Vals, and Drift?
Any talks of a new place like Cetus, Vals, and Drift? Well, I believe the old piece is going to give us that with the... At least it looks like with the Orca Moon, perhaps, where we're going on that battlefield. It may be a small open world. Who knows how they're going to roll it out? They may not, DE may not be trying to promise too much too soon. You know what I'm saying? And want to make sure everything's in place. So I have a feeling we're probably going to get, because we're going to the Tau system. If not in late 2025, 9 out of 10.
Just mentions of traveling to Tau and exploring the past of the Tenno.
Right. It's so, in my opinion, they're probably going to be a little conservative considering what all they're rolling out and the content, and make sure everything is thorough and legit. We'll probably get tile sets.
I want to get a Nintendo Switch and Breath of the Wild.
Right on. Well, I'm sure you're going to have a lot to enjoy with that PS5, man. You got a lot in store for you there, Quinn. But yeah, they'll be conservative, I think, at first, at least for this year. To
for Tau TBH, not too happy listening to Bellis.
Yeah, Ball Ass is going to be... You'll be hearing Ball Ass for a little bit when we get to the past of the old piece, at least. And, it'll probably be a good little... Yeah, I don't think you're probably hearing them a lot. I mean, it'd probably be depending on what area you're in. Now, if you're in that front lobby, yeah, you'll probably get some Ball Ass announcements. Ballast announcements, here and there. But I'm sure it's probably going to be... It probably won't be too much. You'll be able to tolerate it, I think. Get through it. At least it give you some place to spit some shut ups at. But 9 out of 10, there'll be some tile sets at first, and then I'm quite sure I have a good sneaking suspicion we'll get another open world in 2026, because we haven't had one in a second, and it would definitely behoove them to do that with us going to the tile system, hands down. So that's going to be spectacular. I'm patient, you know what I'm saying, for the weight of it. I'm not going to rush the point, and not going to overhype it or be over I don't know. Like I said, just keep my expectations low, but just keep my expectations open is the key. I'm not really a huge cynic on things, and fairly forgiving, because I mean, like I said, what they do with this game and what they do and how they evolve it.
Imagining a new solar system beaming face with smiling eyes.
Exactly. It's just going to be phenomenal. It opens up the door for so much. It's outstanding. And like I said, last year when it came out with 1999 content, they're like, this is the beginning of a new era.
I need to go. This team zone is beyond weird.
Right. Yeah, I know you deal with the jet lag and everything. Well, get some rest there, Rose. Thank you for stopping through, sharing everything again with us.
5.
Right on. Yeah, it's like 10:15 my time. Yeah, so yeah, get some rest and enjoy as much as you can when you can. Thank you. So yeah, it's keeping expectations, in a neutral state, to be open for what will be. I
not
don't.
The jet lag. It's the weird half hour that throws me off.
Oh, it's just a half hour? No, you'll catch up. Don't worry. And I mean, the vacation's not too long lived, and you've got an excellent festival, it sounds like, to attend when you get back. So, get your rest when you can. Thanks again. Yeah, so, it's going to be a thrill, as to what we're going to have in store for us. New lore, new history to uncover with the Tenno and Orokin and everything else related to Sentience, and then some new proto frames. Like, whoo, it's going to be hot. It's going to be hot. But I kid you not, that the biggest thrill.
Good luck with the grind. Say hello to Borrow for me, lol.
All right, we'll do. Mr. Twiddlefingers. Yeah, we'll do. So, like I said, the biggest thrill for me is the speculations about what we're seeing in the demo gameplay that they presented. Because to me, I honestly think we're witnessing the end of the first dream for the Tenno, the children of the Zariman.
Prob gonna pass out soon.
Okay, well, thank you for stopping through there, Gemma. It's lovely to see you in chat. All right. We'll definitely catch up on the Z's when you get to it. Get a few from me, because I've been on the grind of things. Taking care of my son and trying to produce content, dealing with my life's journey roller coaster that has been, I kid you not, wow. People screaming, howling, laughing, crying, throwing up over the edge, like the roller coaster of life. What I tell you, it can be wild and willy. And it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. And I mean, this is, like I said, I say that and I apply that principle to everything, including Warframe, because I mean, really, it's not about the destination of where they're going to be in this new era that they've ushered in. And because I'm seeing that it's going to be for the next 10 years. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're looking forward to, because they, the era that they cited expanded 10 years, actually longer than 10 years, really 13. But as far as the community that they had,
skin tone thumbs up,
right on.
Skin tone.
Yeah. So it's going to be a thrill, and but I kid you not, like on my video from last night, I did a short clip highlighting the point that the old piece is, I think, referencing the end of the first dream for the Tenno, the children of the Zariman. And because, like, in all of the lore that we have, in the quest and optional text lines, like they were crazy, and all for lack of better words, they were messed up, really heavily traumatized from the events of the Zariman, and also to the the touch with the void, the indifference, the whole nine. And Margulis, tried to help them. They said that they lost control, outbursts, this, that, and the other. I feel like it was a psychological component to it as well, whereas it's not that they just sort of pissed their pants with their abilities and she got blinded. No, somebody directed that attack at her in some way, shape, or form, because it's too clean. They didn't kill her. Like, if the Tenno wanted to, they could have splattered her against the wall. I mean, all kinds of nasty. But no, she was blinded for some reason. But her compassion for them weighed out. The Orokin and their discovery of the void abilities and the technology of the void from the indifference's finger led to some technology that, like I said, I didn't really get hip to the manner in which the Orokin was developing their mind control or their dream state technology that we see, that we hear reference to with the chambers as far as the second dream. But I believe that technology was instituted prior to that with the first dream. And then we see a further evolution of it in a way on a global scale with the veils, from veil break, the Narmer veils, right? And I believe that all stems from void technology. And what hit me to that was a viewer commented on that short that I produced. And
I don't know if I missed something. It's rare, but Valis will load up a spring season, green and colorful plants instead of the common wind.
Was that a Valis? Oh, you talking about Orb Valis? It's possible. That would be nice. No, y'all good with the ADHD. No worries. Don't need to excuse yourself. You're fine. Thanks for hipping us to the point. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's always good to make people aware in case, a person may be a little bit, what happened there? And sometimes folks like save that to the end, but like, hey, appreciate you leading with it. Hey, that way we know it's all good. You know what I mean? But yeah, that would be phenomenal if they started adding seasons to the Orb Valis. That would be dope. I would definitely look forward to that. Did I already look through these? Yeah. So, so that's a nice, cool pics there in different ways you can see the display of this lovely skin. Now, what I'm going to be doing during the runs, I'm going to be leveling up some other Warframes, getting some more Master Rank points while I do this grind for the Ducats. The Ducats. We'll pop on up to. I'll put a little something on my my Zaku Prime here, rocking the Invictus Signa, that we got during the last event, Operation 8-Claw, and it, for me, like, I'm just beyond thrilled because on so many levels, because it is Invictus Emergent Signa, and since 2015 I've been playing the game, and I created my own clan, and I called it Invictus. So we had 3 Signas with the namesake of the clan Invictus, and Invictus comes from the title of the poem by William Ernest Henley, Invictus, which speaks about the unconquerable soul, and even in fell clutch of circumstance, even though your head may be bloodied and bludgeoned, it is unbowed to circumstance. So, it's a principle that's been adopted in my family. Like, my grandfather had my mother memorize the poem. My mother had me memorize the poem. Like, just that ethic in your mindset about yourself. And I thought it was just so poignant to bring that to Warframe as the name of the clan. As I say, Invictus we are, for we are Tenno, right? So it's mad momentous to me. So we're gonna pop up to the relay real quick and just take a look at Barrow's gear stuff, so I can kind of get a little thought on exactly what I want to get. See what time we have to sort of accomplish everything. So yeah, we got about another 12 hours there with that. That's fine. But yeah, so like I said, the viewer who made a comment on that video, or that short rather, about, the old piece being, the first dream, and in my opinion, I think it's going to be the last part of the first dream. And we get that sneak peek, that little flash of Margulis being blinded. Some people think that that's her being dead. Some people just creeped out about it, period. Like, they don't know what to really make of it. In my opinion, it's alluding to the point that she has already been blinded. She ain't dead yet. They haven't executed her. Because I think the execution came as a result of her opposing what they wanted to do with the Tenno after they defeated the Sentients, and they had all this glory and claim to fame, and Orokin were like, okay, they served their purpose, let's get rid of them, and she was like, no. And opposing that
Tenno,
caused
may I extend an invitation to
caused
you?
them to be like, oh,
My
okay, well,
latest
we gotta
collection of
let
choice
you
items
go.
from the void
And
is now
Ballas,
available for viewing.
ball ass, all pissed off, and finalizes his plans to remove himself from the Orokin. But no, I believe that she is still alive, and they blinded her, which led to the point of the first dream. Okay, that's the significance. Okay, because it's like they were out of control, they were out of hand. She did what she could to help them. They messed up the one person who was like a mother to them, and she was like, okay, I gotta help you help yourself, and the best thing to do is to let go of the thought and the memory of this trauma till we can figure out a way to, help you control your abilities. Because if you can't control your abilities, you're not even going to be able to get to the point of being able to control your mind. So they helped them with that, and the Tenno, the children may have agreed to the point at first. Because the ways of the Orokin weren't really opposed, really. Like, Drifter comments in the Kim chats how, like, nah, we didn't have any issue with what they were doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, what we had a problem was when they killed Margulis. And I believe the technology and the dreamscape of their first dream and second dream did probably bonded them even further to her, as their sort of say their handler. Okay, so something happened with her, they gonna flip on a lot of levels. Either way, the first dream, I believe, was the first iteration of them having a grip on themselves because they were able to do some in an altered state of consciousness, forgetting the certain elements and things that went down on the Zeraman that traumatized them, and gave them that space to begin to harness their abilities. And that's where we see him walking around in prime suits.
Tenno fam.
Hey, what's up, Nestor? What's up? What's good? Oh yeah, happy Friday. Right, TGIF. And we see him rocking prime suits, because like when we first get introduced to the operator, like he wearing some regular OGs, right? You know what I'm saying? There ain't nothing special about it. And then you think to yourself, oh, they got these prime suits, they bring out these prime access for the operator, drifter, blah 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 blah. Oh, that's just a money maker. No. There's actually real lore behind that, and we're seeing a revelation of that. Not much, just recapping, getting to the point that I had just a significant revelation of just how important dream theory, in the real life aspects of dream theory, from pioneers in the study of it, like Carl Jung, for example, tying this into the hero's journey, okay, which is, a heavily themed concept within mythological studies, for example, by, I don't know.
wanted to ask about eternalism and what exactly it means.
Right on, Nestor. Fantastic question. We'll get to that for sure on that. Let me just check real quick. Yeah, Joseph Campbell, that was his name. Guy who did a lot of pioneering studies in the field of the hero's journey. That's depicted throughout myth, lore, legend, mythology, sci-fi, even religion. Like it's the hero's journey and the hero's role in these various different elements is huge. And so, like I said, DE and the creatives in it do not skip a beat, including science itself, hard physics, in the way of their concepts and the way they synthesize things to create something new, in which we get presented. And there is I have not noticed any accident in anything that they produced in this game. And it all has, you can look to real life to find the point in fact in the history of it. I mean, and they don't limit themselves to any particular culture or region, or time throughout human history and what they bring to the table, which, I'll go ahead and segue to the point of you know, like I said, even science and physics. So Warframe's eternalism theory is based off of the real concept of eternalism, that, you know, essentially anything's possible, and it's equal and opposite. You know, with Warframe's eternalism theory, in a simple nutshell, if you think about there is such a thing as the coulda, shoulda, woulda. Like, you know, in practicality in real life, in the way that we see it, play out, we don't get the interactions of it the way Warframe expanded on the eternalism theory and made it their own. Whereas, you know, within the Warframe universe, you're going to see the coulda, shoulda, woulda play out directly. Okay, so that you that lived through some accident, well, there's a you that didn't live at the way you survived. They you know, or there was a you that died, and there's, you know, there may be somebody that survived in something that you went through that remembered the you that died. You know, like I said, they talk about you know, the survivors on the Zariman, and Yanta, for example, I believe it's Yanta. She's like, there was another version of me who never even got on the Zariman, who lived to old age, had grandkids, and all kinds of other stuff. So there's always the coulda, shoulda, woulda. And like, even in the chem chats, when you're dealing with the hex and you're getting to know them and what have you, there's a point where, ooh, that's nice. You know, like for me, when I was talking with Eleanor, she kept going on about, you know, this dude, Christopher, that her and her brother were heavily influenced in her life. Christopher's also too engaged to her. She loved him, blah, 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 blah. And she's like, look, I just got to, like, you know, talk to somebody about all this. Shit's bugging me out. Da, 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 da. And she started going into a whole bunch of coulda, shoulda, woulda. And like in real life, like the coulda, shoulda, woulda shit ain't something that you really need to dwell on, because there's nothing you can do about it. Because like in real life, we have the immense power to do. That's what I call it. And the power not to do. And even when you don't do something, you're still doing something. You know, I tell that to my son. He's 3 years old. I'm starting certain shit. I know I'll be saying certain things to him for the rest of his life. But I'm like, you know, just in case I'm telling you can't do that, you get to do this. This also too happens. Like, yeah, don't put that toy in your mouth after it fell on the floor. But guess what you get to do? Not get sick, right? You know, but yeah, but with Warframe's eternalism theory, you know, that power to do has like an exponential value. The power not to do has an exponential power. You know, goes back to the Spider-Man adage, with great power comes with great responsibility. We have that in life. And so is it in Warframe, in our power to do and in our power not to do. But with Warframe, you know, you've got this shoulda, coulda, woulda that can always be possible. The potential possibility. That's the whole key. The two words right there, potential possibility. And so, like, I kind of lamented a little bit in that I didn't allow Eleanor her time to go through her coulda, shoulda, woulda. And I was thinking that I was helping her with saying, like, you know, it's all good. You know, you can't change what happened, blah, 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 blah. But I wasn't remembering the Drifter's lessons, right, on the Zariman and beforehand about Warframe eternalism theory, because I'm role playing as a Drifter doing the chem chats, and I got that point of the Warframe's eternalism theory just slipped through my pocket, and I was like, damn, like I missed the opportunity, you know, to give Eleanor her point of things, and also to really play off of Warframe's lore, because that was a test to us as a gamer, you know, with Warframe, dealing with that chemchat situation. Like, how much do you respect the lore of Warframe's eternalism theory? Because Eleanor's going to reward you if you do, because there's always the coulda, shoulda, woulda. Okay, and that, oh, they have these up too. Oh, okay. Whereas, you know, the answer is always yes. That's the simplest reductionist answer I can give you about trying to understand Warframe's eternalism theory and its potential possibility. Something cross your mind about whatever, could yes. Yes. Could so-and-so have survived? Yes. Could so-and-so have died? Yes. You're like, it's always yes. So yeah, it's astounding what Warframe has incorporated into this game with its lore, and how it gives you a very tangible and understandable theory, and that's in practice with what happens in Warframe. In that, Warframe's Eternals, they can bring any type of concept roughly into the circumstance. They can have any type of happenstance of something occur, within Warframe's Eternals theory. And that doesn't even include, the notions of what they just brought into play, like time travel. Okay? Now, definitely keep in mind that the old piece is not going to be dealing with time travel. It's going to be dealing with memory reliving. Okay? It's kind of similar to what Assassin's Creed does with reliving memories through the DNA. So you're reliving a memory in a dreamscape type manner that is being induced by the Lotus / Margulis / Natah, because they pretty much all three rolled in one, a trinity essentially. And and because I believe the Lotus, Natah / Margulis has the knowledge of how to create the dream state. Natah has the technology to help induce it, through the cords and the cables that are being linked up to the drifter. And then there's the combination of together as the Lotus, inducing this. And again, I believe it's hearkening on the point of the first dream. Like, I definitely got to get this. There's been people that have sort of talked about, noticing how cold a bit that Lotus was, and how, empathetic Lloyd was by comparison. Lloyd mentions the point of, these corrupted memories. And, I believe, like I said, it all has to do with the fact that they were in a first dream state. And that first dream state, again, the technology of the organ to be able to create such a realistic, infallible dream state, I think comes from the void tech. A couple of people theorizing too that, Adis Truth Bloom, or I like to call him Adis Zata Bloom, was also too helping keep it was a new sentient that was supposed to kind of help keep the other sentients in line. And also too, perhaps one was assigned to each Tenno to keep them in the dream state, or to help manage it in some way, shape, or form, where they were there to watch and govern them, because it was a new type of sentient. As Ballas mentioned, that the Seven's going to be watching you, judging you, blah 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 blah, in order to do your job right. And it probably does have something to do with keeping the drifter, the Tenno, in check. That may have been these new types of sentients could be the catalyst for the dream state, but I have a feeling that there's something else to it, a little bit more direct to the drifters, or the operators, because something like external like that, completely holding and inducing the dream state from Adis, like, it could get damaged, it could get messed up, and then what's going to happen to the operator? They're going to be buck wild. But I would think that Adis was an aid in the whole process of it, or at least monitoring them. Because another thing too, if you look when the operator comes in to get the lesson for the new focus school and everything, or rather they're being tested about their Naramons focus school, if I'm not mistaken. But bottom line, if you look on the back wall, you see these monitors, okay, and on the monitors, you see the operator, but the operator don't look quite the way they look with the prime suit, all nice and clean, everything. It looks like a mugshot. It looks like a profile that you'd find in a police report or something like that of the operator on his wall. But the operator even looking at it like they recognize themselves or even recognize what that's about. And I like I said, they're in a second dream state, so they're not seeing what's up. And the other cue was that in the beginning, where we see the two blue suns as the ship is traveling. Well, in the Tau Ceti system, like if you look it up online, it's, to our naked eye, it would appear like our sun as far as how the radiation and energy is produced from the sun. If you have an atmosphere to see it, it would look somewhat like our sun. And there are two suns, but the suns are blue. And that's, like I said, D doesn't skip a beat. Blue, if you look up the color, there's no natural occurrence of the color blue. Even though we will see things that look blue, the nature of it is something like, for genetics, for example, is gray. All right? In ancient histories, like, for example, the Greeks, when they would talk about the sky, they never mentioned the shit looking blue. They referred to it as something gray. Because, like, if you don't have the daylight, it's black. If you don't have the optical illusion of the water refracting off, its color on the atmosphere that you see blue, they were all about seeing things past the illusion for the most part. There's Plato's allegory of the cave, seeing the truth beyond truths and things like that. So, so when we see the color blue, all right, of the energy from the sentience, that's, to me, representing an aspect of allegiance, alignment, perhaps, an element too of falseness, okay, an allusion to something. And then you've got them consuming these flowers, the lotus flowers that are biomechanical to help power them up. You've got the blue of the suns representing another element of falseness. I said, I believe there's just a whole lot of things that that they're in. Like I said, I feel like they're in the first dream, and Margulis definitely has something to do with it. And I think Lotus, being Margulis, also to being Nata and all that, I believe she knows and is aware of the point of, in time when all this is going down, and is probably lamenting about it, and also too nervous that they might see beyond the veil. Is this, they're far more conscious about what's going on and what has happened to them. And, also too, it's like she's probably pensive about the point of now reliving the point of these things within Margulis's memories as a part of Lotus, what all really went down. And like I said, I'm quite sure the kids did it on purpose in some way, shape, or form. They may not, the intention wasn't to kill her. All right. I kind of compared it yesterday to, like, when my son, like, he's drinking water, and I'm like, he go, I want some milk. And I'm like, well, you've had a good bit of milk today, or we're not trying to give him milk right now for his dinner or whatever's going on. And he'll get upset. It's only happened like 2 or 3 times. So my son's pretty cool. Bottom line is, he picked up his cup one time, threw it on the floor. He wasn't intending the water to spill out on the floor, because if he wanted to, he can open it up and just throw the water on the floor. But he was upset, what I'm saying? And so he did something that was, not cool, similar to how the kids probably blinded Margulis, but they weren't trying to kill her. They were just pissed about some shit and just was nasty. And they talked about how the kids were a little bit cruel. Some of them did some gangster shit to try to get out the Zariman away from the parents, avoid them, fuck their heads up. They're all twisted, as far as, doing various different things. So,
until next time,
I think Lotus was aware of that, and was like, y'all did do some fucked up shit, man. We need to put your ass in this ring state. And 9 out of 10, like I said, I bet you the kids probably said okay to it for the most part. And whoever didn't, they probably caught their ass when they were asleep and put them in the dream state. As Ballast talked about in a lot of different ways, and the way I can sum it up is to say that the means justify the ends. Like in real life, they talk about, well, do the means justify the ends, in the way that you're going about doing something to have an end happen that you may want to have. Well, with the Orokin, they don't give a fuck about the means. It's all about the end. Their end, as Entradi talked about in Zata, was to have immortality that would exist beyond their sun. He says that into the Zata message at the Necrolet. What the fuck is it called again? the name of this right? Yeah, the necrolex, you know, on the murals. And so, you know, and, you know, at the end of the day, he's like, how did he put it? Our immortality dies with our sun. And that's where I come in, you know, as far as finding a way to a different star. And, you know, Tau's in our night skies. We can see it from our planet. Tau represents a multitude of things linguistically around the world, cross-culturally. Again, D not skipping a beat. You know what I'm saying? Sin, life, you know, redemption, the way, you know, Tau, depending on whether you're talking about Chinese, Greek, whether you're talking about Hinduism, like, it's a huge thing. So it represents a multitude of things. I think it represents those different dynamics also, too, in what we will be encountering and learning and discovering, you know, and it's like a backdrop almost to the characters, you know, Ballast wanting, you know, his way out of things, you know, there's redemption past, you know, the sins of what was done to the planet, and, you know, just the list goes on in a way these different, you know, concepts do apply to Tau itself and the symbolism of it. So, because Tau does represent sin as well. So yeah, it depended on the translation of the word. So like I said, it's phenomenal. But the thing is that with Albert and Trotty discovering, you know, the technology to void from that finger, I believe that it was the essence of the void and unlocking its secrets, and it's a bit to how to manipulate void energy. Okay, because, you know, Albert and Trotty created that Heart of Deimos, which is able to channel the void energy and distribute it across the origin system. You know, it's void fissures. You need them to open a relic, but are they confident you can withstand the thing that was hip to me today from one a commenter was that dream is a heavy concept that seems to be a part of Warframe, and what we see happening with the void and the indifference and the way certain things seem to manifest themselves. Okay, shoot, I forgot to check my mods. Oh, but it's okay. So, and I'm going to read his comment after we come out of here, so you can get, oh shit, so you can get a full picture of what he was talking about to me. But essentially, like I said, he was drawing on a lot of things that I learned when I had my graduate studies in mythological studies, and, you know, the dream theories developed by Carl Jung. And then you also too want to combine, you know, like Joseph Campbell's theories about the heroic hero, okay, and their journey. The bottom line is that dream state, oh shoot, is a heavy element to what happens to let's see, let me get my thoughts together while I'm running around here doing this thing. So yeah, depending on the school of thought, depending on, you know, which individuals are talking about dream theory, there's a lot of plausibility in the way that dreams can manifest themselves in real life, okay? And in the way that we affect our own lives with our dreams and the things that we interpret with dreams, and what they signify, what they represent, that dreams are not just dreams. And with the void being what it is, as a part of the underbelly, of all existence, and in Greek, the ancient Greeks referenced that sort of thing loosely as the Nikia, the underworld, the underbelly, the tie to life, between life and death, and to death and life, roughly translating it, or and how it can be associated, bottom line. So, like I said, DD doesn't skip a beat. in bringing those sort of things to the table. And so with the void being what it is, and I mean linked intrinsically to our own reality, okay, like I said, the gentleman was, the fellow Tenno was like, yo, it also too embodies dream. It embodies and manifests everything of the subconscious as well as the conscious. And, you know, it's drawn on not just the physical matter in our universe, but also to the that which is intangible, the frequency of things. And what we get with the indifference touches Albrecht is potentially an element where it now comes into contact with the physical beyond just the non-physical in the way of dream state meeting matter, meeting conscious manifestation of reality, Albrecht, and all that he is and all that he personifies. So it's not just, you know, a persona, you know, that the indifference is now taking on. It's also taking on everything of the stuff of dreams that Albrecht could be. And in my opinion, when they tapped into the void technology and learned how to manipulate it, they also realized how we can manipulate dream state and make it a very, very real thing to an individual. And that, I believe, is how they actually created the technology for the first dream that the Tenno were induced in. Okay, so it's mad fascinating what D's put together, you know. Like I said, so I think when we get to the old war, that's what they're going to be going into, and showing us that yes, there was a first dream, and the power of dreams and the way of themselves, and that, but it was an aspect to bring them peace, you know. And like I said, I think that they signed up for it. But yeah, let me take a minute here. Let me show you. Let me read to you real quick. Let's see. Let me put something up. Let's see. I'll put something up while I'm reading this. What's something good I can put up? That's going to take you to a Varian art gallery. Yeah, we'll pull up some of these pictures while I'm talking, while I'm reading this up. Will it go automatically? Okay, cool. So let's see, put two up. Right. So yeah, the viewer's name was Sub-Psycho. Fellow Tenno Sub-Psycho. Like, I had to give him mad props on this because I had not really cued in, like I said, dream theory to everything that we're seeing going on here in a way certain things could manifest itself tangibly from the void, derived from dream state. You know, as it was, the Drifter created the Viri from his imagination, from a dream state of things. And we're not, so this is beyond just an illusion you're getting something tangible of a dream state, essentially, from a dream state and from what the stuff of dreams. So he's like, I'll skip the first part where he kind of give his disclaimer and he's let him know like it's from another thing that he had posted, and he just reposted it of his own thing. So he's like, I believe the void is not just consciousness. I think it's dream space. It is dream space, where your consciousness goes when you dream, making all void tech powered by dreams. Ha ha ha. I think it's a little bit more to it, but I do believe that dreams are a definite fundamental of the void. You know, I don't think it's just solely a dream. But he goes on to explain, dreams have often been thought of as showing you an alternate reality, which would make the void as dream space inherently linked to eternalism. And dreams are inherently ephemeral, which explains why the void has no form like full-on consciousness until Albrecht came into it with his thoughts and emotions fully. I dig that. I dig that. Though it's a fundamental underbelly of everything, I do believe there are elements of physicality to it, but not really, because the void is considered the indifference, and the thing is that online, the music group, okay, they mentioned the point of at New Year's Eve, they're like, love is time, and the thing is that time is motion, okay, and you need matter to move, to have motion, and to have time. The root of the word, the Sanskrit root to the word mother is matter, okay? So the void, before Albert came in to play with it, it's hard. I'm not 100% sure I can really say that. I would think that it had no element of some stuff to it. I believe that in the way of its stuff that is a part of it, it is devoid of motion in a manner that we understand it to represent a passage of time or any type of motion that we understand it to be, to represent time or any particle therein. But there's other things from the void that come into our reality, like, for example, the argon crystals. Like, did somebody dream up of argon crystals and therefore they're in the void and then they manifest over here? It could be completely of that, but I feel like DE probably is going to tie in a little bit more to what the void is itself, rather than the dream pocket of reality, kind of like, Sandman, for example, in that comic, and his theories in it, which are real cool, where he has this realm of dreams. I think the void has a definite fundamental of that. Like, it is a component of it. Similar to how, like, within, like, Warhammer 40K, like, the alternate dimension that's within the fabric of everything. I forgot how it's referenced, but it, like, all consciousness and thought and emotion bleeds off into this, and it manifests beings from the coalescence of various different emotions and thoughts and intentions and feelings and all this, that, and the other, create gods in it. So I think Warframe's kind of doing a blend of things with what they're doing with the void, because that's what they tend to do. They create their own synthesis of their own idea, and it's going to give you what you used to know, and they're going to go, oh, this is still part of this, and that's part of that too, and here we go. Here's what we got. And so, but nevertheless, though, the stuff of dreams, I believe, is a fundamental notion within the void, because it's taking from consciousness, it's taking from the frequency of mind, which dream state is, plain and simple. So I don't think it's just limited to dream state, it's just the frequency of mind also too. And thus, when Albert encountered it, it gained a new element of physicality, a new element of manifestation, and more to the point, anthropomorphization, to be that which is human, or which is what anthropomorphic represents. So they say here, and dreams are inherently ephemeral, which explains why the void has no form, like full unconsciousness, and Albert came into it with his thoughts and emotions fully awake. Like I said, I'm with that. With everything he says, actually. It's just that I'm like, I think it might be a little bit more of this too, and that and the other. Just like I said, just taking into consideration just how just expansive and unlimited DE's creatives are with bringing cross-culturally and historical concepts into play and creating their own from it. But yeah, so Subcycle goes on to say, I also believe a theory I've heard that when you make a deal with the man in the wall during the Zariman incident, the deal lets you swap places with your dream self. That's cool. That's cool. Now I can't deny how that makes sense on a lot of levels. Like, I could see something like that being the case. I could see that for sure. Or this this other you, not necessarily dream state or another frequency of you, another potential possibility of you, because one could say, like, if I dreamt myself to be whatever, then that would manifest itself, and it doesn't quite do that fully. But nevertheless, they continue on to say here, this leaves the real you or the drifter in your dreams of Deviri, while your dream form operator can handle the Zeraman with his void powers. Operators are also referred to as dreamers, and this would explain why they don't age, but Drifter did. A dream doesn't grow old. I dig that. At the same time, like I said, I think the dreamer part comes more to play in the fact that they were gifted the first dream. And like I said, I feel like we're going to see play out with the old police. And then they were gifted again, or rather probably made to be in the second dream once the Organ was like, okay, y'all defeat the Sentients, y'all got all this power, people starting to really be on your tip a little too much, like liking you too much, like you can't be trying to overshadow or come near to our level of being worshipped as we are as the Council 7. Nah. We need to put you down. And that's when they killed Margulis. That's when Ballas was like, fuck all of y'all, including the Tenno. And the Tenno were like, nah, fuck y'all, because you took the one thing that was the most to us. And I believe that probably was also part of a sub-protocol 9 out of 10 that was added to the first and second dream, because she was their handler. But of course, empathetically, they couldn't deny the love of her as well, normally in the way of it. Far as we know, because Margulis was an Orokin, don't forget that. And she was an Orokin that Ballas loved. Now, we don't know fully what her return of that love was, but she wasn't no slouch in being an Orokin. And the Orokin a gangster, all right? They don't fuck around. So no telling who and what way of which the true Margulis was. She, may have stood in their way to do away with the children, but do we fully know why? Was it just for the aspect of love or compassion? Was it an element of power too? Did the children, though they were off a bit, from everything that they went and, traumatized shit, did they have a little validity in blinding her? Because they was pissed with some shit that she did? Like I said, Lotus looking awful nervous about shit. In what looked to be, to me, a bathhouse where they were submerged in water. And historically and cross-culturally, water represents the mind state. It's the fluidity of the mind. And that whenever you hear stuff like in the Bible, the water's turned on in, like it can represent the mind state of the entire populace or global, just everybody's concern is that everything that you knew is now reversed in its difference. You're cleaning the slate, you're wiping it clean, to start anew. Like that's what they said was happening with the Great Flood, wiping everything out. And then at the end, behold my glory, the rainbow. And like even in the trailer, when the Excalibur Prime takes out that ultimate Narumon focus and cuts the thing in half, you see a rainbow effect in the sky. Behold the glory, the rainbow. Like that's some shit that you need to take care with, because you don't get a rainbow from some pure water. Nah, you get rainbow effects because of some pollution in the water particles. Okay, you get all right. So yeah, badass shit. Yeah, whoa. Okay, let me chill off of that shit. But bottom line is that this point where they go into swapping places with your dream self, like I said, I don't think it's 100% on that, and for them to not be referred to as dreamers, like I said, I think that comes more from the notion of the first and second dream, and that they were dreaming, like, because nobody would really know that they were could be dream versions of themselves. And also too, when you think of the nature of dream, and if you could manifest whatever dream of yourself that you wanted, wow, it could be all kinds of whatever, right? And that doesn't seem to happen. So, but nevertheless, though, their point about all this was exceptionally poignant. You know what I'm saying? Subcycle's point of this was exceptionally poignant, and I think hits a mark about the nature of the void abilities when you have it and when you're being touched by it, when you've been changed by it in the way that the children of Zariman. You're now outside of time. You're outside of motion and in the way of its change. So that's why they didn't age, in my opinion. Not so much that they were dream states. And then as far as the Drifter's concerned, the reason why he aged is that 9 out of 10, he probably wanted to age. And that manifestation of the frequency of the mind, the subconscious, the dream state, he didn't know that he wasn't supposed to age. You know what I'm saying? He's not outside of the void, okay, like the children were. So he's inside the void, so therefore he can manipulate himself in the way of the stuff of the void, in the way that things could be manipulated and changed. So he aged until he decided not to want to age anymore, or stop thinking about the point of aging, or stop wanting the point of being older. Because I mean, when you're a kid, you're like, oh, what am I going to be like when I grow up? There you go. It's just the Drifter older. But yeah, so, but nevertheless, like I said, Subcycle's points are just so poignant and so bringing me to the mindset of incorporating the dream theory to things in the subconscious mind and the frequency of it, and how things can manifest from that in our lives in one way or another, even in real life. You know what I'm saying? You know, and kind of even harkens to Lotus's words to the operator after the second dream. She was like, yes, we gave you a second dream. The dream not of what you are, but what you wish to be. When in a second dream, the Orcan were like, okay, we can't have the Tenno thinking they Tenno, they're separate from the Warframe. We need to keep them real limited, we need to keep the dog on his chain, right? So put their ass to sleep. Don't have them running around doing shit, right? Keep them in the chambers. Like, people a lot of times think they were cryo chambers. Like, they weren't cryo chambers. It was just a chamber for to hold their ass in the waters, in submerged. That whole symbolism about, again, of the fluidity of the mind. And it because also too, like, they have like deep deprivation chambers and things like that, because the movie Altered States, excellent movie. You can't tell me that DE wasn't inspired by this one too. And the movie Altered States was badass, where this dude put himself in this, like, there was a tank of water filled with some saline so he could float and just be weightless. Okay, so his mind could take an altered state of consciousness, and he was able to tap into his own DNA and the history, the genetic memories of since the dawn of time, and changed himself physically based on the frequency of his mind state.
First time I watched Altered State, I was on LSD, rolling on the floor, laughing. 100 points.
Baby, what? What time is it? Yes. Dude, Altered States was the shit. You know what I'm saying? Yo, yes. Yo, Altered States, man, beautiful actors. Yo, the whole shit was badass. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness, dude. I loved it when the woman, when she finished making love, she was like, making love to you is like a religious experience. Like, like, that movie was good as a motherfucker. There was so many levels. But yeah, so my man was able to tap into the genetic memories of his DNA, and you can't tell me that Assassin's Creed wasn't inspired by that shit. Either who, DE ain't far from the point either, with tapping into the frequency of the mind, the elements of water, in the buoyancy of it, giving you this fluidity of a conscious state of mind and being, and actual being. All right, because in Altered States, homeboy was able to regress himself to his primal form, like hundreds of thousands of years ago, when everybody was a little hairier. What about Bruce? Yes, Bruce Lee incorporated that aspect too. Bruce Lee, dude, like, bro, Bruce Lee, what did he call him in the comics? The X, like Marvel and X-Men, stuff like that. There's the metahumans and things like that. There's the mutants or what have you. But there's an interim between being human and a mutant, and I forgot what they call it. It's something like oh man, escapes me. But there's an interim to it where you're not metahuman. That because that's the step beyond it. Metahuman is equivalent. DC's equivalent of a mutant in their own way. It's not like evolved human. It's not superhuman either. I forgot what the concept, what they called the term. But bottom line is Bruce Lee was like that, dude. He was like this next step, bro. Like, he was, in fact, the way he got, anyway, Bruce, his son, Brandon.
Mutants.
No, it wasn't mutants. It's not mutants. It's on the tip of my tongue. If it comes to me, I'll let you know. But it's an interim. It's a middle step between.
Oh yeah, Bruce was so ahead of his time.
Beyond it, dude. Like, dude, it carried in his DNA to his son, dude. Like, anyway, man. So yeah, so either who, with the void in the way of itself, and it allowing you this fluidity of consciousness and also to a fluidity of being, all right, but not outside of your being. Like, it's not like you're going to have this fluidity of thought and you're going to come out the other end of it like, a centaur with wings or some shit, like in The Wrinkle of Time. That was a good book too. But but similar to more like altered states, where it's like, okay, you could have an altered state of consciousness and an altered state of being in the way of yourself. I mean, shit, Altered States, the movie, like, he tapped too hard into it and started regressing all the way back to the primordial state of being. Like, he went to a baby state, was getting ready to see the birth of the universe and shit type, like, and the love of the woman, of his ex-wife, because it was after they had made love, like, she reached in with her love to bring him out of this, to bring him back into physical form. But his altered state of consciousness, energy, like, affected her, and she started to regress into this primordial fucking ooze and shit, and he had to grab her out of it. Like I said, back in that time.
If anyone hasn't seen that movie, I highly recommend.
Yes. But yeah, back in that time of movies, they had movies where love conquered all. Like, there was requited love, not unrequited love, where love wasn't fulfilled. Like I said, D was inspired by the movie Excalibur, Crawl. Now that my man Sub-Psycho hit me to what I was kind of missing in the equation of all that the D puts in, Dream. But more importantly, an altered state of consciousness is what it's really about. Okay? And the frequency of it and how it can tangibly affect matter, your matter and other matter. Okay? Void energy, right? And this is a fundamental fabric within the underbelly of everything. All right? And so, yeah, in altered, like I said, altered states. And the other movie that they were inspired by was Crawl, because that's where they got the glaive from. As well as I feel like the notion of this ultimate enemy, like in the form of the indifference, because in the movie Crawl, there was this thing called the Beast. And he was trying to get my man's girl that he was in love with. They married and shit. And he was like, nah, that bitch mine. But my man, the dude had to get this mythical weapon called the glaive. He could throw that shit, bounce off, catch that shit. It was badass. But at the end, they had to defeat the beast because the weapon got stuck in the beast. Like, it embedded into him. It couldn't, because the guy could hold out his hand and retrieve the glaive. He'd hold out his hand and the glaive would come back. He'd catch it. But it was like stuck in the beast, and the beast was grabbing onto the shit so it couldn't come out of it. It was all fucked up. And the glaive seemed to have...
Darth Vader. Vader was redeemed and returned to the light side from the love and compassion Luke, his son, had for him. Right.
I mean, again, they ain't make that. You ain't seeing too many movies like that nowadays. Nowadays, everybody ain't getting the love ending, the happy ending ever after, or some redemption of it, right? I think D.E. was heavily inspired by another movie called Somewhere in Time with Christopher Reeve and Jane Seymour. All right? Like, I'm telling you, the creator, Steve Sinclair, I believe he was the birth of all this in the way of the inspiration and the manner in which things can be incorporated. Because Steve, bro, like, thank you. So, nevertheless, though, the couple in the movie Crawl had to combine their love because the ritual of their marriage took two flames and merged them into one. That was the symbolism of the people and their sort of ritualistic magic too with their union. And so they joined hands to power their love, and they had this fucking nasty fire that just burnt the shit out the fucking beast. Either way, back in the day, they had movies where love triumphed, you know, and you know, again, they were heavily inspired by Excalibur, because in Excalibur, the way these words come together, you know, I haven't come across them anywhere else. Like, you hear what's being described, and you see what's being described in different stuff, like in religion.
Bro, the new Superman movie is like that. If you haven't sent that one, you should go watch it with your son. It's really good.
Well, he's 3. He's too young for even that right now. And we keep his screen time limited. But I will look at it. Thank you very much for the recommendation. It's nice to hear a decent take on it, because I see I haven't looked into it or seen the reviews, but I've been reading titles and everybody sound like they're shitting on it. So I'm gonna see what's up. Thank you for the recommend. And if you're saying that, I think I'm sure to see something great in it, because like I don't trip on movies the way a lot of people do. Like I really have myself open to seeing what's up and appreciating what they do for the reasons that they do it. Now, there's some movies, true, I will see, and yeah, sometimes they do fuck it up. Don't get me twisted. And I will be like, yo, come on now, what the fuck you gonna do that for? But with Excalibur, the movie, Merlin talks about when Excalibur, the sword, was forged. He was like, behold, Excalibur, forged when the land was young, when bird and beast was one with man. And what do you think a Warframe is? Bird and beast one with man. And then technology too, right? Or this tech rot, so to speak, in the way that it can turn flesh to sword steel and manifest itself flesh into whatever it wants to be, so to speak. And so, you know, but yeah, you see bird, beast, and man as one with like the Hindu gods, various different elements of Egyptian mythology, like Greek mythology. Like, you go cross culture around the world, like regardless of its people and however their lore of themselves, their history of themselves was developed, like you can most often not, you'll find some kind of bird, beast, man situation going on. The way the angels are depicted, depending on who's listening, or who's looking, like Ezekiel, when he described the angel, sound like a combination of bird, beast, and man. Like, so yeah, so DE doesn't skip a beat with this shit. And so yeah, with them tying in, like I said, when Subcycle was like, did I get his name right? Make sure. Yeah, Subcycle was like Dream. I'm like, yo, yes, like I get where you coming from. I don't think it's so solely focused in that. But again, let me just read the rest of what he has, because like I said, he was good. Like flabbergasted. I'll read you what I wrote to him back, because I was like, dude, like, bro. So yeah, so like he says, let me sort of recap just a little bit. He goes, right, operators are also referred to as dreamers, and this would explain. Hold on, let me put up some more imagery. This will also explain why they don't age, but Drifter did. A dream doesn't grow old. And the second dream quest could be a nod to this as well. I think it is also a reference to waking up as the Warframe and then the operator. But it could also be that we woke up on the Zeraman as our dream self, and like he says in the short, this is the first dream until we were put into cryo on Lua. Okay, so they did reference, if I'm taking them at his word, so they did reference the pods as cryo. Okay, I mean, the kids don't need it, the cryo. As far as we know of, they don't need cryo. And I'm wondering, is he just ad-libbing on what was said, or did they actually state cryo? Either way, as far as I understand it, the kids don't need cryo. They're affected by the void and the way of themselves. And so, even within our tangible reality, I think they're outside of motion or time in a way to actually age. Now, if they got stuck in Deviri, they could probably change their altered state. They could probably change their state of being with their minds in the way of dream stuff or also, alternate consciousness, altered consciousness, or altered state of frequency of mind and body. You know, but yeah, like I said, these concepts aren't foreign by no means. Was this the one we just watched? Yeah. These concepts are not foreign by any types of means, because, I mean, even when you talk about like eternal life and paradise and hell, the underworld, the you know, whatever, like, these things seem to draw on your own mind to induce whatever frequency of a circumstance that you're in. Okay? It's you that's doing whatever the heck, you know, and creating whatever paradise or creating whatever hell, one way or another. To me, like a lot of anime that we watch and see, where you be like, all of a sudden, you be seeing some kid, they doing this, that, and the other, and some shit go down, and all of a sudden they transported to in some fantasy world or some shit, you know, and they're living out some hero life, or something happens, and then all of a sudden what you would think might happen or what typically would happen doesn't happen, and yet they survive this shit, and now they're in a whole different state of being and reality of life. I think they did. I mean, most of the anime, like, I'm like, they're living out some altered state of consciousness and reality in their head, and there's a chemical that our brains produce when we're born. It only happens when we're born and when we die. I forgot what it is. Bottom line is, like I said, my mind is sort of like popping like this shit. Either way, trust me on this. So the thing is that when people take this neurochemical I wish I could remember the name of it. I'm like I said, brain is sort of going on some stuff right now. Bottom line is that time gets dilated. You could like take this. Is mescaline? Is that the name of it? Might be. Either way, when you take this stuff, like, you could live in your head a lifetime or more, hours, days, like, and like I said, the aspect of the relativity of time is a thing, like, because I've known some people that have taken this shit, and they like, dude, like, I was gone for a long time. I can't tell you how long, but it was longer than an hour, longer than a day, longer than a month. Like what I lived in that period of time of what seemed like for y'all for like an hour or two was like, yeah. Like, so the thing is that when you're born, this chemical is released naturally in the body, I think, to help you deal with the trauma of birth, and then it's released when you die. And so, and the thing is that when you die, like that frequency of mind, number one, our frequency of thought transmits beyond our brain, but we don't have anything that we can measure it because the signal becomes too weak. It becomes too spread out, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. You know, we can put electrodes on your head and shit and capture your beta, theta, delta waves and all that great shit. Well, it doesn't mean that it ceases to exist. It's just that the wave is too thin. We don't have anything to measure it. But yet this goes out and permeates throughout existence, technically, until it doesn't. Now, the thing is that one could say that your mind state, you know, and frequencies like frequencies. So one could say theoretically, okay, you die, and so like your mind coalesce with the frequencies of all that you've ever thought in your life, everything of yourself, and that is your heaven, hell, purgatory, or your oblivion, okay? And which ties into every afterlife thing you could possibly think of, right? And like I've seen some cool anime which goes there too with that, like, you know, I'm telling you, the shit they do with anime is off the chain. But again, this is state of mind, state of being is what we're talking about here, and whether or not you're tangible or not. But the only thing is that when the person passes away, in my opinion, that it's not going to quite happen quite that way. You know, it's kind of like the movie with Robin Williams of What Dreams May Come, which is a beautiful movie. Whereas it's like, I don't think you could take it from that, the way things would coalesce to the frequency of mind and create this sort of heaven, so to speak, that was going on with that. You don't have enough. You don't have an organ. Your brain is what creates something anew. That's the the thing that's synced with time and the change of it. To have, say, a new thought, a new feeling, a new emotion, a new memory. Once you've passed away, or once you're at the end of something, you can't create new memories from it. I'm not sure how that's going to happen. Now, I think that if memories and things coalesce within the frequency of its life frequency, and that's you and all that you've ever been, because frequencies change, because particles spread out, because things may not be able to coalesce completely or may alter, you could have altered memories, or things could change in what that frequency is experiencing. But like I said, that's removed. That's more of a tangible way of understanding all the elements of metaphysics and heaven and hell and all the elements of faith and belief. I'm not saying this doesn't contradict any of that, in my opinion. But nevertheless, it harkens on the point of that we are that which we are. We will manifest that which we will be. And like when you talk about reincarnation and all kinds of other aspects of, altered states of life and altered states of being, that it's you that's making that happen because of whatever you did. It ties heavily to where they talk about having peace throughout your life, having pure thoughts, or finding this peace and zen especially at the end of your life, because that's going to be the last frequency that will exist. All right, that's going to be the strongest frequency as well, that last one amongst all the others of your life. So make that the best one. Make that the one that is your paradise, is your bliss. Because if it ain't, we don't know. You know what I'm saying? You might not want to find out. But there's these thoughts that life doesn't really end, that it perpetuates itself. You find yourself not here, and the next minute that you're somewhere else in the way of things and continuing. A lot of anime pick up on that too. Like, character died in this one anime I saw, but they were reincarnated in another life of things. It wasn't a video game. Like I said, anime doesn't skip a beat on this, and neither does DE in the way of itself, with the Drifter and the fact that Nessie says when you're in Isleweaver, don't you think it's peculiar how two twin souls have two completely different sets of circumstances, right? And I think Albrecht fucked with the strands of Craw, went back to the Zariman after realizing who was the special one amongst the Zariman and the Tenno and shit like that, and was like, okay, we need to have you because the Void likes you're his favorite, so the indifference, so-called indifference, you're its favorite, so let's have you untouched by sin. Let's have you of pure zata, pure truth. Okay, let's take you outside of this, put you into Viri, leave you of the stuff of Void, to coalesce with it for centuries. I mean, to me, the Drifter, I think, is more powerful than the Operator, simply because he was exposed to the Void stuff for so long, and he's older. And because the Drifter's the one that can hammer his fist down and turn back time. Like, the Operator, I don't think could do that. I mean, they're both powerful. It's a matter of how the Drifter understands himself to be powerful. I think that has a lot to do why you see him not doing something extra beyond what the Drifter does. I mean, the Operator does, outside of maybe reversing time right now. But I think the Drifter's far more powerful as far as his ability to fuck with the Void. Because, one thing that the indifference doesn't do, it don't fuck with him. You never see an altered version of the Drifter, and I'm not sure 100% why, but my opinion is that he's not touched by sin. He's still a child. Okay, he committed no ill, right? You even get to answer certain questions when you're dealing with the what's the word I'm looking for here? When you did the chem chats You have a conversation talking about what you did with your parents. You get to kind of choose what you did. And if I remember correctly, none of the choices had you killing your own parents, if I'm not mistaken. Like, one of them was like, let your parents starve to death. The other one was like, you just locked them up. It was something. But either way, like, it doesn't have your drifter actually doing what you heard some of the other kids doing to their parents. But he does comment about some of the fucked up shit that went down. You know, the drifter, in my opinion, is technically a virgin. And there's nothing really counteracting that, even with, you know, you have a relationship with the characters, 99 characters. There's nothing explicitly saying that you had intercourse, which, you know, vaginal penis, like that's depending on who it is, what religion, what law, what country, what age and time. There's some real strict specifications to whether or not you're a virgin or not. Like, you do all kinds of other sexual shit, but you can still be a virgin, right? I mean, even in regular talk, people be like, well, if you don't have a kid to prove it, you could always be a virgin until you tell somebody otherwise. So, yeah, either way, the drifter's without sin, in my opinion. And I think that's the main component as to why the difference can't fuck with it. Because, like I said, it's more than just an aspect of dream, more than that's an aspect of intangibility. The void is some old other shit that I would like to think DE is going to reveal to us at some point in time as the true nature of it. Because I don't think, like I said, this altered state of consciousness, the frequency, this stuff of dreams, I do believe it's a part of the fundamental of it. But there, you know, there's some disclaimers as to that, as far as, you know, just how far that goes. But yeah, just real quick, I'll read this too, and then we'll get back to the grind on things. So my response to Sub-Cycle was this. Wait, let's see, pull up something good. Oh yeah, here we go. So I was like, after what he said, I said, absolutely beautiful, because it was all he wrote down. I was like, you have reminded me of dreams being a phenomenal and integral part of the global social cultural history of humanity. Everything you shared relates to my mythological studies in psychology and cross-cultural studies during my psychology undergrad. The individuals like Carl Jung and Joseph Campbell are highly regarded for their work in the theory of dreams and the hero's journey, which is exactly what you helped me remember. Most definitely, the void has a fundamental in that which is known as dreams. Also, there is a combination of the Greek word Nikia, which can be referenced as the underworld or the unseen world. Essentially, you explain the concepts which fill in the gaps and mystery of what we've been experiencing in Warframe with the so-called indifference and anything touched by the void. I'm telling you, man, like I said, I give him props, bro, for bringing me around to this. Like, I've known these things, but it's like I wasn't tying it in. And then I say, I would take more time to reflect on all that. I need to put you mentioned here. I have to edit that. But either way, if there's anything I can add beyond what I've stated, I'll reply again with details. You were very thorough in your explanation, so I'm not sure if there's much I can add or clarify. Still, you highlighted how thoroughly intricate DE, Digitsl Extremes, creatives are in synthesizing ideas and concepts from myth, lore, legend, fantasy, sci-fi, science, and religion. Like, yeah, so like after talking this all out and everything like that, like I'll probably go back and reply with some of the points that I brought up in this broadcast to help add to what he said. But I said, I'm going to remember you well, fellow Tenno, for all that you have reminded me, because the personification of dream is a huge part of what's being depicted in Warframe, along with our heroic journey. Super big kudos to you. Thank you very much for viewing and sharing your wonderful insights. Like, sincerely, like I said, people be reading my comments on my videos and stuff like, oh, it's an AI wrote it. Like, I've had a handful, just a handful, like 4 or 5 people like take that out of my AI. I'm like, Listen to my broadcast. I'm not a fucking AI. It's a shame that this AI shit got people paranoid like that. I'm like, but no, like people do speak in full concepts, ideas, and full fucking sentences. Like, hello. And I'm old school. Like I'm a half a century plus one young. That's how I look at it. So yeah, I've been around for 51 years. And so yeah, different bag over here. But I did add one more other reply to him. Let me see. I said, where's he? I'm trying to find it, because I thought of something at the end after sending that to him. I was like, right. I said I can add this. What you stated makes way more sense as to how the technology to manipulate the mind of individuals has a basis in understanding the void. The induced dream state of the Tenno to the Namir veils all correspond to the manifestation of dreams and not just delusion. Thank you again, fellow Tenno Sub-Psycho, for bringing me back around to the viewpoint of dreams. Yeah, so I've included all that in what I was discussing. Let's see. That was I looking at. So yes, like I said, mad kudos, Sub-Psycho. Like I said, when I get to jibber jabbing about stuff and like breaking it down as to what I'm seeing going on with Warframe and our concepts and ideas, like I said, it's more specifically the altered state of consciousness that's at play here, in the way that it can one can manipulate not just yourself but your physical self in one way or another. Another good movie that came out back in the day with like around this time for all these other movies that we're talking about, movie greats, Lawnmower Man. I don't know if anybody ever heard of that movie. It was a little sci-fi flick where this guy was like mentally handicapped, and they were like, oh, we got this experimental shits, we're gonna help him have, you know, a better mind about himself. I forgot what they did with him to get his brain capacity up so he could become smart, right, and not be handicapped. But the shit went so far that he could control every physical state of being of himself, like all that stuff they talk about, like people psychically healing themselves or psychically healing another person, you know, using your mind and the frequency of your physical being to phase your matter. Because like that's what the Tenno can do. They can phase their matter, make it become intangible, to pass through things and with shit like that. Like that's coming, like I said, there's all the heavy sci-fi shits about how expansive the mind can be in affecting the physical state, your physical state of being. Like, you know, and we're not talking about like the Flash speeding up your molecules so far as that they speed through something. No, they're talking about separating your molecules in a way physically, whereas that they could pass through another state of matter, but yet you still have the frequency of thought to control with yourself in the way that you spread your particles out. And then there's other theories where they talk about like quantum states where matter could actually pass through you because it's constantly fluctuating. Like they almost say like quantum state, like we're constantly recreating ourselves every instant, every moment of our existence, constantly being recreated on a fundamental level and at a speed and time which we can never perceive. So, but yet everything's still maintaining a constant in a way of itself, of our perception of it. Similar to how we're on the planet and spinning like a motherfucker throughout the universe. We're on a spaceship. Hello, it's the planet in our solar system, spinning around the universe. And but yet we don't feel the motion of it. It's relative, you know, to your state of consciousness and state of being. And you should be happy and lucky that it's like that. You know what I'm saying? Like our every waking moment, we exist in the past. Like, you know, you're watching this broadcast and you're seeing it delayed in time. That's our existence. There takes a measure of time for everything to happen, period. For you to see it, to perceive it, for your mind to store the information, for your mind to coalesce it, to actually have a conscious thought about it, that is all time. Motion, love, right? Online, and you know, so we exist in the past of ourselves. You know, everything that will happen to us, we will experience in one way or another, or in some things you'd like to hope that you don't experience, you know, because it may be rather traumatizing. But like during the French Revolution, and they were, you know, happy cutting everybody's head off. And they was into the spectacle of it, you know, saying the show of it, you know, everybody crowds gathering, you know, they chop a head off, they hold it up to the crowd, and they start seeing eyes blinking. That's just not motor reflex happening. No, unfortunately, there's oxygen still floating around in the brain, and they still conscious. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the brain was recording, the brain was recognizing, the ears were hearing. Yeah. So, and then, you know, that's if they didn't lose consciousness from the blood loss. I mean, that happens too, you know what I'm saying, which then you're thankful. But guess what's still happening? If there's still oxygen floating around in your brain and your ears are still working, your taste buds are still tasting, your skin is still feeling, the brain don't give a fuck, because the brain don't have no feeling, no neuron, don't have any sensory organs in the way of that, your flesh and your skin and your other aspects of perception. That's what your brain gets off on, right? That's what feeds it, right? That's still picking up information whether you're conscious about it or not, and it's still storing information in your brain whether you're conscious or not. Yeah, it's some real spooky realities that a lot of people don't realize or recognize or think about, and it's probably a good thing. Like I said, when I say I majored in psychology, okay, to understand that which we are and how the brain does, let's say I was deep. I went in deep. You know what I'm saying? I was in it deep. But yeah, so Warframe is tapping into all that with what the void is doing and the powers that are manifested of it. 100%. It's like I said, seeing it play out the way it does with the I forgot to check my minds here real quick, with the way that they show the manifestation of the abilities, the way of the focus schools and shit like that. And I swear, I pray when they bring Hayden Tenno in the game, they keep his namesake. He got first three abilities is a combination of the ways of the schools. Different recombinations of it, like a Matarai, Namron for one ability, Zenrik and Yunaru maybe for a second, Vazarin and maybe Zenrik and Namron maybe, or this other new focus school we're going to get. And they'll probably go right up here. Who knows? Or they'll just shuffle these around so you still see your operating drift in the center. But have that as a third. And of course, the fourth's got to be his ultimate, which is got to be an ultimate glaive. Hello. But basically, you know, my thinking is that Margulis, you know, with the Orokin, they found, as it's canon in the game, they found the proto armor, right? And discovering the precise nature of this recently undiscovered armor prototype has proven elusive. Initial attempts at dating point to ancient origins, perhaps even predating Orokin Empire. Bam! Hayden Tenno. He inscribed what he learned and what he was able to tap into, what he was able to figure out about manipulating the abilities, the void energies that flew throughout him, and how he could manipulate his own abilities. And I believe that, I pray the egos that, please, Steve, yo, created that gate. That's the precepts, the fundamentals to the ways of the Tenno. And Margulis, being what she is, scientist she is, she found this shit. You know, it was like, yo, this is stuff here that's been relating to what the kids can do. We didn't really realize what was up until about this till now. What if I share with them what's up with all this? You know what I'm saying? And they developed the fundamentals to the schools. Not what they ultimately became and what we see of them, but the fundamentals of them is what I'm talking about. It's inscribed in underneath the armor. Or there's fragments or scrolls or some shit that was left by Hayden Tenno. But to me, all you need is the programmer for this. That's all you need. And so, you know, I think that would create the link, and why the children would call themselves Tenno. And also why in the lore, Zariman is represented as the Zariman. And that the Zariman 10-0, as it's later known, after it comes out of the void, all right? And so they're referencing it after the Tenno, after the children of Zariman come out, they find out what they are. They tacked on the Tenno. Because like when in the preview of the game for, see, I forgot to put knives in this shit. When Adis is calling out to the operator, he's like Tenno, but it's spelled just like when I'm putting chat, no, right? And then, you know, like, right, a lot of people are like a lot of community was like, oh, it's what the Oracle, they named it to 10-0. They go 10, you know, so a lot of community was like, oh, they saw the 10-0 spelled out like this for the Zariman. And again, that to me is the Oracle taking what the children of Zariman called themselves as Tenno, Tenno, and fucking with it.
Just saying Tenno.
Right, they were fucking with it. And so they turned it into 10-0. Oh, you just 10 nothings. You're not 10-0, you're 10 nothing. And Adis calling the Tenno 10-no, I think is a cue to the fact that Adis knows that the Tenno ain't shit, so to speak, but they whack the fuck out, that they're in a second dream. I think the Sentients know what's up with them. They know the truth of them. They're not, the Sentients aren't under the spellbind of the dream state that they're in, right? The altered state of consciousness they're in. They're high as fuck, right? That's another way to look at it. And to reflect that, Adis calls them 10-no, not 10-0, 10-no. And like there's a degree of empathy, or so to speak, too, or just playing along with the point of it, not hating on the Tenno. But then when the 10-no, the operator kills one of its own when Adis was trying to save it and heal it, and also too, if you pay attention, like when it got its hands on the Warframe, it wasn't killing him. If it wanted to kill him, it would have killed him. But it was putting him to sleep, it seemed like. It was making him, like, you know, it was causing the Warframe and the operator not to be able to really do what it wanted to do, and it shanked it. And it was like, it got scared. It got paranoid. And it was like, and they wanted to rationalize the shit like, it was me or him, it was me or him. It was like, no, you still under the spell of your fucked up shit. You know, this is what got you into the first dream. This is what also too saved your life, unfortunately, when you was on the 10-0, the Zariman, shall I say. And your parents went batshit crazy. Other kids went batshit crazy. Like you damaged goods, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? And this is the best we can do for you. And so Aiden was just fucked up. And he was like, look here, I'm done with this. I'm gonna take the mask off. I'm gonna take the front stage face off. Not and like, I think the guise of the human face wasn't, because originally I was thinking, oh, the Sentients are trying to be like that of the Oracle, like they want to have a representation of their masters, so to speak. No. There's too many of them running around without that shit on. I think with Adis, he was wearing the front stage face because
is done. Download time to play.
All right, get on it, Quentin. Let me know how it goes. Take your time. Enjoy the customization. All right? Trust me. It's something to be had. Because you'll feel a lot better in the role play of it, let me tell you, when you're looking at something or a physical representation of someone you can relate to. Relative, yourself, future version of what you might think you look like. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. So I think what you're seeing when Adis drops the mask is him dropping the mask of the illusion of what he's playing along with, and the fact that this piece that's being brokered in the way of it, and the way that these dogs ain't on their leash, Ballast kind of orchestrating this treaty, Ballast, in on this, trying to have all his power play up in there, because he got nothing but prime Warframes around him, the best of the best, right? And they're tweaked versions of the original strains that created them. Like Excalibur Prime, he's a tweaked version of Batch type Excalibur, Batch type really author. James Nightingale Excalibur, all right, tweaked to look, with Oracle Gold and all this, that, and the other, to be all pretty and shit. And they gave it to another person in the future, that Batch type, and that was Excalibur Prime. And it'd be interesting to know if any of the founders that have Excalibur Prime, like, did Excalibur Prime come with its own stance? I'd like to know that. And I'm going to see if I can look this up. Matter of fact, let me take a look at something real quick. Let me pull this up, because this is an important thing. Because the Warframes, the Protoframes, have the same stance as the regular Warframe, because they evolve into and mutate into that Warframe, and that stance is a vestige of their personality. Okay, so you don't see a different personality with the Primes, because they're still based on the same original Batch type. And even if they give it to a new human, if their willpower isn't strong enough, or if the Batch wasn't tweaked a certain way to allow their willpower or the stuff of themselves to still transfer to the free mutation, they're still going to have whatever that original precept of that Batch type strain was, and the personality that was there left embedded within the DNA and the genetic code of it, similar to how what we're talking about, genetic memories and shit like that. But like with the Zato skin for Excalibur, it's got a different stance. Excalibur Umbra, different stance. Again, these were tweaked batches of, the original Excalibur Batch type, James Arthur Nightingale, but the individual was able to come through at the end of it, and that's why we have a different stance. Now, like I said, I'm going to take a quick look here to see if Excalibur Prime had its own stance. I have a feeling that it did, now that I'm reflecting on the point. And I don't know if the wiki's actually going to speak about this. Maybe I type in Excalibur Prime stance. All right. I was right. He does not have an exclusive stance. So yeah, it was tweaked to look like, it differently, and to show a different, slight version of his mutation and what have you, and the weight of the Oracle Gold and what have you, blah, 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 blah. But it still maintained the original Batch type of Arthur James Nightingale, Batch type Excalibur. Okay, cool. That's interesting. I'm surprised it didn't go there. Anyway, but yeah, so like I said, these stances, animation sets, rather, they are vestiges of the personality of the individual who mutated into the Warframe. That's what's up. So, like I said, what's happening with the old piece, similar to Madonna's song, which is beautiful. What's the name of it? Bedtime Stories, maybe? Or was that the album that was on? Bottom line is, it was one of her songs. The lyrics was like, all the world is a stage and everyone has their part. And, in personas, as far as personality theories, they talk about people, it's a great video game called Persona. Talking about how, what you project of yourself, this front stage face, what the world sees on the front stage, the front stage face, backstage face. Somebody like me, honestly, my backstage face my dressing room face, my front stage face, same one. Fuck it, I ain't with all that other face shit. So, but Adis takes off the mask. That's saying symbolically, I'm done playing the game. I'm done giving you the face you need to see or accept. I'm taking off this guise. You know, there's no more illusion that I'm playing into.
You hot micing, brother?
So I think it's going to be mad cool to see when the old piece comes about and they start giving us the answers that we need. So yeah, so that was my inspiration for titling tonight's broadcast the way I did, and like I said, the viewer Subpsycho, when he added what he did to the comments, I was like, bro, you gave me a missing piece that I didn't think I was missing.
You have collected enough reactant to open your relic.
That's kind of how I felt when, what was it like? Oh shit, which way do I go, George? Is it this way? No? Oh yeah, it is this way. Okay. When what was the name of that game? For Honor. When For Honor came out, I don't know why. Like I was like, man, it's like just the way the combat was brought out. They changed it a lot since it first came out. But I was like, man, it's a game that I wanted to have but didn't know I needed to have. Like what the fuck? Like, but yeah, no. As far as like, it's a Warframe 20. Late 2014, I discovered Warframe. 2015, I put out my first video. And hooked ever since. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get some new proto frames, get some mission shits, and I kid you not, like, it's gonna be interesting to see whose theory pans out about what's up with this old piece, because there's some folks putting out some pretty interesting theories. You know, I was listening to see like, am I on the right track? Is anybody else saying what I'm saying? Like, nobody's really saying what I'm saying, which is interesting. Like I said, I think it's the first stream. We're going to see the tail end of the first stream that the Tenno were in, that Margulis in helped develop the technology along with everything Albert Entrati understood about the Void and how it can help create an altered state of consciousness, and that altered state of consciousness created an altered state of being, and they induced the first dream rather, on the children because they blinded her, being all traumatized from the Void, and Margulis being an Orokin. Like I said, I don't think we have the full truth about her because she was gangster. She was an Orokin, so ain't no way that she just like Wadidja, you know, Mother Hubbard or some shit. You know, put them in the first dream. You know, shit go whack. You know, with the peace brokering with the Sentients, because they still kind of wilding out. They're still doing shit that the Sentients don't like. Let's put it that way. You know, and you know, and also too, bear in mind the peace, regardless of what the operator does as the Warframe, you have this faction of Orokin, all right, with Grineer and Dax soldiers attacking everything on Tau. And similar to how, I think this is the predecessor for the Grineer Queens, because they talk about the Grineer Queens and the people running that shit, that they have Orokin blood. Right? That's the reason why the Dax have to obey them and can't just fire them. So, you know, they're like, fuck technology. Hello, that shit's bad juju. And we're not going with this shit in the peace with these Sentients. They already fucked with us the wrong way the first time. They were probably against the shit to begin with. And so, in my opinion, the old peace was broken when the other Orokin were attacking them with
stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
When, you know, and going against the peace deal, the period. You know, and also too reprogramming other sentients, having them attack other sentients, having them do their shit. You know, like there's just too many reasons why the old piece was broken and may not fully have everything to do with the actions of the operator. But it added to it. Put it that way. We obviously kind of saw that. Because if the sentients ain't trying to play ball with the illusion that everybody wants to be had, and I mean, even if they want to put out their little slurs like void lugger and this, that, and the other, that's fine. But you're not doing anything to really stop or take the veil off of the illusion that we're giving these Tenno, so that they do what we want them to do. But yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I'm telling you. Damn. Feel like I'm a mile away from everybody. Oh, there they are. Thank you. Let's get on home for cornflakes. All right. What we got? Yeah. A little something from everybody. I didn't have a titanium chassis.
What you have learned here will serve you well.
Yeah, so if anybody got any questions, hit me up in chat. You know what I'm saying? I'm all good for it. Like I said, it's been a pleasure to be able to share all this with everybody. Like I said, I'm glad I've been looking out there, checking on everybody, seeing what their opinions are of things, where they're coming through some stuff. Like, I can say this much, like, let me see. Like, I hope they don't mind, like, some of the broadcasters. Like I said, I've been subscribed to them for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Some of these folks. And then there's, like, let's see. There's one or two that I came across just recently. That, let me pull this up real quick. We'll show something while I'm doing this, navigating. A couple of people that I ran across, just, you know, looking out there like, hey, is anybody else like theorizing on this? Is anybody else like, you know, really going on about this beyond the common? You know, just like, hey, this is cool. Oh, look for that, or no, I'm not looking for that, or, you know, because you got some cynics out there. Trust me. So there were a couple of people, you know, a good chunk of folks actually, that were really putting in some homework, really tying in some lore to everything, to be like, what's up with what we're to have with this old piece, checking out the, you know, the cinematics in what was shown to us. And I'm gonna be honest with you, one other thing that folks was missing is the reason why too, like, I want to get that Parazon, like they showed this image of the am I pronouncing that shit right? Parazon? Yeah, the Parazon. When Excalibur Prime's fighting the Titan, and by the way, I don't think Adis is using transference to get in and out of it, because it didn't look like it. He floated down from it. That's not transference. Anyway, when Excalibur was fighting it, I think he goes between the legs of it. He jumps, and you see a bullet jump, but then he sticks out his right arm, and to me, it looked like a Parazon shot out, hit the cliffside, and pulled him to it. And I believe they're going to get rid of, that's my theory. I think they're going to get rid of, where's she at? Yeah. I think they're going to get rid of Ripline. Because it's like, it's okay, but this is what the Parazon is going to do for everybody. similar to how when they got rid of super jump from Excalibur, all the Warframes could jump as high as super jump would normally let you jump. And if they add in a new aspect of mobility with the Parazon, with a rip line, let's go. Let's go. Because, I mean, DE stays competitive. They always do. Like, when Red Dead Redemption came out, you ride around on some horses and shit, that's when they started showing you, it was Red Dead Redemption 2, rather. I think. Anyway, that's when you started seeing the aspects of Deviri showing you drifting right around a horse. And then when he fully brought it to you, you're like, oh shit, this is some flying fucking horse shit. This is, yo, this ain't no normal horse type shit. This is DE bringing you a horse. Oh shit. You know what I'm saying? And I think they were heavily inspired too from like the Pegasus, all right, from, you know, Greek mythologies and different other mythologies of flying horses. As well as the flying horses that were in motherfucking Crawl. They were called firemares. They could like ride fast enough, and the hooves could like strike the ground hard enough to combust the air under the hooves and basically ride on the combust air. So Valkyries, right, Valkyries, right, from Norse mythology, you rode flying horses, right. So DE don't skip a beat, right? So I think what we're going to get is now I don't know if they're going to roll out with right away, but like, and hopefully they go there. I mean, things change for them. They make adjustments. They may think they want to go with something, then they change their mind or whatever. But the animations for this and the ability to have all the Warframes have a rip line is there. It's in the code. They just got to add it to all the Warframes. That's it. Attach it to the Parazon. I'm sure it's not quite that simple, but it's there. It's there. So like I said, Excalibur Prime shoots out his Parazon, pulls himself from between the legs of the fucking ass Titan thing that Adis was piloting. Get ready for that, y'all. Along with this, you know, new mod system, you know, new mod tutorial, new syndicate, because I'm quite sure the syndicate is with the Sentients, 9 out of 10, right? You know, new focus school, you know, all that gravy shit. You know, before even that happens, we get the 3 new proto frames, the dating of them, and because they're dating, like I said, they're coming from 1999, if I'm not mistaken, and going to be involved with the ChemChat system, right? So that's going to be swank. But yeah, let me pull this up for a second because I want to put into chat some of these honorable mentions from some of these folks I've been checking out. Because like I said, they you know, I didn't take any ideas from it. Because like I said, you can scroll my shit back, look at this shit, listen to what they have to say. I ain't taking shit from them. I mean, I factored in some things that they've said. They'd be like, yeah, okay, yeah, I've already been on that page. Because like, from the first time of the display of everything, doing TennoCon, at TennoCon Relay, you can go back to my episodes, you'll hear me say things which support everything I'm saying now, or have been, you know, led up to it. And if there's anything that I said that may remind you of somebody else, like, you can see, like, nah, I did say that on my own shit, like, okay? Trying to think, was there anything that anybody did say that I wasn't on the tip of? Let me think about that, just to be sure, while I get this last guy's name, YouTube name, was it? Add it to this link. So I'm going to put their names up, and I'm going to put up their links. And like I said, really good broadcasters, in my opinion, YouTubers. Some of them, a good chunk of them actually, I've been subscribers to them for a good minute. And hopefully nobody has any issue with me representing and networking and just giving credit where credit's due, in the point of where they help me reinforce certain points. Like, I can't remember which one it was. I think it was, matter of fact, we'll mention him first. I think it was, shit, I'm not sure. It's either Original Wicked Fun or it was Tactical Potato. I can't remember which. I think it was Original Wicked Fun. That's who I heard first reference the school as the Nariman School. Like when I saw the preview of it, I didn't pay attention enough to the Ultimate Weapon when it came out, how it showed the Nariman symbol and make the connection. So, not to say I wouldn't have, but either way, though, it was listening to Original Wicked Fun and his presentation and his take on everything, excuse me, that hit me to the point that it was a Nariman school. Let's see. Trying to get back to... Right, here we go. See, I'm going to put him up in here. Really good stuff.
Asterisk original Wickfund / youtube.com/ original Wickfund. C equals VNU HT7 Bienic 1G2.
And, of course, another good broadcaster that I checked, to see where they were at and what they had to say was, Tactical Potato, And it's like another thing, too, like nobody's really hip to is like that chamber that the operator's in with the water and Lloyd holding them and, and Lotus standing in the water there with the cables connected up to them and shit. And you look up at that thing ticking on the wall. I don't think it had whatever the operator's going through. In my opinion, it's alternated consciousness, reliving a memory, all right, of that time, but also to reliving the memory in the first dream state. They're not reliving the memory outside of the first dream state. They might not even be able to because of, as Lloyd said, these corrupted, polluted memories. But that is a cosmic clock that's on the ceiling of this bathhouse, in my opinion. They're in like a bath underneath the Sanctum Anatomica. Probably were and try to be laid out like, yeah, what's up? Serve me some grapes and wine and shit. And he's gazing up at this eternalism clock. Why not? I mean, they like to be eternal beings. That's basically what their goal is, right? And but I think that clock represents is like an eternalism cosmic clock. That's what's up. And but yeah, like I said, I didn't see anybody make that kind of connection about that
Tactical
thing.
Potato https://youtube.com/@tacticalpotato. C equals px to 6 jode x3.
I tell you, the text or chat is a trip. And then there's another good broadcaster, and 1-0 play. They just really gave a really good presentation of everything.
Asterisk 10 played / youtube.com/@10play. C equals Uga square 90 n 83_74 EU.
And trying to think. And then of course, the Siege, like just his deep dive into lore, and he real wild, man. Like he's a master craftsman as far as like just being able to make you think on some shit and present something in a way to make you go and and it has admitted to the point of controversy, like seeding an element of controversy about a particular thing, conspiracy even about like, did you pay attention to that? This could be that. Is that what's really going on? Like, master at it. Like, I kid you not. I mean, my hat's off to him. But, like, depending on how stern, how strong-willed you are or what kind of mindset you have about what he'll talk about, and are you critically thinking about these things yourself and evaluating it? It leaves you room to think for yourself, of course, and like some of his stuff, like I said, I love how he does what he does. Like hands down. Don't get me wrong with what I'm about to say, but it's like I'm like, nah, I don't think that's really it. But that's great the way you got people like feeding into that shit. Like I mean, but you know, but he, like I said, he brings up some phenomenal, excellent points.
I'm going to take a picture.
He okay, cool, Quinn. He you know, and will find stuff and like deep dive in the lore in ways that just blow your mind. Like he'll find some in-game secrets and some shit. You be like, what the fuck? You know, so yeah, hands down, mad cool cat. And here is the Siege's page, like his YouTube channel.
*//youtube.com/@PetSiege. C equals L5B4PA81DYNQX6M6.
And I'm just trying to reflect on his video. I'm trying to think, was there something that I picked up on that I wasn't aware of before? I'm thinking. Because he covered a lot of stuff. That's why I'm thinking so hard, like, he covered a lot of stuff. Yeah, nothing's popping out in my mind that he said that I wasn't on the point of. He just covered everything very well. He did remind me of some stuff about Margulis, Nata, and Lotus, but it wasn't anything that I wasn't unaware of, but just it was a good reminder of some points. But yeah, like I said, the Siege, excellent. What he does, like, my hat is just really off to him. And this was another broadcaster which had a really good presentation of it. He's rather new on my list of finding people, but gave a really good presentation of things.
I'm going to use my headphones to immerse myself and play Mass Effect.
Okay, good. Enjoy it. It's worth it. Send a screenshot of your shepherd.
*Kook, the fanatic, /youtube.com/@kooktkid8338. C equals X mbist for 2QASKQ.
And yeah, because some people like I can't remember which one of these folks out here was doing it, but somebody was like, they thought Adis, like the Sentient that was killed by Excalibur, or the Drifter rather, at the end of the demo thing, was related to Adis. I don't think that was the case. Well, I mean, outside of it being his kin, if it's people, yeah.
*//youtube.com/@Venancio. C equals fetch VWBZW0XEOP7.
But I don't think that was the case. It's just that it was his kin. It's the fact that he was trying to save it. It's the fact that Adis knew that it was going to kill the Warframe operator, but then it just did what they do, just kill some shit. You know what I'm saying? He gonna howl about, it was either him or me, and it's like, really? Okay, is this part of? And then plus two, probably he was sitting there going like, is this part of this their first dream? Like
Navigation has been
they
updated
just
with
can't
new
help
invasions.
themselves. This is what
Chaos
just
is spreading.
how they roll. Like, you know, what happened to my extractors? Did I collect them and put them back out? Oh, okay. Okay. See, yeah, it's gonna be hot. It's gonna be hot. Yeah, so yeah, I hope those folks don't mind me putting out those honorable mentions. Like I said, they all make really, really good content. Have some really keen insights to things.
Watch out.
They bring up a lot of excellent aspects of lore.
Do you have a matching relic?
And
You found a fisher. Look out for
fellow YouTube broadcasters.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. The corrupted enemies are dropping reactant. Collect it to open the void them. And we're going to need more reactant if you want to open that relic. You have collected enough reactant to open the relic.
Yeah, I hope they also to allow us some method to transfer some of this excess affinity we be gaining on these schools. That would be nice. But I believe each school will be leveling up its own ultimate, so I'm sure that's where it's going to go. And 9 out of 10, we'll probably just have to level up the new school independently. Oh, that's not it. But that's okay. You know, they're going to time gate you a little bit somewhere along the way of everything.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
I wonder if they're going to give this Devil Frame, aka Uriel, a new movement system. That'd be nice. I really do appreciate when they do it. Helios. Nice. Did not have that blueprint. I mean, I have the Helios, of course, but I didn't have an extra.
As you conquer the foe, so you conquer yourself.
Rail Thunder.
The art of combat must be practiced to truly master the canvas of war.
Void Fishers. You need them to open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand their fury? A Fisher. Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics. Defeat the corrupted and use their reactant to open a relic. The reactant is working on your relic.
Appreciate the courtesy waiting.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Everybody getting a Ducat grind on. Let's go. Ducat to everybody.
Broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Yeah, this weapon ain't too bad. Oh shit. Hung up on some shit. Prime handle.
They fought well. Good deaths, all.
Nice when you can contribute something nice to the pot. Yeah, it seems like you get better odds of getting some gold stuff when you do some of the, you know, miso and neo. I don't know. It could just be RNG. RNG for Jesus.
Keep fighting. Look for more reactant. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Shit. Forgot to put my thumbnail up there.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic has opened.
What's up, man? Did they hack it?
is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Oh, what the fuck? Ran right into that shit. I don't have that. I'll take that.
You are a blade. You exist to strike. You strike to win. The lesson ends.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, the master mission is no longer there. Oh, wait a minute. We've also leveled this Warframe up. Oh no, we still got to level the weapon up. Open that. There we go. Now we got our thumbnail up. Nope, I don't know. Not usage rank. Anything else I haven't? That's new. I wish if you have like a unleveled weapon, like it let you know whether you've acquired the master rank on it yet or not. Where's that? What it's showing me? Nope. Master rank 10. I know I've leveled this up. Like I have one of those. That's right. I'm gonna hold on to certain weapons until I need to sell them or have the inventory space. Cause like I have definitely seen times where they'll come out with a weapon and go, "Oh, guess what? You need another weapon to build this weapon." Didn't you know? And you're like, "Fuck! I gotta go farm it and build it again, build it and farm it again." But yeah, I should have already gotten the master rank on all these. Let me just go double check. Yeah, Corinth was one of them. Yeah, Pentavandal, Rubico. I know I did all those. Just double check Rubico. It's been out for so damn long. They've been out for a while. Like, I know what I probably did done. Yeah, I did that. So just yeah. I've got master rank on all those. Now there's master rank on things I haven't gotten a rank on. That's for sure. There's weapons I don't have, that's for sure. I need to get all the tinted ones. I do have that, just gotta put the rank on that one. I need to get more of the Kuva weapons. I haven't leveled this up. Is it built? Blueprint on. I thought for sure I built this. Purgatory. So that's a primary weapon. Purgatory. Where the fuck do you get this? Caramine Penta. I have to look that up. I have most of what I need for this, but I don't have everything. Yeah. The rest of the coda weapons, the rest of I need to get this too. I think this was in the Lavos Prime access or something. Did not get that prime access. Oh, I need to do this. These are just weapons outside of the Tenno and the Kuva weapons. Oh, the Cedo Prime. I need to get that too. Okay. But I thought I had.
Which is her favorite Kuva weapon?
I have no idea. Like, honestly, the Kuva weapon that I'm about to equip, shoot, I need to get a picture of it, is the first Kuva weapon I ever got. I mean, I ran the Kuva system, saw what it's like. I converted a Lich, right? Put him on a crew of my Zeraman. I mean, not my Zeraman, my Railjack. And like, it wasn't until recently that I was like, okay, let me start getting some of the Kuva weapons. And I got, and I took one out to get its weapon. I have no real opinion about them. I mean, I know everybody was sweating them as far as the latest, greatest, but like I said, my main is Excalibur, so my weapons are backup. I like them to be functional, but the weapons I tend to use are functional and they're enjoyable. I min-max them, but they tend to be tied oftentimes to more role play levels. Like, I like it for a particular role play reason. Like, for example, I run with the Skidjati. Not because it's the best weapon or something. I'm min-maxing. Yeah, I get good stats on it. I like it, but because I use, Excalibur main since late 2014 or early 2015. Like, I'm talking about January, and then Excalibur Umbra main in 2018. Did I not take the picture of that shit again? The Skidjatis was up. Like, when you find Umbra, the only thing he got is that Skidjati. It's like an inseparable part to him. So, even though I'm wearing the Proto Frame skin of Arthur, they still got the Skidjati. Plus, still like the game mechanics of it, where you can turn invisible on a finisher. I like using that strategy and tactic if when I want to, if I need to, And like I said, I don't ever have a problem taking something out with it at all. When and if I need to use it. And oftentimes it tends to be a limited time, and it's only because something like a lot of times, like some acolyte decide to fuck with me the wrong way and take out my abilities, and it's like, okay, I gotta put this sword up in you. Okay, all right, it's cool. But yeah, I'm actually still trying to finalize my Omni build, is what I call it, my universal anytime, any place build for my Umbra Excalibur, my other potential author, which you see all these different loadouts for my shits, for as far as Excalibur. Like I said, let's see, or Umbra rather. But yeah, so like, they're functional, like, because of the outfit and everything like that. I switched from what I used to use. It was the Nadarok and the Pox and the Coda Pox more recently. But as far as DPS and working with the suit, like this Bratton and Karnan, that's just beast. It really is. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I have what I have. I'm sure there's better builds out there. Like, I'm not bragging rights on this sort of shit. But nevertheless, though, I take shit out when I need to use it very effectively. The Despair, this shit's nasty as fuck. It's incarnate. It really is. I need to get a ribbon for this. But, it's strong. And the reason why I'm using it too is because it's energizing shot with the equilibrium, or in my case, when I use the Azure Archon Shard.
I haven't installed that one yet.
Okay. This miniature equilibrium, if you see an energy orb when you go down, as far as needing to revive and hit it, get you right back on your feet. But with the pouches and shit.
I love the hate.
Right, hate's badass. The protocol hero skin for the throwing weapons, it works so well with his suit, with his outfit. It's just badass. You know what I'm saying? Rock the Skiajati. Got ribbon up on that. And matter of fact, Ali traded me this ribbon the other night, which is real strong. Look at that. Toxin cold and heat all up on that shit. Uh-huh. Not sure if I'll switch to it. Because right now I'm using this to make sure I get my status up. And let me see what this looks like for a second. It outflips my elements all kinds of which way. But magnetic to deal with the overguard. You know what I'm saying? Slash to chip out the health. Shattering impact. Do not underestimate that shit. Within a few fucking hits, they ain't got no armor. That armor ain't coming back. And then of course this skin, the Nikana undercutter skin. Hats off to Felix Lionheart. This is nice. This skin is really, really fucking nice. Works really well with the outfit. My role play of the situation is that this is my other possible potential author, right, in the way of eternalism, who became a number, who has a slightly different power set, because of what he went through. And like I said, I work with the Zata's Whisper, but I kid you not, like, I can't tell you how much I love fucking teleporting in games. And the Rifle Advance build is similar to the Zata's Whisper, just got Rifle Advance. It's real strong, of course. It's like having a super fine cut scalpel to enhance anything I do melee. Get crits and red crits, all that shit. Yay. But like I said, I have an Omni build. In other words, anytime, any place. Plus to the fact that I got Omniforma all up in it, right? For build diversity. But if you gotta use if I'm in a position where I can't reach and I need range to hit enemies, like I'm shooting something with the Bratton or I'm shooting something super far away because the Exalted Blade's wave doesn't hit it, or by the time it hits it ain't doing much damage, because there is a fall off on the damage at a certain point, and I gotta use weapons. Rifle Advance is doing shit for me, ain't doing nothing, absolutely nothing. And that's okay. I mean, saying, like, that's gonna happen. Saying, if I'm in a certain position, Slash Dash might not be doing nothing for me. If I'm not, if they're out of range for Radio Howl, that's not doing nothing for me. So, I mean, I get the point, and it's okay. But if I want to become a weapons platform, and I got Zot, and like I need to use my other weapons, and the ability isn't taken out by, say, an Acolyte or something like that, or whatever else that might disable the ability. Zata's Whip is nasty as shit. Then on top of that, it's adding in an extra element to my Exalted Blade. But bottom line is that when it comes to like the build testing that I've done with between the two builds, like I killing shit about the same amount of time. Seriously. Like sometimes the Zatas Whisper takes that shit faster than the Wrath of Advance Red critting all over the fucking place. You know what I'm saying? So it just depends on what you want to do. You know what I'm saying? How you want to do it. I'm not gonna sit here and say one's better than another, one way or the other. Or what you know, how do you like to play the game? Are you playing the game in respect to your strategy, skills, and tactics? Right? Are you enjoying yourself?
Right.
Yeah, I suggest thinking for yourself too. Like, just because everybody's saying to do this, do that, and the other, like, Warframe has it where you don't have to jump on the bandwagon. Bandwagons all going, you know, there's a whole bunch of bandwagons you can jump on and you can have your own and get there too, just as fast and just as fine. You know, so, and people talk about, you know, level cap as in-game. That's not in-game, that's some kind of, I got 2 hours to fucking play the game and that's what I want to do. Or an hour, however long it takes you to get to level cap. But like, I don't find that fun. I mean, I don't play the game like that. And then on top of that, every time I see people play level cap shit, it's structured. They're fighting a certain enemy type.
I can't be bothered with level cap.
Right. But also too, like, honestly, like, I'm not saying that it's not out there, but I haven't come across it yet where somebody's playing level cap and it's not structured a certain way. I got a certain frame, I got certain weapons, I have certain this, that, and the other setup to fight this certain fucking enemy in this certain environment. Right? And I'm sure some people might do it solo. I haven't really seen one yet. I'm sure that's out there. I haven't looked either. You know what I mean? Most of them I've seen them in groups doing shit. So they're bouncing off, you know, their buffs to each other. You know, they're doing this, that, and the other, working this mechanic with this Sentinel and all this, that, and the other, and blah, 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 blah. They fight in Grenier more often than not that I've seen in these tight little corridors, so everybody's grouped up nice and tight. Right? It's you setting it up for yourself to win. Now, sure, you got to do the homework. You got to invest the time, get the build, mods, know how this shit work together, right? I ain't gonna knock that. It takes some strategy. It takes some skill. Sure. But I like, you know, I don't like structuring my gameplay like that. I don't like setting it up for myself to win like that.
Right.
But it takes.
But frames I have. I enjoy melee gameplay the most.
Right. Me too. Me too. But like I said, so. I like what I do with Excalibur, that's what's up. With Umber, my other potential Umber. And I'm change. I was noticing the footage, like, I wanted to get this blood red. And this is taken from, I pretended that, you know, this other potential author, he did receive a red bandana from his friend Christopher.
Playing as Shinobi, Samurai Aztec Warrior 100 points.
Right on, right on. I think I've seen your look, bro. It's clean. It's clean. Well done. But yeah, he kind of, cause like the red bandana he got from Christopher, right? Over the time, that shit's just going to disintegrate. So he decided to fuse it into this Sagatra.
I like the backstory of Arthur and his homie.
Right. But you know, on the like I said, this is my other potential author. So he took the red bandana thing, right, on his Skijati. I mean Skana, excuse me. And
I like it on the Nakana Prime too.
Right on. And yeah, it has its own thing with that, right? But to me, I'm wondering if it's like a subtle hint to the lore. Like, it is this, but just trimmed a certain way on the Skana Prime. I don't know which came first, chicken or the egg when it comes to this. Like, did they add this in reference to the Skana Prime, or did they add that, you know, more than likely this probably came after. I don't know. Never know. And we don't know the foresight that DE had with all this. We really don't. Like, they've been sitting on ideas like for a minute. But nevertheless, though, with my other potential author, he fused it into this. And then he took the Skiajati and this is, you know, in the future of things, with the Skana, and just forged his own weapon of his own from the Skiajati and the Skana. Create this. So, because like, if you notice, like with I mean, he didn't take much from the Skana in my role play of things, but you notice how on the Skana there's this sort of gold type or this deep gold that's right here, and plus too, like on his necklace you got this nice gold, dark gold on his necklace, right? So I was like, okay, let's go ahead and let's put that on this skin here for my Skana, and then kind of undercut his skin, and yeah, I like the way it came together. So that's what's up with that. So yeah, where was I? Right. We're trying to find that weapon that I thought I had.
I should buy more Shauna skins. They're so cool.
Yeah, they're nice. They're nice. The Tenno where they put some work. They put some love in them. What is this? The Purgatator. Where do I have it? Or do I have it? I do not have the Purgatator. Okay, I'll just have to look up where the fuck I get it. Alright, not gonna worry about it too much right now. Got that looks like a shotgun, so I know it can't be in here. Try to get some more Ducats before I run out of steam.
I'm trying to get my last 2 ZQ Prime parts right now and getting 0 luck, dog.
You know, is it out of rotation? I mean, is it vaulted? That's the thing that I think I was missing, like trying to help some people farm for some.
And my network is iffy today.
Damn, that's too bad. But just make sure it's not vaulted, because if it's vaulted, you're not going to get it. And I forgot to look into that when I was helping some people farm for some prime parts. It might have been vaulted. Because if I'm not mistaken, right, if it's the weapon's vaulted, you're not going to get it to drop, right?
Vaulted even if we have the relic.
Right, that's my point. I don't think that it's going to drop if it's vaulted. I'm not sure about it. I would put like this. I would like to think that that's not the case. I like to think that that's not the case. But it might be the case.
No way, I didn't know that.
I said it might be. Well, let's try to answer this question. We'll have to, you know, I said.
Damn.
It might be. Don't. Just take a breath. I mean, you know, I try to let people know if I tell you something, and if I'm in doubt, I'll let you know.
Lolo yay.
Prime Vault. This is what the wiki says about it. An archive outside of Tenno Reach houses items that have been retired from the game's rewards table. An item enters the Prime Vault means the players are no longer able to acquire void relics that can potentially reward those items. I'm still reading. Any relics, blueprints, and components that the player already owns will not be removed from their inventory. If they are to be vaulted.
I just need Yareli Systems 2 to complete her set.
So the way this reads is that the relics for them won't be in circulation to get the relics. But if you already have the relic, or if you have other relics which will yield the particular part, you should still be good. But I swear, man, certain stuff, depending on what's going on, yo, they act like they ain't gonna give you that shit for nothing. You ain't gonna get no love for that at all, as far as trying to acquire it. So no, you should be good to continue to farm for it. I just, it was a thought that was in my head when I was reflecting back on how difficult it was to get some shit, helping out a couple of folks. I was like, yo, this is some raggedy. What the fuck? Like, like I said, I farm for stuff, I build stuff, right? You know, don't get me wrong, but I don't play the game for free. Like, they just play for free. I'm more like a samurai, so.
It makes sense, Poe.
Right. So yeah, you know, I'll be getting the Prime Access shit.
Sometimes it never drops.
Right, there's times where I'll be like, fuck this, I don't have the time for it. They try to get the time for it. I want to enjoy the game. I help, you know, like I said, he has to pay the bills. They gotta keep the lights on. So okay, cool. I got a little strange change I can add to the mix. I'll go ahead and get something off a trade chat for a little bit of plat. Make somebody feel good. Pay a fair price for it, of course, the best I can. You know, so yeah. So yeah, I think the parts for this is in $19.99. Let me go check on something real quick, cause
at least I made more ducats out of the attempt.
Yeah, there you go. Be constructive about it. Who got the weapons, isn't it, Quincy?
I can buy more around stuff before he leaves.
Great. Brow skins, sigils, gifts, capture. Who got the weapons? It's Coda weapons. Weapon parts decoration. Freaky bitch. Okay,
Tactical solutions are available to discreet boxes.
What can Papa Bear get you?
These should level the playing field somewhat.
yeah, I thought she had Purgatator. Oh, I had the blueprints. Why the fuck didn't I build it?
Understood.
She means guns.
I thought I just looked and didn't. I thought I didn't have that shit. Do I have to? Where are the parts? Huh? It said I had the blueprint. It had a check marks on it. It had a check mark. Purgatar. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I was sleeping on this shit. Okay. All right. It'll be there. We'll get to it when we get to it. It's all good. Got that on the build. Glad I looked into that. You know what I mean? So we'll go ahead and, seeing that we don't have any other primaries to level, we'll go ahead and try to get the master rank on my first scuba weapon, because you know you gotta keep leveling it and reform it, put more form on it to get to max rank. And I'm not really giving shit right now about the build. Trying to get her done. We ain't worried. Ain't worried about that. We're out of secondaries to level. So I could just finish leveling things that I do have to level. And so we got another melee weapon to level. Put some master rank punch on. Yep, we're down. This is the last one I have. Oh, I can rank, put the form on that to get that up to master rank. And this is extra shit. Tomcat. Skins on these, it's just so big and gaudy. Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad either. 105 plat. If I was going to be using these any kind of particular way, I'd probably go for that. I'll just leave it like this. That okay? That's okay. Yeah. That is good, yeah. Make sure I don't have anything. No. Okay. Navigation. Navigation. And sabotage. Ain't got nothing fast on the list. Just change. It's a sabotage.
Each enemy is more powerful than before. Only with true mastery of the Tenno arsenal will you succeed.
Void Fishers. You need them to open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand their fury? You found a fissure. Look out for reactant. Dropping reactant. You are going to need more reactant if you want to open that relic.
Please.
Oh, under this weapon.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Okay. Now it can be finished.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Ooh. Somebody had something special. What we doing, folks? We staying?
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Have you got old drifter weapons?
Do I have, what do you mean, all the, what's what I'm looking for?
I haven't gotten any except Sun and Moon.
Oh, you talking about from Deviri. I can't remember. Last time I checked on that.
The Deviri weapons.
I think I might. I'm not 100% sure because, like, I think I might because when I was just looking in the codex to see what else I needed to get, I didn't notice any of them. I may have. It's just been a minute since I've checked on that. I think I have.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is open.
It's a goofy ass looking weapon. I think we got a heavy breather on the way. Why do I see that? Is it over there or over here? Might be able to build that Omni Forma.
Hello.
Hi, Gamer. Woke up a little early, or was that? Or are you waking up on time? Yeah. Or did you go get some rest? I hope you got some sleep. Yeah, I was able to cover all my bases on what I was jibber jabbering about the speculation of things to come. Still got a little bit of pep in my step to continue to farm.
Yeah, one of those low.
Right on.
You're making waves, dreamer. I can feel it.
Either way, just woke up slightly smiling face.
That's good. That is good. Thank you for stopping through again. Let's see what that says. Gotcha. Yeah.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
You could probably handle more. That's what she said. Silly. Oh. Baruch. But somebody's trying to go for the Bronco. There's plenty of stuff in there.
Very good.
Very good. Okay. Bonuses knocked me out. That'll work. I'll take that. Getting that master rank up, y'all. Okay, who's next after Zaku? Haven't I thought I did Gyri. Did I feed it to the helmet? Did I feed it to the helmet? Even if I did. Oh, okay. I guess that's the replacement for the one I fed to the helmet. I should have fed the one that didn't rank up. Or that I didn't rank up, rather. And there's no... Gyri doesn't have a prime yet, right? G, A, B, E, F, G, C, H. Huh?
You think Firestorm would be good on the Nataruk?
There she is. Yeah, I mean, if you want to increase your, if you want to increase, if you want to increase your blast radius, sure. You know, I typically don't take up a mod slot for that, but yeah, there's a primed Firestorm as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think, hold on. If I'm not mistaken, this build has it. Yeah. So, I mean, this is what I'm doing with this right now. I mean, like I said, when I use it, they typically be backup. Like, okay, I need to use it because I need to put an extra element against the enemy, or I can't use my Exalted Blade, just running with Excalibur as the main. But, you know, you've got a primed Firestorm. If you got it. I do have one leveled up. Like I said, blast radius improves blast radius weapons. Yeah, it's nice. You know, just, you know, good for crowd control. You know, enemies that might be spread out but still close enough to be, you know, effect with a blast radius. Yeah, I typically don't, you know, take up a mod slot for that. I have, but again, like, there's people that use it, love it. If it works for you, great. Like, it's kind of like Prime Reach. If you use it, you like it, If it works for you, stay with it. Ain't nothing. It's going to help you out. You know, it's just a matter of how much and when, and you know if you like it. So yeah. Where was I? I was seeing. Why didn't I write that up fast too? Hang on, see what's up with the deal. I repolarized it for a reason. Alrighty. I think maybe the reason was fulfilled. Can't tell necessarily. Okay. Shit, I'm in the name. Right. It's like I know I got other shit I deliver. What's this? Didn't I switch this guy? It's confusing. I'm confusing myself. That's not good. It don't look like anything new. So, still have this to deal with. I'll just finish this out. About to run up there with no mods. Well, you're being brave. She does kind of have a Lloyd posture. I think about it. How come you can't affect the color of that? I missed the customization? Yeah, I've always presented.
So, what about your theory? Did you verify? Definitely interested.
Yeah, I mean, I covered the gambit of everything. You know, did some, you know, checked around. You can scroll back up in chat. I made some good honorable mentions of every, including the siege. Just in the way that I was just, you know, checking on my homework, seeing what everybody was saying, comparing notes. Like I said, it's interesting. Like, I hadn't come across anybody think of it to be the end or part of the first dream. There are some people that have referenced the second dream, because a lot of people think that image of Margulis is representing when she's dead. Nah, she ain't dead yet. She's not dead yet. Because again, like if she had died, and this is some aspect of the second dream, no. That's when the Tenno revolted. Now, sure, they were waiting for a certain point to surprise attack, but like the operator too chill. You know, they operated way too chill for it to be. And then plus, in the second dream, they only inhabited the Warframe. They didn't have any notion about themselves. So again, you know, but like I said, yeah. So yeah, I ain't seen anybody make a comment about the Parazon and how Excalibur was, you know, bullet jumped between the legs of the thing and then pulled itself to the cliffside. Like, yeah, you know, or even really piecing together just exactly what's going on with the Lotus, you know, acting funny a little bit. The fact that, you know, like I said, I mean, I did my own thing in the way of presenting my theories about stuff, but it was good to Tesh noticed, like, I think it was like Original Wicked Fun. I watched him too. He was the one that hit me to paying attention to the ultimate weapon and the fact that you do see the Naramon symbol on the energy blade of the thing, which was cool. But that wasn't part of any of my theories on shit. But nevertheless, though, I scrolled back up in the chat, made some real nice honorable mentions to some people that, like I said, I've been long time fans of enjoying, not fans, but you know, subscribers to the channel, enjoyed the content. But yeah, so you know, time will tell. Yeah, time will tell. I mentioned an individual what was his name again? Because I made a little short from my last video, you know, presenting the whole point about, just real short, like 20 some odd seconds, where I would introduce the point of the old piece being of the first dream. And somebody made a comment, subcycle, not subcycle. Wait a minute, hold on, let me find their name again. Bueller. Where's his name? Yeah, Subcycle. I was right, Subcycle. And them referencing the aspect of the void being of an unconscious level of dreams. Like, it works in the manner that dreams work in affecting matter and manifesting a dream of oneself and this, that, and the other. But like I said, gave mad kudos in the way they surmised their theory and their concept. But in my opinion, what it's ultimately coming around to is an altered state, right? Is an altered state of consciousness that can manifest itself physically upon a person. So like a dream state, you could be whatever you want, right? But an altered state of consciousness, you can thereby manipulate your own physical form within the bounds of itself. Like, you know, become intangible, become invisible, become strong, you know, not age, you know, in the case of the drifter. And because the void, it seems to be out of time in the way of itself, in the way of motion, and or love, as Adeline talked about, love is time. And but the drifter was in the void, and being in the void the way he was, I think that he was able to, through a state of consciousness, you know, just his mindset about himself, like as a young adult, like, oh, I wonder what it was going to be like to grow up. He grew up because he was in the void, in Deviri. And then he got to a point where he's like, I'm not so curious about what I'm going to look like older than this, so he stopped aging. The children are
dreaming on the next level.
Right, but are you, if you old school Sky 5 fan, I brought up earlier about the movie Altered States. Was an excellent movie, okay? And then there was another movie called Lawnmower Man. But both movies dealt with the mind being able to change your body. An altered state of consciousness can bring about an altered state of being, okay? But, you know, you're not going to sprout wings necessarily, or something like that. And you don't see the indifference doing that with anybody, right? But the fact that the void is this underlying stuff of the universe.
Yes, I remember both.
Right. Fucking, oh man, they don't make movies like that no more. I mean, to me, like, yeah, man, there was a point in time where they got the equation right, you know, and then they started going, oh, let's see what else we can do different, or maybe we can get, like, you got the wheel right. Stop trying to invent that shit.
Another one about a serial killer.
What, Lawnmower Man? Altered States wasn't about no serial killer. But Lawnmower Man, I don't know. I don't think I remember him being a serial killer. He was just handicapped, and they did something to increase his brain capacity. And he could, like, sonically or psychically heal himself and shit like that. Altered States.
No, a different one.
Oh. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Not sure. But you get my point, that an altered state of consciousness can bring about an altered state of being. But also, too, like I said, the kids was like, the Zariman children were traumatized. They were whacked out. And the other important part of that, I've not heard anybody really mention about Margulis, is that she was an Orokin. She was an Orokin that Ballas loved, right? So she was gangster.
Each enemy is
and as the Drifter pointed out, nobody was talking about the Orokin being something to be a problem, right? Nobody was looking at the Orokin as if to say, oh, what you doing is wrong. It was until they killed Margulis that the Tenno had an issue.
Look out for reactant.
And I'm not 100% sure if it didn't have something to do with the dream state or the altered state of consciousness, like being high too, that they may have had, in that Margulis was their handler. And so something happened to her, so, you know, they extra pissed. You know, bear in mind, you know, I think it was Margulis that was behind putting them in the first dream, as well as helping orchestrate the second dream to keep them in check after the first dream didn't pan out, which is what we're about to see. Why the first dream didn't pan out, why they were under the illusion or the dream state of the altered state of consciousness of that they didn't have a physical form, that all they inhabited was the Warframes, right? And so you know, because like I said, it's so cool, and that's another thing I didn't see anybody talk about. Yo, you finally seeing an operator run around in a prime suit, right? It's not just a money maker for DE to be like, oh, wouldn't it be nice to have a prime suit for your operator and your drifter? Nah, the operators used to have prime suits to begin with, and prime Warframes. You know, I mean, especially if they hanging around Ballas and him wanting to have, you know, just a ball ass wanting to have the best of the best, right? So yeah, to me that's just great to really be able to see that played out. You know, and again, like, you know, it kind of also too explains, like, you know, with Margulis perhaps not being this, you know, Mother Hubbard saint per se, but an Orokin that did care about the children and had compassion for enough to want to stand in the way of them wanting to take them out. Because I personally think after they won the war against the Sentients, though they were just thinking themselves as Warframes, they thinking themselves as Warframes, the billiest baddest of them all. And the people are sitting back going, yay, yay. They're all triumphant about them. You know what I'm saying? They're getting all kinds of accolades. And now the Orokin has some contention with how people are worshiping the pedestal that they're on. And they're like, well, they served their purpose. They drove the Sentients back. Let's get rid of them. Let's be done with this shit. And so, yeah. And then that's when Margulis steps in. She blinded, right? And says, no. And they said, well, you got to go. You know how this works. And, you know, they're like, Tenno like,
Extraction
all right,
is ready.
we gonna get your ass when you least expect it. And so they did. They like every turn you look, the Tenno, whether they children of the Zariman, you know, whether they're, you know, in the first dream, the second dream, bro, they killers. Ain't natural born killers. That's the reason why, like I said, they use the strands of Craw, go back, they find the special one, right, of the children, and make sure he's the only survivor, make sure he's without sin.
Is the Entrati family on Deimos test subjects to Albrecht?
They're not excluded.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
They're not excluded. I don't know whether they, Albert's family were test subjects per se, but they're not excluded. And the fact that the Orokin, when it comes down to it, the means always justify the ends. If those ends are what they want, they don't have no scruples about the shit. And especially if you're not one of the 7. If you're not one of the 7, everything's free game for the end of whatever they wish to have. And and Albert being who he is, he like, we'll see what happens. Like, he's been around so goddamn long. But yeah, like I said, it wasn't until the void touched him that he began to really reflect on his humanity, really be at a point to be like, all right, I'm done with all this. This is the last flesh I'm going to transfer to, yada yada. Let me go ahead and find what I've always wanted to find for myself and my people, which is true immortality. Like I said, at the end of Zata, where he, the Miro, he like, yeah, our immortality dies with our son, but that's where I come in. Mr. Billy Bad. Like I said, there's a lot to be had. And another point too, like you may not have been in the broadcast for, is that I brought up the point of Adis at the end where he took the mask off. That meant that he wasn't playing the game no more. He was taking off the persona, the front stage face. Okay, I was really thinking that, like, okay, they just want to emulate or have the Orokin feel more comfortable about him. No. The Sentients were in on the fact that the Drifter, the operators were in the first dream. I put up honorable mention to one of the other broadcasters too that talked about thinking that the Adis was part of a new Sentient that was there to help control the other Sentients and the Drift and the operators. As part of what he was thinking was the second dream. No. I can't see the Orokin wrapping that much up in a Sentient. That even if all the Tenno were paired with one, like, because if something happens to it, then you got a Tenno flipping the fuck out because it then woke up, like, what fuck, nah. But I do believe Adis, of course, as they mentioned, was a new type of Sentient that was being tested. And I think the test was really like, okay, you gonna be cool and loyal to what's up, or you going to be something that's going to revolt against the shit. And then also, too, we're pairing you up with this Tenno so you can keep an eye on it. So you can let us know what it's going to do, what it's not going to do, and be loyal to us. And so when it was trying to heal its sentient brother, not literal brother, but of its kind, its kin, some people were thinking that it was related to Adis or something like that because they had a similar face. I don't think so. It's just that they're kin in the way of being a sentient. But bottom line is that Adis knew that the thing wasn't going to kill it. Wasn't going to kill the Warframe. And Adis was trying to heal it. Now, it may have been trying to heal the Warframe too, but we didn't see no extra special juju coming out on
reinforcements available.
The Warframe or the operator. And a lot of people, there was somebody did point out that the title of the song means having lullaby in it, or whatever, like one of the songs for everything. And I think that also too is another reference to the fact of the first dream. But either way, though, when Adis saw that the Warframe gonna go back to their murderous ways and everything like that, just gonna kill some shit, they're gonna turn around and be like, oh, I didn't have a choice. He was like, yo, I'm done with you, bro. Like, I'm gonna take the front stage face off. I'm gonna take I'm getting rid of the illusion. You know what I'm saying? Similar to my, you're a musician there. Remember Madonna's song? I think it was on her album Bedroom Stories. I keep forgetting the name of it. But she was like, the lyric, she was like, all the world is a stage and everyone has their part. Right? That was part of the lyrics.
On in a few if you have room.
Yeah, of course, definitely. I love you. I love to have you aboard. Mess with me when you get in game. So, like, Yeah, I mean, Adis was like, I'm done playing the game, bro. Like, y'all ain't worth shit, y'all. Like, you know, you know, so
Just
that's what's up.
Get some water.
All right, get some water.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
It's too bad that this hover thing doesn't change colors the same way the rest of her does when you customize it. That sucks.
The game is still loading up, but I'm in love with Mass Effect. I'm enjoying it.
Excellent, Quinn. Definitely enjoy it, man. Like I said, a lot to be had with it. Take your time with the customizations. Don't rush it. The game's not going to go anywhere. You own it. You know what I'm saying? Find some nice customization, role play. I mean, my suggestion is make them look like you in some way, shape, or form, or when you get older, or maybe a relative or something. Got a heavy breather. Heavy breather. Where are you, heavy breather? Where did he go? Like I saw. Dude, like, why do I keep seeing him in the not seeing him?
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more of the enemy.
Do. All right. GG's, everybody. GG's.
Your will was greater. This is good.
So did you say you loaded in there, Gemma? Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. What the? Did I not put the catalyst in? I'm out of Omniformer. Let me go ahead and invite you real quick. Sinatra. Gotcha. Sent you invite there. Invisi. Ooh, getting low on plat. Down on Skid Row. Down on Skid Row. Down on Skid Row. I tell you, I love that whole soundtrack from Little Shop of Horrors. And the fact that they made the helmets look like an Audrey. That shit. DE, I love y'all, boy. Man. Down on Skid Row. Poor. All my life, I've always been poor. Let me stop singing that song for the copyright fuck me up with some shit. But yeah, no, like, I mean, the whole soundtrack, man. Whole soundtrack. I mean, literally, I had like a Texas Instrument cassette tape recorder. I held up to the speaker of the TV that was sitting on the front TV, held speaker, and recorded the soundtrack to Little Shop of Horrors that way. Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
No, serious. I loved it. I loved it. Y'all need to better yourselves. Better ourselves. Better ourselves. When you on Skid Row, there ain't no such thing as better ourselves. Like, I mean, I watched that movie too much, honestly. I watched that movie just too much. Cause I'm your dad.
Hey Gemma.
You know, I get off on the pain I inflict. Oh shit. Suddenly Seymour is standing beside me. With sweet. Let me stop singing, man. They're going to copyright my ass. I'm telling you. Let me stop. Yeah, man. Like I said, I do the songs. I do the songs. Felt the passion. Everybody played. Everybody sang well. Performed well, like all-star cast, like that movie. I'm telling you, the modern day. Because this was the original black and white version, but the modern day Little Shop of Horrors was, you know, that shit was all that and Kit Kat. Oh man. Okay. Do I need to repolarize this again?
Helmet plant low.
Yeah, exactly. I just said DE. They give mad tribute to the inspirations. Truly, I mean, they say the best form of flattery is imitation. Now, they take it. They don't imitate. They take it and synthesize it into a new ideas. There are some things they've imitated to a degree, like the glaive. It don't look much different than it did in the movie Crawl. You know, the helmet doesn't look much different than Audrey 2, although they have some other versions of the way it looks like in 1999. Not really. Well, yeah, they have some other versions of the helmet that look a little bit different, but still in the essence of what Audrey 2 looked like, you know, is there. But yeah, I mean, mad respect. Guess I can finish level. This out, so I need to polarize. I might need to polarize this again. Okay. I should just
First thing I thought when I first saw the helmet.
Right, as far as Audrey 2. Right. Phoebe Seymour. That shit.
I wish Omniforma didn't cost so much.
Yeah, it ain't cheap. The build, it ain't cheap to build, ain't cheap to buy. It ain't cheap, but it's just so powerful. Like, you don't have to build a second weapon, you don't have to build a second Sentinel, you don't have to build a second Warframe. Like, whew. And they took their time bringing it out. You know they had it in their back pocket. And honestly, it's them being competitive that, number one, they came out with, they decided to release the...
Wadidja.
Hey, Amir, El Amir. What's up? What's up? I love the name. They were staying competitive with the First Descendant. The First Descendant came out with... Okay, right. What's up, Omar? They came out with a universal system for their mod system, which they ripped straight out the book of DE. But they're like, okay, well, we'll have it that you can make the mod slot universal. Put whatever mod you want in it. And DE was like, we already had that shit, but we was just waiting until it was necessary to run it because, you know, sure, we got something for that. And we've had this out long enough where it's more than just due for it to come out. And
Prime.
we can still pay our bills with the way we're going to release it. And so it was cool. I'm not faulting DE. You know, I know they had it in their back pocket. Oh, here's where we can change the appearance of this. I know they had it in their back pocket. You can't tell me they did not have the point of the Omniforma in their back pocket for some time. But like I said, they took their time. They respond to competition. Truly, DE truly responds to competition. And they're like, okay, cool. Then also too with the Parazon, like I said, where you see Excalibur Prime bullet jump between the legs of the Titan Colossus thing, and he puts out his right arm, and you see what looks to be a Parazon fling itself at the cliffside, just like Valkyr's, rip line. They add rip line.
Sure an Omniforma is 20 pence, right?
I'm not sure about that in the conversion of money that you're referencing. But yeah, it looks like they're going to be adding a mobility system with the Parazon to the rip line. And again, that's because guess who got not a ripcord, but a grappling hook? First Descendant. And there's a couple other games that have grappling hooks, and people like it, right? Apex Legends, they got grappling hook. Different stuff have grappling hook.
I don't think 20 pencillet is expensive.
Oh, 20 plat. Oh, you said 20 plat. I thought it said, the text in chat, it sounded like it said 20 pence or some shit. Okay, yeah, I mean, it depends on what you look at and how much you value your but the thing is that if you want to Omniforma everything, or you trying to do more, like it will add up. It will add up. You know, three of them for like 150 or something like that, 100 whatever plat. So it's more than that. It's more than 20 plat per. But yeah, so like I said, that's another thing that I haven't heard anybody talk about as far as what DE might roll out. But like I say, might, because they could change some shit they did not.
Wait for wall running again.
Yes.
Titanfall 2 memories.
Right. Titanfall with the raw one and they bring it out. And like I said, play it back. Tell me if you didn't see Excalibur Prime use something that looked like a rip line or grappling hook and bring him in, because for us it's rip line, right? For us it's the Parazon, but it was a grappling hook. He pulled a jump, saw it, boom, pulled him up there.
Between an Omniforma and an A.
And so yeah, so like I'm pretty sure that's going to be what's up. So like normal Forma 3 for $35, that's like $1. It's like 11 plat per. No big deal, right? For the most part. Like if you were to buy it straight out, which, you know, isn't really necessary.
Sorry, I accidentally typed enter.
Okay. And then Omniform is 150 plat for 3. So that's like what 50. Damn, I'm doing my math right. I'm tired. No, shit. 153. Yeah, 50 platter pop. Yeah, 3 times 5 is 15. Right. So that's 50 platter pop.
Hey.
That ain't no 20 plat. Bandito, ¿cómo está usted, mi amigo? Let's see. Yes, so yeah, Gemma,
I'm not talking about how much it costs. I want to know, what does an Omniforma do? Omni slot, you can put any mid in it.
Right, it's universal. Omni meaning all mods. Or universal mod. Correct, in the slot. Is what that's good for. That is what that is good for. Alright, did you want to run Steel Path for some relics? Or did you... She got 9 hours. Did you want to run... No. Okay, is you good with Steel Path? Okay. Let's see what we got.
Basically like an Umbral format.
No, it's not like an Umbral format. Matter of fact, the only mod slot you cannot... The only mod you cannot put in an Omni Forma slot are the Umbral mods. Umbral mod is very specific and singular to the Umbral mods. The Umbral Forma and the mod slot, it's only for Umbral mods, only for Umbral Forma. Anything else you put in, if you put a different mod in an Umbral mod slot, it's going to have a negative drain. You cannot put an Umbral mod in an Omniforma slot. It will have a negative drain. So the only mod currently that does not, it's not universal for the Omniforma, is the Umbral. Do you have Neo? You got a lot of duplicates for Neo there?
Neo is the only one that I don't have a lot of.
Oh, okay, no worries.
Look, hold on, I can tell you. 1 second.
Ain't no thing but a chicken wing.
I have a lot of mace. So, okay, so I have 4 Neo. That's it.
Oh, okay, no worries. You got Lilith, right? I mean Lith.
Yeah, I have that.
Right.
Yeah, that, and I have Meso. I have a lot of Meso.
Okay, the only thing up right now on Meso is Interception, and that's...
Is there an Omni? Oh no, that would be too high on Steel Path.
Still got a bunch of Umbral.
Well, not necessarily, but...
I did invest some of them on my Rhino, though.
Omni, but what's it called?
Excellent, Bandito. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the conjunction, Omni Fissure.
Yeah,
it's a survival. I mean, it's to me. I like to run the conjunction survivals if I'm going to do a Radiant, because people are in there typically trying to really get something. In my opinion.
Okay. Well, whatever, but I just only have 4 Neo, so...
Yeah, no worries.
I have
We can
no
do Lith.
Axie at all.
Yeah, I've always been low on Axie. But yeah, we'll run a Lith. It's just as, just as good. I think I'm gonna have to have me a tasty snack. Some pretzel crisps. Garlic parmesan.
At least you've got some Axie. I've got Nada face with tears of joy.
Right. Yeah, Axie. I don't know what it is about the Axies. There's always Skid Row on that. Oh, shit, we got the Urelli squad.
And you may yet avoid it. Trust in your training.
The enemy is at
The girls
our
are back in town.
You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive. Watch out. I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic?
Oh, did you see that?
Gemma, you have a great voice. You should have your own podcast or even be perfect as a radio show host. Okay, hand, medium dark skin tone.
Hey Gemma, while you were talking, they were talking too, and they were saying that you have a great voice and you should do your own podcast type thing.
The corrupted enemies are dropping reactant.
Did you catch that?
To open your void relic. The reactant is working on your relic.
I didn't because my game is louder than... I can't hear you very well.
Oh, okay. You know, we could start a PlayStation chat too. That might be even better for everybody else in games.
Whoopsie. Yeah, that actually might be better.
Okay. Hold on 1 second.
In a few minutes.
I can go in a void. I can go in void mode for a second. Hold on. Oh, you invited me to party. Okay, I got you. You sent one and I sent one. What, as far as the broadcast? You didn't want them to hear you? Right. Did you not want them to hear you is what I was asking. Okay, so they were actually complimenting you. They were saying that you have a great voice and you should probably do your own podcast and stuff like that. Hey, Chad, can you hear her? Can you hear Gemma? Can y'all hear me? Hold on. Let me turn the volume up.
Negative. Can't
Testing,
hear
testing.
her now.
Well, I'm hearing me. You can't hear me, Bandito? Oh, he can't hear you.
We hear you.
Oh, Right. Now you cool. I'll go back and start one if you don't mind everybody hearing you, because like I said, they were giving you some props. Okay, cool. Only momento. Oh, it's okay. Like I said, you should just get a notification for it. Hold on 1 second. All right. Are you? No, you're alive. Oh, really? Okay, yeah. It's not too bad. I think you can just... You're on PlayStation, so you can press your PlayStation button in-game, too. Right, you press your PlayStation button, and then you'll have, like, your little options at the bottom, and then you would click on your game base. This is correct. They should. Nautilus Prime Cerebrum. And Nautilus Prime Systems. That's how they like to do you. Yeah, Chad, you hear Gemma, aka Shania Troy. Oh, shit, let me choose my relic.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Still can't hear Gemma.
Oh, they say they still can't hear you. It might be an option that you have. You may have your options turned off for you to share your chat. So we could investigate how to queue that up if you want after the mission. You follow me on that thing? Ooh. Yeah, glad you felt up to get on game and join in on the fun. Oh, really? Oh, that's sweet. Well, no, it's the right on. It's good. You know, the fact that you decide to take the time to think about it and evaluate it matters most. Yeah, my wife's friend, she every time one of her pets dies, I've known my wife for like 18 years now. And her girlfriend that she's had since childhood, like anytime a pet passes away, she got a new one before you can blink. You know, and it's not like she doesn't love her pets any less than anybody else per se. It's just that's just her thing. She's not gonna wait for the point, you know, or as far as getting another pet. You know, sometimes it hits people differently, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. I know my mom, like, she's always, she loves to preserve as much as she can everything in life. Like, we've got several pets that are cremated. It's all good. Right. Right on. That's beautiful. Right on. All right. Understood. Well, yeah, I mean, there are memories to it as well. I mean, it's yeah, they're more than just the item.
Grinning face with sweat rolling on the floor, laughing. I feel left out.
Right. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah. 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 No, it doesn't. Oh. Okay, that's good. But I mean, I understand. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Nestor, we're talking about just, you know, preserving things, preserving life, and the memories therein, and items that are a part of those memories as long as you can, depending on what it is, you know. You know, like for example, even with YouTube, me preserving the gaming experience, sharing with others is a form of preserving, you know. But yeah, my mother, big time on the preserving, big time. Can't, you know, got all kinds of stuff from me when I was little. Yeah, I'm her only son, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, she got some of my hair, right? My step grandmother got me a Bichon, toy poodle type, you know, pit dog, when, like, for a Christmas present. Like, I didn't really celebrate Christmas. She was just giving me and my uncle, who's actually 2 years younger than me, a dog for Christmas, both of us. So we both got, I got the girl pup from the litter, he got the boy pup from the litter, and I named her Athena Aphrodite, because I always like to sort of combine the Greek gods and stuff. But yeah, she was just absolutely precious, and really kind of wound up becoming my mom's dog more so than mine. And I later got a Shih Tzu, and he kind of was definitely my dog. Like I found him one stormy night, just prancing down the alley. Our front of our house was technically an alley, but regardless of the point, and I named him Zeus Apollo, and he was absolutely phenomenal. That dog, like, my mother swore out and down he was a reincarnated white man. But regardless of the point, is that Zeus was hilarious and just absolutely precious. But you know, the Bichon, my mother cared for completely and utterly to her last breath, you know, and like even had the, you know, little Athena, and we call it Teeny, in diapers, you know, was feeding her. I mean, Teeny was so old, like all she could do really was coo like a little baby. She had regressed completely, but you know, was happy, you know, was not in any kind of, you know, discomfort or anything. But yeah, I mean, it's care for life as much as you can, as long as you can, is admirable. You know, I'm just not big on if a dog's suffering, you know, because I was a veterinary assistant, and animals suffering, and you know, people like, like, yo, for real. Like, if it was me, I'd be like, yo, for real, can you let me go, please? Like, you know, like, it's all good. I know we want to hold on, but yeah, greener pastures, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just me. You know, everybody's different in the way of themselves, and I'm not going to knock them for whatever they do. You know, their right might be my wrong. My wrong might be their right, whatever. But for me, like I said, it's seen a lot, you know, as a veterinary assistant, and what can be done. And I mean, I've been through a lot too, even with real people, when it comes to wanting to try to keep somebody around. It's rough, you know, on everybody. But everybody needs to balance it and handle it how they do best. So, you know, but yeah, like I said, my mom's, she big on another man's trash and somebody else's treasure. You know, we've seen some hard times. Can't tell you go through some dump, you know, that where, you know, people just throwing stuff where they don't need to be throwing it, but that particular area of land winds up becoming a dump, and you know, we go in there and we getting the nicest of the trash, taking it home, putting some what was it? What do they call that shit? I forgot. The paper that you can stick on some shit. It's not wallpaper, but like you put it on the surface or something to make it look nice. What the fuck that shit was called? But yeah, like I said, so like I've seen some hard times. My mom's is a collector. That's the polite way to put it. And you know, was it just not too while back? We're going to the went to the zoo with my son, my stepdad, my mom, and me. It was on Father's Day, but it was shortly before my son's birthday. And so we were celebrating Father's Day and my son's birthday. We went to the zoo, and like there was some nice looking Pepsi cup sitting on the top of the trash can. And somebody just like next thing you know, my mom done pocketed that shit. I was like, it was like, I know nobody saw that shit. This is hilarious, but like she like, you never know, this might be worth something. Like, oh man. But so yeah, Jim, like if you could trust me, like anything you tell me about that you may collect or save, trust me, I'd be surprised if you could top my mom's on the things she collects and saves and preserves. I'm telling you. Right on, right on. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, my mom too. Yeah. Yeah. Right, right. Right. Well, I grant you, yes. I'm not sure, if they were from different years, trust me, the material changed. Right, right. I heard that. I know. Yep. Yeah. No, same with my mom. I mean, nothing. Another man's treasures. I mean, another man's trash, another man's treasure. Yeah, I kid you not. Yeah, cabbage patch. Yeah, like whatever. Like, yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. I follow you. I mean, truth. Like I mean, it's not bragging. Trust me. It's just fact of it, the truth of it, and what my stepfather. In fact, my mom found a good man that loved her and was like, loves her. And it's like, okay, this your thing. We'll work with it, right? He retired. He retired early in life. He actually retired late. Part of that's plus with my mom's collection thing, but yeah, he was like, hey, we can go build ourselves our own home, and he talked to me about it. He was like, yeah, I offered, like, we could have built a nice little home on the beach or somewhere, the coast of wherever, blah 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 blah. But yeah, my mom opted for a 10,500 square foot house with a 5-stop elevator in every room. Slow down. It is. Every room, from wall to wall, and almost floor to ceiling, is full of things. I think that's one of the mods that have you running around where you leave a string of a path of stuff underneath your feet. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I think that's a mod, like Fire Step or something like that. I think it might be called, where you can run around and leave a trail of destruction or underneath your feet of whatever fire toxin. They got different ones. Yes, I saw that. Yes, if you doing the ultimate with the shotgun, yeah, I saw that. Mad props. Right on. Nice. Yeah. Good memories. Right, now it can help you.
Assume ability, I think.
As Bandito was saying that he thought it was Nezha's assumed ability that was leaving Firewalker. I think that's what it's called or something like that. That was leaving the trail of nastiness. Is Nezha a she? It's a rather androgynous character, I'll tell you that much. But yeah, so if you go to, so I can help you try to get your voice thing up here. So let me see here. Hey Bandito, have you seen that Mass Effect posting that Troy posted in Discord?
I
okay.
thought Nezha was like a teenage frame.
Right, it comes from Chinese mythology. I think Nezha is a male, but it's a bit androgynous. I think there's some versions where Nezha is a female too. But yeah, so Troy, if you go to the party voice chat, right, you pull up your PS.
I left a comment on her video.
Yeah, Bandito left a comment on your video. So if you go to... Correct. So you go to... Correct. Headphones and messages. Right. So like I said, go to headphones, scroll down to the party that you're part of, and then you scroll down to so at the top, okay, you'll see invite players, share screens, start share play, invite to game, and then you'll see 3 dots to the right. Click on the 3 dots to the right, and you should see something for voice chat settings. Okay. Take your time, relax, breathe. It's all right. It takes a minute to figure out and navigate through all this. Trust me, I've been there. So you're just going to go to the 3 dots, and when you click on that, then you're going to go to voice chat settings. She's left the party. We'll get her back. I hear I hear a microphone.
Can you still hear me even though...
Yes.
Oh, no,
yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. I think you hit the wrong thing or you hit the right thing,
okay,
if that's
so
what you meant to do.
Up.
No, it's okay. It happens.
Can you invite me to the party again?
Already did. On it.
PlayStation button.
Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right, just your PS button, and then you click on the two little people with the circle around them at the bottom of your screen. You don't have to hit your home button or anything. You don't have to go to the home screen. You should be able to navigate it, but just hitting your PlayStation button on your controller. You're gonna put up a little menu at the bottom of your screen. Go to the two little people with the circle, click on that, and scroll down to where the party is that you're part of. Or what? Basically, it is a game base. And you see something for notifications and game base. Whatever, it may have a different icon, but it's game base is the name of it. Okay. Right. You go to. Right. Right. So, correct. Correct. Yes, ma'am. That's it.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Hey, all right. Hey, Bendito. Broadcast chat. Can you hear Gemma, aka Shania Troy, daughter of Worf and Deanna Troy, the lovely Deanna Troy.
We got you, Gemma.
Oh,
they got affirmative.
Face.
It's just a little button I had to click. All right.
Yeah, yeah. All
Doesn't
right.
look like my controller is charging because, I mean, the little green charging symbol is next to the battery, but the level seems to be going down for some reason. I don't know
I've
what's going
seen
on
that
with
happen
this thing.
from time to time. You just gotta make sure it's plugged in, and plus, too, like sometimes your activity can drain it faster than what it's charging. You know.
Oh yeah.
Depends
Okay.
on what's up. But as long as you see the charging light on, you should be all right.
Okay.
But that is,
All right, so I'm all set then.
you have some
Good,
kind of
good.
indication that it's charging. Okay, give me 1 second here. Trying to.
You have to pardon me because I have a stuffy nose. I've been crying all weekend, all week.
I understand.
So
No worries.
I am a little stuffy right now.
Understandable.
And if you guys are wondering, I lost my dog on Monday. And so that's what we were talking about as far as preserving things and stuff like that. But I may have found a new puppy already, but I was
I'm so sorry,
about,
disappointed face.
Does that sound crazy? Because she hasn't been gone for
My
a whole week
condolences,
yet.
Gemma, folded hands.
They're giving you
But-
some condolences, Gemma. Do you have your phone up? Just maybe keep an ear out
Yeah.
for chat.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I have my tablet.
Okay.
So yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Well, keep in mind too. Like, I don't know if the
Thank
dog
you.
in mind you're thinking of, like, there's not like some kind of limited time in which it may not be available. If you've if you've seen a dog, in other words, I'm saying, if you've seen a dog that has kind of captured your heart a little bit, or even to even consider the point, like you wouldn't want to miss out on that.
R.I.P. to your companion.
That circumstance, you know, the opportunity, so to speak.
Yeah.
It's not a limited time situation, is it?
Well,
like you have time to think of?
Not really, because, well, I mean, she does want to, you know, get rid of the dogs because it's actually my neighbor's sister, and she works 2 jobs, and she wants to kind of move it along because she doesn't really have time for this, and she's actually, so I don't know. Oh my gosh, she's giving me a good deal too, because it's another Sheepoo.
Oh, really?
And yeah, talk about coincidence.
Yeah.
My neighbor's like, oh yeah, my sister just had puppies in April.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh really? What kind of Sheepoo? Are you kidding me?
Right. Right. To me, that's another kismet moment. I'm glad I said something too, because it's like,
yeah,
it may be meant for the point, meant to be, in that way,
Asking for these puppies.
Nestor says
$300. $300.
That's her asking price?
It costs more to adopt one.
Right.
And if you bought one, they're like $2,500.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Sounds like it's meant to be.
It's a Shih Tzu poodle mix.
Mm-hmm. And that's what my mother were hoping that the Shih Tzu I had and the Bichon were going to breed, because both of them were fertile. We never got either one of them spayed or neutered.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons why my mom thought he was no slight to folks, take this shit with a grain of salt. You know what I'm saying? My mother just has a sense of humor too. But yeah, he used to just lick on her from head to toe. That's why she kind of thought he was a reincarnated white man. But either way, though, and she would just lay back and just enjoy every moment of it. But he was absolutely just precious. Like,
my buddy has like 3 golden doodles. Poodles are really smart dogs.
Yeah, they are brilliant.
Poodles are extremely smart. Like my Bindi, she has a good 100 toys, and she knows the name to every single one of them. I'll tell her, well, go get your piggy, or go get your lion, or whatever, and she'll run and get it. She'll dig through her toy box and get it. She was smart. I mean, it was kind of scary how smart she was.
Right.
She would pick up words. If I bought her a new toy and I say, well, that toy is Bluey. Mm-hmm. She'll already know it. She'll be like, okay, that's Bluey.
They're brilliant.
Yeah.
The Bichon, they just very related to the poodles. They're like a toy poodle in a way, but just like their hair is like human hair. That's what the extraordinary thing about the Bichon. 2
Bichons before her. I'll have to send you pictures of my 2 Bichons that I had before her.
Okay, cool. And but yeah, she would go. Like when we
my dad taught my childhood dog, who was a terrier/poodle mix, how to play dead if you pointed and yelled, boom.
Right. Yeah, dogs are smart like that. Extraordinary. I put some on your LA. What's this new temple? I haven't done anything with him yet. But yeah, so when we would kind of put him in the kitchen, and we would take this thing and put it between the door so they couldn't get out the doorway. But it would fit behind the refrigerator. She'd go behind the refrigerator, pull it open, let everybody out. Like she just is smart, very smart. But
I'm gonna upload a video or 2 of her a little later on my channel, and I'll share it. I'll put it on private, but I'll share it in oh gosh. Okay, brain fart.
It's all good.
That
Discord.
Chat please.
Discord. Yes, you're good. It's all right. Nothing. Right. Okay. Are you about ready for another mission?
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
I've only ever had one dog. He was a Patterdale Terrier called Ollie.
Oh.
Had stamina of a stallion. It was hilarious watching him gallop around.
Oh, that's awesome.
Your Ollie had the zoomies, had like massive zoomies, I guess.
What's a zoomie?
When they run around like they lost their mind.
Right. Got you. Right. Right. Yeah, I like I said, had a good amount of pets growing up. Like when we moved from Chicago to Baltimore, we had a cat. We called it a Monday kitty. It's because we found her on a Monday, right? And she wound up getting knocked up when we moved to Baltimore. And then my mom found some cats. Some cats came around and wanted to stay. And by the time we was done, we had like 20 freaking cats almost. We even had one of those rare breed cats, like, and we found him like as a baby. He had the ones that are gray. They kind of like got blue eyes or something weird like that, but they have 6 claws on each paw.
Our position has been compromised.
Yeah.
Right, I can't remember what the breed is, but we found him, and I named him Bilbo Baggins because like in the Hobbits, Bilbo lost one of his fingers, but my Bilbo had an extra finger, and but then like one time we went on vacation on a summer, and my step grandmother didn't like the fact that we had all these cats. Because we were living in the basement of my grandfather's house, and my step grandmother, like I said, times were rough. You know what I'm saying? After my mom got divorced, it was the best we could do. But yeah, step grandmother didn't like it, and she let them all out while we was on vacation. How about they ran away?
Oh no!
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness!
Scandalous.
No way! Oh, that's awful.
Yeah, the woman was an interesting person. I remember we went on a family vacation with everybody, and it was my grandfather's car. He had one of those 2-door type sedans, so everybody was crammed in it, like 3 or 4 people in the back. I can't remember. And somebody in the front, because it was my mom's, him, me, the grandmother, the step grandmother rather, and he's driving, and my uncle. My grandfather had a child very late in life. He was 2 years younger than me, matter of fact. Either who, it was a surrogate. He was married to my grandmother. Like, long story anyway. But the wicked step grandmother, so to speak, decided to take a shit in the back of the car while we all on this family vacation, crammed up in the vehicle. Like, you don't take a poo while you sleep. Like, it's physically impossible to shit while you sleep. And it's like, we were like, really? You gonna try to pretend like you didn't know you had to take a shit? This woman was a trip. I ain't gonna bullshit
Stalker's here. Oh no, that's not Stalker. Who's that? Oh, that's the red veil guy. I guess they're gonna raid us or something. Or raid me. He's my enemy. You don't have any enemies.
No.
Hello.
Omar was good.
So can I, Jewel?
Where's daggone green?
There's 2
green dudes that they always like to
Yeah, we
hide.
can pick you up. We're farming for ducats.
Yeah, so Barrow's gonna only be here till today. I guess today.
Another 7
What
hours.
time does he leave?
Another 7 hours or so from now.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna be doing it for a while.
Well, yeah, if you're up. I mean, I'm not.
At least I
gonna
got some sleep.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll probably be up after for a while.
Yeah.
I
think I maybe have another hour in me, maybe something like that.
Okay.
Maybe, because I said.
Yeah, when you started the stream, I was like, okay, I'm about to pass out. and then I was gone.
Right, that's good.
Because I scrolled up and I was like, oh yeah, I remember that now.
Right on, right on.
And last night I just disappeared because we were having a nice conversation, and then when I woke up, I was actually in the middle of typing something about going to sleep, and when I woke up, I noticed I didn't send it.
Right,
I was like, oh man.
Yeah.
Who's voice chatting?
That's Gemma,
kitties.
aka Shania Troy.
I'm putting a J in my name tag on it.
Why the J? What's the significance of that?
So people will start calling me Gemma.
Oh, that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Like a gem, like a gemstone.
Right. Yeah, you did point that out to me. Thank you. I apologize. It's I'm playing the game too, and I'm pictured into my head.
It's funny because it's not even my real name, and it's
I know.
like
yeah.
It's because I got it from Agents of
I didn't
Steel.
hear the who again.
I don't know if you've ever watched that.
What is it?
No, Agents of what is it
It's
called?
Gemma Omar.
Agents of. Oh my goodness.
Agents of Shield.
Shield. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gemma was one of the scientists.
Agents of Shield.
It was her and a guy. And I guess they were in love or something.
Okay. Can't recall that character, but I oh, you mean the live version of Agents of Shield?
The TV show. The TV show.
Right. Well, yeah, it comes from the comic book thing too. But yeah, okay, yeah. I for some odd reason I'm not picturing the character, but I watched it. I don't know if I watched all the series, all of the series or not. But definitely familiar with it. I think I feel like I've watched them all. But I don't know why I'm not remembering that character. It's all good. It's been a minute.
Are we gonna pick up somebody?
Sure. Let's go ahead and slide on out, and that way will stop with this going on here.
So we learn
Is this mission gonna expire anytime soon?
I don't know. There'll be another one to replace it. We'll be okay.
Okay.
Do you like that one a lot or something?
Oh no, I just wanted to make sure we had a what do you call it? Never ending or mission to do.
Oh.
Or what do you call it?
To me, well,
endless mission.
It doesn't need to be. I mean, because you're still using the same amount of stuff. And to be honest with you, as far as you trying to grind, to me, the exterminates, the crossfires, the rescues, they're the fastest. I mean, you can get those
capture
done.
Is like there's like 3 capture. You just run in, get it, and leave.
Right.
Those are actually really fast.
Right. Exactly. So yeah, there's none of that on rotation right now, except for the Axie has a rescue. So that's okay.
Oh, my back. Sorry.
My neck and my back. My back and my neck.
Yeah. My back and my neck.
My neck and my back. My neck and my back and my neck. Not with you. Oh.
Injured. Oh my goodness.
Right on, Bandito.
Friday. I remember Friday. I remember all those lines.
Oh, yeah. Hilarious. Hilarious. Stop lying, Craig.
Hey, go get me some cigarettes. This ain't enough. This will make it enough.
I don't have too much lit relics, got 2 only.
My son. Oh, there we go. My son. Oh my gosh. We always go through those lines. It's like because when I used to send him out to the store, he'd be like, "This ain't enough. Make it enough."
Right.
If my pop's tripping, man. He want me to ask for my bike back. You know how he always trip.
That's funny, Nessa.
What bike?
Yo, he's pulling a Debo on you.
You got knocked the fuck out.
Huh. He was talking about his pops. Sound like pulling a Debo on him with his own bike. That's funny. Yeah, I'm waiting for my son to get old enough because he's named after me. He's the second. I ain't give him the junior on the end. I gave him the second, but I'm waiting for him to get old enough so I can mess with him on that junior tip. Cause
the beach cruiser, the one I lent you a couple weeks ago, the one I've been asking you about.
I know, Nessa, it was funny. Like I don't know if y'all like
that bike. Oh yeah, I got it over here, homie.
Nestor. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
but that's his pops messing with him about it though. Pulling that Debo on him like that.
Friday is Brill face with tears of joy.
Yo, I said they don't do them like that anymore. But yeah, I don't know if you've all seen a movie called Smokey and the Bandit with Jackie Gleason and Burt Reynolds.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
That shit was fucking hilarious because when
it was.
Jackie Gleason, he had his son. Then Jackie Gleason's the sheriff, right? And his son is like this deputy, but he's not too bright on things, right? And very meaningful though, nice person, but just not bright, and in the way of things, so to speak. And it was some shit that was going down, and Jackie Gleason, he was like, gets in the squad car because he always called him Junior. He was named after him. He gets in the squad car with his son after his son did some stupid shit. He was like, Junior, remind me when we get home to smack your mama right in the mouth. Because there ain't no way you my son. Like, you'd have to see it and get the context of it to not think that it was some kind of weird abusive shit. Because it was just comedy of its time. And just his delivery of the line was just hilarious. It was just priceless. But yeah, like I'm not gonna say something like to my son, I'm gonna smack your mom in the mouth. But it's just the way he would call his son Junior. It was just funny. So like I really looking forward to when my son gets older to just mess with him because he's the second, not Junior, right? And so just to mess with him every so often, like Junior, what are you doing, boy? Yeah, I'm gonna have fun with it. Put it that way. I'm a little country. You know what I'm saying? Like I call my mom, call my pa, my stepdad, Paul.
Do you see that movie Sinners?
Sinners?
Yeah, it's a newer movie. I don't know what it's on. It might be on Netflix or something.
Okay, I don't think I have. I haven't seen a lot of movies lately. Not the time.
Yeah, I haven't either. Like. Personally, but I watch
Sinners
reaction
was amazing,
channels.
clapping hands, medium dark skin tone.
Who, react to movies and TV shows and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't have all those paid services, so it's kind of a free way to watch a movie, sort of. To watch somebody else watch it, and it's pretty funny. Well, it's not supposed. It's a horror.
It's a horror movie.
But yeah, it's a horror movie, but it's it's an all-black horror movie.
Oh, really? What's it about?
Yeah.
Sinners?
I can't tell you because it's kind of. Oh, actually, you know what? It's kind of like what we were talking about last night about Crossroads. It's about a musician who can't give up his guitar.
Is that the one with the vampire joints?
Yes.
I've been wanting to see that. Yeah, it's all good. Yes. I saw some information about it. It's no spoilers on it.
Okay.
It's all good.
I didn't want to spoil it.
Nah, I'm not like that about stuff. Like, because trust you, by the time I get to it, I'm not going to really be like remembering everything like that.
That's it. You need to see that. It's pretty good.
Plus, too, like, to me, nothing replaces the reality of it. Like, you can tell me about all kinds of stuff, I can imagine it and this, that, and the other, but it's not going to compare to the reality of it, in my opinion. But yes, no, I am definitely looking forward to it, because that's got my man in it, you know, who did, what is the, what's the black gentleman's name? Oh,
Nestor, you saw it? Okay.
What's his name? Pretty black man.
Michael J. White or something?
No, that's not
J. What's his name?
What's his name again? But yeah, I think we talk about the same person.
Yeah.
Michael B. Jordan. There we go. Thank you.
Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan.
From The Wire.
Right. Yes. Great actor. Excellent actor.
I know a handsome man when I see one.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to consummate nothing with a man, but I appreciate myself because I'm a man, right? So it's like, how am I going to not recognize if another man's attractive? It's all good. I ain't got to sleep with him.
I was like girl crushing on Rebecca on stage, and you know, I'm a grandma, so you know, I got kids and grandkids.
It's all good.
You know,
yeah, Rebecca, boy, like she was rocking it out. Yeah, you played the bass.
Thigh-high boots and stuff.
Right. Yeah, she was bringing it. She was bringing it. Somebody said that Steve was on stage too, though.
Yeah, I heard that. I didn't realize that.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I got a girl crush on Rebecca now after I saw that. Because, you know, also being a musician and everything, I was like, oh man, this is just way too cool. This is like...
Yeah.
This is beyond cool.
Rebecca was... I mean, but the thing is, not only is she playing bass, she's remembering all the sets. She played every set of every song.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's talent, bro. Like, just to remember everything. Let alone, you know, yeah, she was handling it.
I don't have any energy. Like, where's all the energy at?
I don't know, man. A lot of caffeine. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean.
No, I mean in-game energy. Like, my Urelli can't do her thing.
Well, come towards the center.
Well, yeah, I just dropped down an energy thing.
Okay, I was about to drop one down too. But yeah, you know, Rebecca Ford.
She probably grew up a band kid. Those kids are secret weapons when it comes to instruments, lol.
She's a band kid. You know, this one time in band camp, they asked me to play a flute. But no, was that American?
I love her.
American Pie.
That was another girl crush I had. Allison Hannigan.
Oh, really?
She was so cute. Yeah, well, because I watched Buffy.
Oh yes. Yeah, Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah, she was Willow in Buffy, and she was so cute.
Now, is that the one? That's not the one that went into the cult stuff, is it?
Yeah, she turned into a witch.
Well, no, I'm talking about real life. Joined this sort of...
No. I don't think she did that. No,
I'm getting her confused with somebody else. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm getting her confused with somebody else.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Is this on public? We only got 3 people? I'm gonna have to throw down some specters here.
I already did.
Okay. Man, I was playing, and pardon me if I'm mouth breathing, because like I said, I have a stuffy nose.
Oh, I can't tell. You sound. It's all right. I
have to breathe through my mouth.
Right.
But yesterday I was playing. Oh crap! 1 second, because I forgot what I was going to say. Shoot. What was I talking about? I was talking about...
We're talking about Rebecca. We're talking about movie stars. Sinners came up.
Well, I was talking about something about the game. Oh, crap. Oh, I'll remember later.
My bad.
No. It's just... My mind just goes blank sometimes.
Sometimes
people
it just
problems.
go there. Sometimes. Why is this such a mob pit for these bastards all over the place?
It's the other OPP. Old people problems.
Oh, okay. I was about to say I just flashed back to OPP song. You know me, OPP.
Yeah. I was talking about getting a flippin' specter. Then I
Oh,
said
that's
something
right.
else.
You
I
talking
can't
about putting
remember.
down a spectre? Yeah, right, Bandito. You know this song. OPP, yeah, you know me.
Oops! Oh, I didn't mean to drop that. Ugh.
Yeah, it's ridiculous the way certain
This
songs
dude came in here and knocked me over.
like
Alright,
popularized, like that shit's supposed to be cool. That's some
I gotta,
scandalous shit, OPP.
deploys. Oh, that was a Nightwave. Deploying a Spectre. It was a Nightwave accomplishment or something. Cool.
Okay. Doesn't matter what we get there. But let's go ahead and back out, see if we can't pick up a fourth person.
Okay, yeah, sounds
And
good.
And if that doesn't go well, we can always switch to normal mode, because no need to make this.
Did we? Did we
need to make
get
it.
Oh, we did.
Stressful.
Okay, I didn't see that. It's not too stressful. I just need to pair.
No, like Omar. Yeah, GG there, Omar. Yeah, he doesn't have the greatest connection either.
Oh, okay,
so it's
okay.
difficult for him to sort of sometimes, sometimes we be finding Omar LGAC there on the ground. So everybody plays at their own pace. It's all good, but we can adjust. Now he said he only has, I think now, one lift. And what other
I
rugs
have a
do you
lot of
have?
Meso.
You have
I have Meso. Yeah.
You have Meso, Omar, LGAC. And bear in mind, the only Meso that's available is a spy mission. Yay.
So I know you said you wanted to keep your your clan small, but are you still accepting people?
Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand it to the next stage, because I've more than enough people have already asked to want to come on board with Invictus. So I think it'd be comfortable enough to take it to the next level with that. And I was going to do a broadcast featuring the point of it, and building on the dojo for the extras, for the room to expand the clan. So I'd like to hope to do that next week. So he does have me.
Can you give me just a few minutes? I gotta go to my N7 ready room. I'll be right back.
All right, take your time. Okay, there, Omar. That's great. We'll pull up that spy mission. So get yourself ready for whatever Warframe that you like to run with for spy missions there. It's a corporate spy mission.
I didn't tidy up. Sorry. Have the housekeeping instincts of a feral cat. A few others.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, is
right.
Nestor's in?
Yeah, LG. LG Act.
Nestor's in?
Nestor.
Oops. Let me turn this down. I'm gonna get an
Chuck
echo.
Bronson. What's up, Chuck Bronson? Got room for more? Yeah, Chuck with Bronson, we got room for you, my friend. What's good? Yup. You ain't got time for Chuck Bronson.
Oh, that's good. Now we got 4.
Right on.
Oh, that's good. Now we got 4.
Let me turn this to friends only. I think I sent you an invite there, Mr. Bronson. It says full. Hey, let me break up the group and re-invite everybody back. Hang on a second.
Okay. Okay. Uh-oh. Wait, hold up. Oh, I gotta leave this group.
Could not deliver invitation to Chuck Bronson.
Okay, no, I was still in with Omar. Can you send it again?
Okay. Hey, Chuck, try to join me if you can. Hold on. You see you need another invite.
Okay, that's better. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Now, I have it on friends only, so y'all should be able to just join me. Try to join without invite. I don't know if you can hear me on voice.
Yes. So my clan is wait, hold on, let me turn this down. My clan is kind of big, it's a couple hundred people, but I have not run anything with them. The founder of the clan is super nice. He's on PlayStation. He's really nice, and I've made a lot of donations and invested a lot in the clan, but I don't know one person in there.
Wow.
And
that's surprising.
Yeah, nobody talks to anybody. So I've been kind of sticking in there because I invested a lot, and the founder is really nice. But I don't know. I mean, a clan is a community, and we're like a dysfunctional family who don't talk to each other. So I'm thinking about, just kind of maybe leaving.
Right on.
I mean, I made a lot of donations in there, but you know how I am. I if I see a cause that I believe in, I donate.
Right. It's all good. Well, yeah, with my clan, like I said, I the only thing I don't have are a few colors that I don't even worry about. Research has always been done, always accomplished the goals on things.
Good.
Generally solo for the most part, but we got a good group of folks together with the clan now, and there's people chipping in on the point, so we should be fine. And again, I don't mind taking it up to the next level of things, because I think it goes from 10 to 30 or something like that.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So, we should be fine. It's manageable. You know, and that's within the limit of it because it's like there's you, there's Love Machine, and Vivian Harlow, who's in the clan. She has 2 counts, but she's got. Wolfang! What's up? What's good? Good to see you in chat, bro. Yeah. But yeah, it's Vivian Harlow has a couple of folks that are real cool, small clan, but they don't have much going on. So they were talking about trying to find a clan that can bring them in. So yeah, that would take us in a decent range of people for the next level up. Everybody seems real swell that wants to join. You know, no bad apples from what I can, you know, in the slightest way. So I think it'd be real nice. And again,
yeah, because I'm looking for people to play with. You know, I just want to have, because you know, I don't know, that in my mind, you know, that's also being part of a clan is having friends. You know,
well, yeah,
and
it's
people
helpful
to hang out with. You know,
it's helpful. It's helpful. It depends on how much time you have to it, your personality. You know. Yeah, but you would want to think that it is a place where, you know, if you wanted to be social, there would be somebody to be social with, right?
Right, exactly. Yep.
Got my Ross. Wait a minute.
A fissure.
Why am I running the wrong way? Here we go.
Is that an angel I see?
They're dropping reactant. Use it to crack open a relic.
Huh, Claire just referenced my Drifter as an angel. Got my Huros cloaked.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures.
Yeah, we do need to get the relics too, don't we? Maybe we should group up and get the relics and then go to the objectives. I'm used to just running off to the objective when it comes to these spy shits.
So there's a place on Sedna where you can just run a couple of missions and get a bunch of Neo relics.
Oh. Now, we're good. I think we got enough relics to do.
Yeah, we're running out of time because Barrow's not going to be here very long.
I think he's going to be here for another 6 hours, 7 hours.
Well, I mean, you're going to go to bed, so you're going to sleep through the rest of your hours.
Yeah, I'm not worried.
So,
I mean, unless you I mean, bear in mind, like, to take time away to then go farm for relics, to then go crack them is going to take time away from cracking relics.
Right, yeah, that's what, yeah.
So
wait, where did everybody go? I'm over here by myself. Where's everybody? I went ahead. Okay.
Well, I got 10 of the fissure stuff. That's what I was saying. Like, we stay together.
Yeah, I only have 5 because I can only get them when somebody else cracks them. I can't get them from myself. You know what I mean? Like what? Okay. Ooh, crap. When you are in a group, the things that you kill do not give you. What is that red up there?
Lock and load.
That's one of those Carlos Granum type people.
Oh, gotcha. I can only get reactants from things that other people kill. Like, my kills don't give me reactants when I'm in a group. When I'm by myself, my kills give me reactants, so I have to stay with everybody. Oh, I'm dead.
Kills don't give you a reactant. That's strange.
No, not in a group. In a group, I only... Why can't I get up? Okay, there we go. In a group, I can only get reactants from other people's kills.
Why is that?
I don't know. But I've noticed that, so that's why I gotta find out where everybody... I'm over here by myself, and I only have 7. Like, I should have cracked this by now.
Destruction is imminent. You need to hurry.
Oh, God. Okay, hold on.
Data integrity verified. Retrieval was successful.
We lost Omar. Like I said, he's got bad internet connection. So there's some unexpected situations would come up. Got the stalker after me. I mean, the acolyte. But I got my Hurls cloaking me, so. Oh, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Stop all that scurrying around, bruh.
Oh, is he gone? It's just a little bit more. There he goes. Okay. Nice.
Somebody else help me get him. Alright, let's go ahead and get this last objective. Yeah, is that a new thing? I haven't noticed that I wasn't getting stuff to drop on a kill.
Data integrity verified.
Alright, bet.
Retrieval was successful.
Let's get on home with cornflakes.
Yeah, in a group, I noticed that I can only pick them up if somebody else's kills. Like I'd be sitting there all by myself, you know, killing, and nothing. I would get no reactance whatsoever until I walk into the room. Huh?
I listen to you till you walk into the room and do what?
Oh, crap. Oh, okay, so we're good. So we can leave now. This green crap off of me. I hate those.
Well, we can leave now if I can see the. Oh, we gotta kill. We gotta kill another. Okay, we gotta get 34 kills. What? We gotta kill 34 enemies before it gives us the exit.
Yeah, but haven't we killed that many by now?
Apparently not.
That's interesting. Okay.
I don't know what's up with that either. But that's fine.
Because mine says, okay, now, oh, okay, we're almost there. I gotta get off. Shoot. Oh, there we go. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm still kind of excited about, you know, after thinking about it for several hours, I'm still kind of excited about getting one of these puppies.
Yeah, sounds like
one of them is a little boy. I've never had a boy before, and this little boy was just, he would not sit still. He was like trying to attack all his siblings and stuff, and he was just so feisty, and I love it. And I was like, oh man, okay. I might have to get a boy.
There you go.
He has so much energy, and he was like the boss around there. You know,
cute.
And then there was this little girl that was so sweet, and she kept coming up to me. She's the only one that kept coming up to me and wanting me to pick her up, and I picked her up, and she gave me kisses.
Are you going to get the brother
she's
and
so
the sister?
Sweet.
I
was thinking about it. I was thinking about getting both of them because she offered $500 for both.
I would do it because I mean that would be a lovely thing for the both of them to still have each other.
I know, because like if I when I go to work, you know, they would have each other.
Yep.
And I mean, I don't work very often.
Not only that, like they, you know, if you have no other pets, but then also too for them to come from the same litter and then be without again,
brother
you know
and sister.
I mean? Yeah, that would be huge.
And also, I've noticed that when I have only one pet and they pass away, and I don't have another one, it's harder to grieve, you know, because I had the two Bichons, and when my first Bichon passed away, I had my second one, and it was a little easier to deal with the loss.
Right.
So if I have two, hold on, let me. Why am I not? There we go. Yeah. But my other choice was to get a cat, like a dog and a cat, and this little boy just has so much energy and so much bunk and everything. I think, and you know how cats are, they can get a little crazy sometimes. So if I get a crazy cat and this little boy, they'd keep each other company.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they get along.
Yeah,
you know.
I don't know what to do. I just don't know, because dogs are so expensive as far as, you know, their medical. They're just more expensive than cats. And to have 2 dogs.
I don't know. To me, I don't know how things have changed since I was 15. You know, it's like 35 years ago, 40 years ago, a long time ago when I was in the veterinary situation. But to me, depending on...
Froze.
Oh, darn. Okay.
Sorry for the delay.
It's okay, Nestor. I don't know. I mean, like, they all got to get shots. They all got to get...
Yeah, so that would be double everything, double yearly. Because, you know,
even if it's a cat,
dogs,
even if you get a cat and a dog, you still get, that's still double. You know what I'm saying?
It is, but cats are, for some reason, the cats are...
Is it same spy mission?
Cheaper.
Yes, Nestor.
Even for the health insurance, because I get health insurance for my animals.
I wouldn't know. I mean, I'm surprised that dogs would be cheaper than, cats would be cheaper than dogs.
Cats. Yeah, they are for some reason. I don't even know why. It's really weird.
Might be because dogs are more popular, maybe. I don't know.
Your enemies have grown fierce.
I mean, I see more people with dogs than I see with cats.
Watch out.
But then again, people ain't walking around walking their cats on a leash, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. That would be me, though. If I had to just get, like, cats, I'd be outside walking them.
Dogs are man's best friend.
Right, dogs are man's best friend, yeah.
Open a relic. We're going to need more reactant if you want to open that relic.
They don't say that about cats.
Yeah, they don't say that about cats, correct.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures.
Yeah, let's play.
Now, do you see reactants where I am? I don't see anything until I come down here. Where somebody... Yeah, see, I see those.
Yeah, it may be a way of trying to keep people from, not sticking with the group, not relying on each other to get through the mission.
Yeah, it would be nice, because I always end up getting left behind or something, and it's like, I'm always like, oh, where is everybody?
Alright, looks like I got my 10. I'm gonna go ahead to the objective. I'll take out some more boats.
Alright, yep, I got 10 now.
Yeah. Chuck Bronson. You alright over there, Chuck? You got 2 reactions, my friend.
How can you see that? You can see that?
Yeah, to the left of the names, on the right-hand side of the screen where you see the squad members.
Okay. Yeah. All of that stuff at the top, I have no idea what any of that stuff means. Right next to my deals.
Well, if you you hit your options button during the game, and you can see the menu of resume, challenge, and all that, you'll see the icons in the upper right-hand corner. Scroll your mouse over it, your reticle, and you'll get to see the names of them, and you can become familiar with them that way.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm going to have to, when I'm in a different, slower mission, I'm going to have to take a look at that.
And also, too, if you've got your, if you come out of your Warframe into your operator or drifter.
Need me to wait for y'all?
No, I'm good there. You go into void mode, right, where you're visible. Then while you're holding the button down to stay invisible, hit your options button. And after you hit your options button, you can release void mode, and you'll stay in void mode until you run out of energy. And that's a good, that's a way to navigate or do other stuff and not have to worry about getting killed.
I'm gonna head over to B. Oops, maybe I'm not, because oh, there we go. No, I'm listening. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I was saying, did you follow what I was saying as far as how to...
I never knew it showed how many reactants the other squad mates have man-face booming.
Go into operator and go... And then hit options, and then you stay in void mode.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, to the left of the names on your screen. I mean, I think you could possibly have disabled that.
Hope I don't set off the alarm.
Well,
I can still get it, but I might set off the alarm.
It's okay.
Oh, it's this one. Okay.
Data retrieved on CB.
Get rid of all these cameras, at least. I'm at B, so...
Oh, okay.
Oh, man. Okay. I gotta go upstairs. Because they got all the... I don't... Oh, no, I...
Learn something new every day, but I should have figured that out myself now.
It's alright.
No, I can... This one is one of my favorite ones. I can do this one. Go up there. Oh, I set off the alarm. But that's okay, I'll get it.
You need to hurry.
Oh. Get it. There we go.
Yeah,
Retrieval
we got
was
it.
successful. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction.
Okay.
Every breather.
Thank you.
Where did he go?
I don't know. He's almost dead. Where'd he go?
I think maybe he left. Maybe because you know when they kill the target, huh?
His meter is still up here.
What the fuck is he?
Do you see his meter? Oh no.
Yeah, I see his meter, but I don't see him.
Damn.
Is he by you, Chuck?
No. Oh. Yeah, he's fast too. I mean, when you see the red marker? What
yeah,
the
I know.
heck?
Oh.
Oh man.
Oh, he was after Chuck. That's why.
Oh, there. Yeah. Okay, he's all the way up here. Okay. Yeah, we get him.
They head towards the exit.
Yep. On my way. He's downstairs. How'd he get down there?
Past him?
Yeah, he's downstairs somewhere. Oh crap. Ah, nice. Get him. Get him. Nice.
Alright.
Zone is hot.
Oops.
All right. Got to it. I don't know why that spy mission just feels dragged out.
Learn the importance of clarity.
And it only took 8 minutes.
Hello. Thanks for the save. Acolyte was whooping me, rolling
Cora!
on the floor laughing.
Welcome to the chat. Good to see you. Love the name. Got the avatar too on that. That's great. Cora. The last avatar.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, we got $7.35 for borrow. Like I said, what I'll do is probably go ahead and make this one my last one, and then that will give I can go ahead and have a minute to cash out my my creds with borrow, exchange, you know, what I've
Okay, that sounds good.
Ducats.
Yeah, I'd like to do that too.
And but yeah, it's been a really good one. Good broadcast. I guess if we're doing Go Miso, that's the only one that's available still. So, I mean, it didn't take that long to get through it. We'll see what we can pick up from Borrow Katir. I swear, like, I think that they've cut down on the shit talking that Borrow used to say, as well as orders. Like, I don't know if y'all remember, how long you've been around with this, like, but Borrow used to say all kinds of fuck shit to you. Like, he'd be like, oh, you don't have some money this time, and oh, is it too expensive for you? And oh, well, yeah, she used to always say this a lot of crass shit. I just be like, yo, what is your problem, bro? Like, and Ordis used to be kind of snooty too.
Face.
Right, yeah. Ordis used to be pretty snooty too. You know what I'm saying? He used to say a lot of funky stuff. Like, I used to be like, yo, for real, quit playing, bro. Like, go on with yourself. But honestly, I feel like they toned down the shit talking from Borrow and Ordis. Yeah, a couple times
Maybe
on.
we grew rapport with him or something.
Nah, I think they just toned it down. I think there were people that were recognizing the same thing I'm telling y'all about, and was like, yo, what's up with your shit? Why do you have these characters berating us in the goddamn game? For what? You know, like, I don't find that shit amusing. I think that with Ordis, I will say this much, as far as Ordis is concerned, I think that DE was heavily influenced by British sci-fi called Lex. And in the sci-fi Lex, they had this little thing that would fly around, kind of like Ordis, and it was just always would say some crass shit. It just had just a wild ass personality, you know, just weird. So yeah, I don't know if anybody saw that British sci-fi series called Lex, but it was very imaginative and very creative, and I can't imagine that the creators of DE weren't aware of it and have seen it, and was like, oh, okay, well, we'll take a little bit from that.
What is his waypoint here?
Oh, I was just forced to group up and just kill the enemies around each other. That's it, to get our
gotcha
kills and the reaction.
Corpus walkers are heading to your location.
I'll take the waypoint off because everybody's got what you need. I'll go to B. Or C if somebody said that B. Oh damn, my temple's at level 30 already. When did that happen?
You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data.
Shh, be very, very quiet. You're hunting rabbits.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone.
All right, head to sea.
Wise Parvos, the low thief shall never know the cool caress of your crowns.
The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data.
Go.
There we go.
Alarms.
Whatever.
Data
I'm almost
destruction
there.
is imminent. You need to hurry. You got it. The data is still intact. We have
It's
everything we
all
came
good.
for. Get to extraction.
Well, it'll be just fine with me, sugar.
Ross magic will cloak me and go. Alrighty. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. But yeah, those some good runs. See how much you brought in. Hopefully you have enough to get at least one or two more things.
Your will
Yeah.
was greater. This is good.
Get some yum yums. But yeah, take your time on your decision. It sounds like you have a little bit of time, but I mean, it sounds like a wonderful opportunity, and it is unfortunate with the double cost thing. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it sounds like it would have a tremendous amount of benefits. But you know, check on the schedule. Might have to, look out a little less for some folks. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got 2 babies to look after. I can't be giving you $5 right now.
Yeah, so I was thinking about doing like a savings account where I put like maybe $80 or $100 a month in it, and because when they're babies, they don't really need a lot of medical care.
Yeah, treat them.
But by the time they get older, I have like maybe $13,000 or $14,000.
Right. Well, they don't call dogs. They say like every family household, right? The average 2.5 kids. What's the 0.5 is the dog. That's where that analogy.
Yeah.
So
I didn't even think about that, but that makes sense.
And so therefore you treat them like another child. You have a savings account for them.
Yeah.
You have life insurance for them. You have, you take them to.
I was paying life insurance or not life insurance, but health insurance.
Health insurance, right? That's whichever.
For
you have insurance for. You're paying for insurance, medical costs, food, savings. Yeah,
and I have care credit, so every visit is paid for.
There you go.
And then I just get reimbursed for it because my health insurance they paid 90%.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Wow. So that's excellent. So, like I said, having a situation where, I have had that experience where I can explain where my Vison and my uncle, because we all living in the same house at that one point in time. He was like 2 years younger than me, but, our dogs knew each other. They were brothers and sister and had several years together before me and my mom moved out into her, she got her own home for us. It was a really, really good experience for both of them to be removed from the litter, but yet still have each other. But still, like you said, got to put priorities, where they are. Wouldn't be the first time a dog is removed from a litter and made it all right. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure he'll get over it, right? Or she will get over it, whichever one you decide to go with. But if you went with both the boy and the girl, that would be lovely. And in my opinion, but like I said, I ain't paying for them. So
and they're they're like total opposites, and she's very sweet and reserved, and he's a monster. I don't want to say monster, but he is feisty,
right?
And he's the boss. He's and I like that. I like that a lot. With all that energy and. Keep me on my toes and stuff.
Well, yeah, if you enjoy that element, for sure. And as far as the girl dog being chill and relaxed, you get the best of both worlds, it sounds like.
Right.
Like I said, but that's a lot to contend with. You may have other priorities or concerns or things you want to care for, and maybe 2 might be a bit too much, not necessarily.
I do have to think about that. But I don't know. I just I work part time.
Great
I
tonight.
work part time and
Thank you,
I work.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, talk to you later, Nestor. And I just And my job is very flexible, so I work whenever I want to work. They just, they'll give me the hours for the next month and say, can you work this? Can you work that? And I'll be like, yeah, I'll take this one and I'll take that shift, but I can't work anymore. Or if I want to take a whole month off, I'll take a whole month off.
Fantastic.
So, so I have a lot of time. And I do need to get out and exercise and stuff. So, one thing I did find out that after she passed away is man, I have no reason to go outside now.
Oh.
I'm not just going to go walking around the neighborhood just by myself,
Right. Hey, hi.
So I do, I really do need a baby to take out and get my exercise.
Lol.
Right, I know Wu Fei. Right, Wu Fei was like, they hiring? Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting with that too. Is it a remote thing or is it you have to go in?
No, it's in the medical field, so it's called per diem.
Right.
So what I do is I cover 6 offices, and whenever people want to take off and go on vacation,
great to see you guys. Hope you guys have a great weekend.
A day or two.
You too, Nestor. Thank you for coming through. I'm listening. I hear you, Gemma.
No. So any medical field has per diem shifts.
Check.
So if you want to look into that in your area, because I used to be a firefighter. Yeah, right. I used to be a firefighter when I was younger, and drove an ambulance. So I have a little bit of I'm all over the place because I also used to work in semiconductors too.
Right.
So yeah, I'm just
Awesome.
like a jack of all trades, I guess.
Yeah, I like to say jack of all trades and a master of myself. I got you.
Exactly.
Yeah, because the way the expression goes is jack of all trades and a master of none. But I'm like, no, jack of all trades and a master of myself. Of myself, you know. So.
Well, yeah, that's the first time I've ever heard that one, and I like that.
Yeah, well, that was me ad-libbing on it. Because, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I came up with that one. I always give credit where credit's due, but that one was that's me. That one was me.
So I tried to get like a whole bunch of mods, but I really want to get one of these just random, like a glyph, or I might get this glyph, the TennoCon. Just or skin or something. I really want to get something special to remember this,
Yeah.
TennoCon 2025 is my first one.
Oh wow, really? Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Or a poster or something.
So is this, wait a minute, is your first year getting a digital pack for the TennoCon, or is your first
It's my first TennoCon. Well, okay, so I started in 2019.
Oh.
And I was one of those people who were like, got to Venus, and I did a couple of Venus missions, and I was like, man, I had no idea. So I quit. And over the years, I came back and just kind of, ran some missions just because I liked the game, but I didn't know what I was doing. So, I quit. And when 1999 came out, I came back this year in February.
Okay.
And I just flipping everything clicked for some reason.
Yeah.
And that's why there's so many new Tennos out there.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but there are so many new Tennos out there.
Because they brought a
this
face.
Year.
They brought a human face to the Warframe with the proto frames.
Yeah.
Which made it far more relatable
and also they
identifiable.
made it easier to kind of understand what was going on. Because when I started, I was like, and my son still will not play this game because he's like, oh, that's just too complicated.
Wow, really?
Because he's got 3 kids and he's like, man, I just don't have time to figure all that stuff out.
Wow, that's awesome. You got 3 grands. That's fantastic. I hope I live long enough to see grandchildren.
My grandbabies, yeah. I got 2 boys and a girl, and the girl's in the middle.
That's what's up. Okay. Yeah, because I said starting at 48, having a child, most of my time, you know what I'm saying? It's like, by the time he gets old enough to responsibly, I don't know if responsible is the right word for it, but just whenever the time's right for him to have a child. Right.
Yeah.
And hopefully I got enough sense and wit and physicality to be a part of the whole situation and also to in this world for it.
You never know. He could be a young father, like in his 20s or something.
Well, if that's the case, hopefully it's successful and with the right with the woman that's good for him on that.
Hopefully, hopefully.
Versus, Dad, no, I don't know.
Yeah, but 70 is still young these days.
Yeah, that's cute.
So.
But no, my mother, she was in her 70s by the time I had a child, so it may be of a similar circumstance with the next generation for me, which is cool.
Yeah.
Try, there's some good years for me to stay fit and try to get back, get more on track with being healthier. I mean, I'm pretty healthy.
That's what they were saying about Ozzy, because he passed away when he was 76, and every story that I saw, they were saying, well, these days 76 is still kind of young. And like, if you met my father, honestly, if you met my father, he's 83.
Wow.
You would think he's like in his 60s, honestly, or late 50s.
Well,
So
Ozzy partied hard. Like
he
that,
partied, and he also had Parkinson's too.
right? Yeah, exactly.
So
Those
You were
things.
37.
Those things take years off your life. Who was 37, Wu Fei?
oh, I am 37.
Oh, yes, maybe. Yeah, I mean, and I'm 15. You know, you got
Right, exactly.
if you reverse the numbers. But yeah, no, yeah, Ozzy partied hard. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
for a
yeah.
long time.
So
And
his 76 wasn't the young 76
nah, it ain't.
that
It ain't
his body went through it.
yeah, yeah. Oh, they got a little broom mop bucket. Yeah, yeah. Different bag there.
All right, let me go
I
back
heard
to
that.
mods.
What's his name from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? Carlton passed away.
No. Theo from
Huxtable.
Yes, he passed away. He
Wow.
drowned.
What?
Malcolm Jamal Warner. He passed away. Yeah, on vacation.
Wow. How did he drown? What the hell?
I have no idea. I haven't gotten I haven't read the details yet, but I found out about it when I was at work, and one of the ladies was saying, "Oh yeah, he passed away and he drowned." So I haven't looked it up yet.
Wow. That's rough.
And also, I don't know if you ever watched Nip Tuck,
yeah,
or Julian McMahon passed away.
Julie, Nip Tuck, you mean the dark hair one?
Yeah, the one. Okay,
the one
he
that
was
put
in
his thing on the
Fantastic
plate.
Four.
Yeah, I got you.
He was in
Mr.
Fantastic. No, not Fantastic.
Saving a family member.
What was his name?
He was playing Dr. Doom.
He was the villain.
Right, Dr. Doom.
Yes.
Yeah,
he
he's a
passed
great
away.
actor.
He had cancer. Yeah.
What? He had cancer? Wow.
Yeah.
That Nick Tuck series was really good.
He was the son of the Prime Minister of Australia. No, South Africa.
Really?
Oh, one of the two, yeah. Yeah, and yeah, he passed away.
So, Wu Fei, you said somebody died saving their family as far as the gentleman that drowned? Is that you talking about? Wu Fei. Oh, man. Wow, so he died of cancer. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
from Nip Tuck?
Julian McMahon, Nip Tuck and Fantastic Four guy.
Yeah,
he was in Charmed too.
Right? Yes, he was. That's where he had his start. That was before Nip Tuck, wasn't it? In Charmed.
Oh yeah, that was before that. I think. Yeah, it was before that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good show too.
Charmed, yeah, it was pretty decent. I feel like more so in the earlier years of it, but yeah, I mean, I saw a good bit of it.
Did you ever watch Buffy?
Of course. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, hell yeah.
Oh man, that was a great show. I have the box sets of Buffy and Angel.
Oh yeah, my mom loved it. I mean, I enjoyed it too. Buffy was really good. I mean, Angel, right? That was the guy in Buffy, the love interest, the vampire guy.
Yeah,
he was a good actor.
Yeah.
He was a good actor.
And then he was in Bones.
Right. He did Bones. That's right. That was his kind of comeback. Yeah, Bones. Right. Good actor. There we go. That's the thing. Like I said, the Parazon. I like to hope that they deliver on what it looked like what was happening when Excalibur jumped between the legs of that Colossus thing, and then he slings out the Parazon, and it looked like it propelled him to the wall like a grappling hook.
That's a nice poster.
Or
is that a poster or?
Yeah, it's a poster for the Orbiter.
That's
horizontal
really
pose.
nice.
Hero actor
Yeah.
was swimming with his daughter, drowned after getting caught in a tide. Daughter survived.
Wow. Oh, well, that's good. Wow. Well, at least he saved his daughter. Wow.
Underestimated you, Tenno.
Wow, that's
I
rough.
do hope you didn't put yourself in a hole
Wow.
for this.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, hopefully the daughter doesn't have any, like, survivor's guilt from all that. Wow. Prisma Lotus Bloom. Prisma Lotus Emblem. A lot of Lotus stuffs. A lot of skins. For the weapons.
Oddly
Great.
enough, the Niptuk actor's character got cancer on the show too. Breast cancer.
What? What? One of the... You mean the guy that you're talking about, he had breast cancer? Or are you talking about a female actor? I guess men can get...
Well, men have breasts.
Well, yes, they have a chest, but
They have breasts.
Is
You
that
know,
how
the
they
blueprint of the
reference it when
blueprint of a human has everything, and while they're developing in the womb,
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
we all start out as females, and if you don't get the right hormones, you
yeah.
know, you click on.
So men can get breast cancer because they do have breasts. They have nipples.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but I didn't realize that I thought they might have called it something else because technically for the male anatomy, I've never seen any anatomy chart that pointed at a man's chest and said they were breast.
Well, if there's a nipple, it's a breast.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I follow you. It
What
tracks.
would you call it
you.
then? If it has a nipple, what would you call it?
A nipple and a chest, not a breast. I mean,
okay. Okay.
Them breasts, mama. Them breasts. You're that twisted.
I don't mean to laugh. This is not funny. I mean,
It's
because he
all
passed
good.
away. But
yes, but
you're I don't know.
We're talking about a
Something
separate
about you.
subject. It's all good. We can laugh. It's all good. It's life. You know, that's what's up. But no, what was that? Carrie, the movie Carrie, where she was like, "Their breasts is mama. They breasts is."
Cancer in real life. The character he played on the show had breast cancer.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he did. Oh, I don't remember that.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Oh,
part
wow.
Either. Okay, cool.
I wonder if you can still watch that on something, because that would be interesting to watch again. I remember Kimber. I had a girl crush on her, too. She was so beautiful. I think she was his love interest for a while, but he treated her like crap.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, that show was just mad crazy. Like, you know, like they took it there, like on all kinds of levels. Like, you know, from the sun,
yeah.
Porn,
Oh, and you know, Jean Grey was his other love interest, but she was trans in she was portrayed as a trans person.
I know,
trans man.
I know, but
that trans woman or whatever.
Right, but that's what sold it. They took a real woman. And then she's acting as if, you know, she's playing a role of that it was a man who had a sex change, and there was some brilliant surgeon who grafted her a vagina. That was revolutionary. That was revolutionary. She had a revolutionary vagina for a man. But yeah, so like that's what sold it. That was really early back in the day.
It was
as trans.
I
was
know
coming
that
to,
was way back when they were just testing the waters on everything.
But I don't think they could get away with having a woman play a trans role like that anymore.
Yeah, but you know, also what's his name? Oh gosh, the gorgeous guy that was in Game of Thrones, the little person. I can't remember his name.
I don't know. This
He's so gorgeous.
Attractive guys in Game of Thrones. I don't know.
Well, no, but he was what's his name?
Oh, you
the
mean
little guy?
You mean when you say little person? Yes, midget or dwarf or where? I don't know.
Dwarf. Yeah.
I don't know. My bad.
He was
yeah.
The other doctor's wife's love it affair, put it that way.
I vaguely remember that. But yeah, he's a brilliant actor, just brilliant.
I don't know why I can't remember his name. Damn it.
I'm not sure. What's name that looked like a white Michael Jackson?
Oh, you talking about the son? You talking about the redheaded guy's son?
Peter Dinklage.
Peter, yes, Peter Dinklage. Yes. Yeah, he was in that. He was the other doctor, not Julian, but his partner's wife's affair.
Got
like,
you.
She
yes,
had
I had a flashback of that.
Because Peter, was their nanny for a while. Yes. And she ended up having an affair with him.
Right. Yeah, the redheaded dude, the partner, he just had the wildest shit luck when it came to shit. The wife cheated on with a dwarf, son, wind up having a complex about his uncircumcised penis. Winds up in porn as the bottom on shit, right? In a fluffer, and then winds up in a committed lifelong relationship with a transsexual.
He looked crazy.
Yes. Like HBO back then.
It's like how many pitfalls he was on drugs too at one point. Like how many different directions of pitfalls can this boy go through? And then it's not, I don't know, necessarily pitfalls, but just odd circumstances. Yeah, Christian. Yeah, that was his name. Christian. Yeah, that Nip Tuck was a trip. They had that dude was had to give himself oral pleasure. And he's like, can you give me a penis reduction? They had so many wild ass shits with that show. It was how do y'all come up with this? That's crazy. Oh my goodness.
They say money can't buy class.
Nip Tuck.
But I think you just proved them wrong. What a pleasant surprise. Perhaps there's hope for you after all.
Yeah, I would love to find out where well, maybe I could just buy the box set or something.
Of what, Nip Tuck?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know this much. I want to get the Venture Brothers. I don't know if y'all ever watched Adult Swim and the cartoons they used to have on it. But they had Boondocks, which is great. I have some of the old DVDs from that. But there was another show called Venture Brothers that was a cartoon, but it was not for kids. It parodied all
Now, that one I haven't heard of.
Crying, laughing. Crying. And even had a character in there that was themed after David Bowie, which was cool. But they made fun of all the old cartoons and comics, like Johnny Quest. You remember Johnny Quest? And,
oh yeah.
Right. Well, Johnny in Venture Brothers was grown up. Okay, he was short, mind you, because he was short in the TV series. But he's a has-been. He's an old junkie. He's traumatized for all the shit that his dad took him through.
Oh, my goodness.
But smart as shit because he's got all these phenomenal life experiences. But it's hilarious the shit he be saying. It just parodies everything that you can think of from TV and sci-fi and comics and things like that. They had a parody of Doctor Doom in there, and Doctor Strange from the movies, right? You've heard of Doctor Strange? They have a parody of him in this Venture Brothers thing. It's outrageously funny, outrageously funny. Shit will make you cry laughing. But yeah, I want to get that on a box set of some sort. Now I only got 16 ducats left. I ain't got nothing in here for no 16 ducats. Ducats. But no, it was a really good, enjoyable time.
This Christian's son, I forgot about that.
Yeah, Gemma. Hey, Gemma. Good to see you. Like, I don't know if I noticed. So I was seeing the chat. I was reading it, but I don't know if I read your name. But I'm glad you stopped through. Oh yeah. By the way, Gemma, I'm going to expand the clan. So next week I'm gonna have like a little special broadcast where I put in the extra wing for the dojo to bring us up from 10 to 30. So
all right, that sounds good.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Why was I thinking? Oh, I just had a brain fart. I'm tired. I thought that I'm talking to you. No, I am, but I'm talking to you, registered in Shania Troy, and then I saw Gemma pop up in chat, and there's like I said, and I'm thinking you were two different people,
different person.
Oh my goodness.
That's okay. That's okay.
Hey, it happens. It happens. It happens. But no, it's all good. Yeah, I mean, I got everything that I can get out of here. Oh, shit. I did forget about
that. And I do want to thank you for the mod invite and offer. But with everything that was going on this week and stuff, I didn't want to have to think about that right now. You know, my mind is just elsewhere. But definitely would be interested in, in the future, whether the future is next week or next month or next year.
No, that's cool. Like, you were pretty clear about what was up in chat when you explained things.
Yeah, this week was pretty intense, and it's like, oh man, another responsibility. I just can't do it right now.
Yeah, and plus too, like I said, don't look at it as a responsibility. You look at it as me trusting you and having faith in you and just, hey, if you're around and you see the point of something, if you have a moment, and like, for example, Bandito, he's a moderator. Like, you don't have to feel like you're in charge of anything. You know what I'm saying? Because it's still my responsibility. Okay. No, you completely don't. And so it's a matter of just like, oh, if you got a second and you're trying to share something, really, it has a lot to do with that too. Like, if you have something to share, I trust you to share something with, in chat. So it's like, yeah, go ahead, post that up. Oh, thank you. You want to share that, or you want to reference somebody or whatever, or there's a link to something you want to share. Or like with Bandito, he's also to the moderator for Discord, and he's, super, super great person in regard to, representing the Discord, representing also to the YouTube thing. It's like, okay, I'm gonna keep an eye out in case somebody's making some comments about something that's not cool, or maybe they posted something the wrong way. Oh, hey, I'm hanging out in chat, or I noticed somebody just joined. I'll welcome them, say hi, let them know that there's a place for them to share some shit.
Okay.
Real chill.
Yeah.
Real chill. You know what I'm saying? So, and he's not obligated, at all. I don't demand or expect him to do whatever. I mean, even if we're like on a broadcast and I'm like, yo, can you throw up something? And he's like, I'm away from the thing, or no, I got my hands full. Oh, no problem. I'll do it. So no, it's no obligation.
You know me, because I fall asleep. It's like, I hope he doesn't expect me to just like be here.
No.
One moment I'm like having a very intense conversation, and the next moment I'm gone.
Yeah, no. Do you good? It is no issues. No, at all. So it's like, you doing what you do. Cool. Just do what you normally do, really. And if something comes up, then you do have the privilege to put in whatever or link whatever, or somebody, we're chilling and there's all of a sudden somebody starts saying something funky, you'd be like, yo, chill out.
Yeah.
And they see that you're a moderator, they're gonna be like, oh, okay, you're not just somebody trying to talk some shit back to me because whatever. No, she's a mod, I trust her. What's up? If she say chill out, 9.9 out of 10, she correct on it, like, for the chill the fuck out.
Okay.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right.
Totally gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to do nothing other than what you normally do, so it's all good. But yeah, no, I respect too. Like I said, you were real clear about the circumstance the other day too, and I completely respected it, and there was no issues or hard like.
Yeah, I appreciate
she don't
that.
want to be my moderator.
Oh
Yeah,
wow,
that's
I can't. I could never see you even being like that.
right. No. So yeah, it's all good. And
Okay, all right, cool.
I appreciate you, offering and considering the point. Thank you. Yeah, I gotta get some more army.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
I thought I was gonna be like running for a while, but I'm getting kind of tired. It's 4:00 here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, get some sleep. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. for me too. Yeah.
Yeah, because I woke up at 1.
Oh,
So,
right.
So we've been grinding for a while, so that's good. And we had really good games,
Yes,
so
we did. Thank you. Yes, it was a good conversation too. It was very enjoyable. I'm glad I kind of had a recap on the whole the old piece,
the second dream and the first dream and the old piece, and yeah.
But also too, like I said, everything having this further engagement in the subject matter had everything to do with what was his name here? Sub Psycho, who left a comment on the short that I made from the yesterday's broadcast, talking about how the void is a can manifest dream, and I read off his comments and what have you, and he brought to mind the notions of dream theory, okay, which is some serious shit, saying, as far as people in dream science, interpretation of dreams.
I love that kind of stuff. Oh my gosh.
Carl Jung, I had mythological studies.
Synchronicity, and I loved Carl Jung and reading up about, how we're all connected and all that stuff.
Right. Well, the thing is that cross-culturally and historically, the aspect of dreams and the altered state of consciousness of dreams is fundamental, almost an ethic, what they call, like, all cultures have had some element of that notion of dream theories, loosely using the term, associated with their culture and interpretation of dreams. Dreams meaning this, dreams meaning that. For Carl Jung and various different other theorists, is like these are wish fulfillment, for example. They can lead you to understanding, the past, the present, the future. There's a whole lot of stuff about
they
dream
could be
theory.
an alternate reality that you live in,
Right. And this fellow Tenno here, Sub Psycho, brought that up and was explaining how the void can manifest dream, and that it had no real form until Albrecht encountered it. And I was like digging on it. I was like, but the root of what he was saying, or they, shall I say, I don't know what she, but the root of what they were saying dealt with an altered state of consciousness, because that's what dream state is. It's an altered state of consciousness. However it may be, whatever it's tapping into or part of, one way or the other, not to discount any of the theories out there, you're still engaged in an altered state of consciousness, which can also to bring about an altered state of being physically.
Yeah,
as well.
but who's to say which is the correct reality, though?
Right, I got you. Well, I tell you, the one that you feel a pinch on your ass, that's the one that you could kind of go with too. It's like, did you feel that? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the one I'm gonna go with right now. But no, I'm just playing. But in a way, not. But you get me. But yeah. It's. Oh, I'm out of plat. Ain't that a bitch? Damn. Okay, that's all good. I'll just get this one. And
wait. Did you get the Valkyr? What's it called? No,
I bought it with platinum. I didn't spend real world money with it. I'm trying to wait. I should have did that to get the plat. I didn't think you do that.
Because you would have gotten like 495 platinum with that.
Yeah, I didn't think to do that. I was going to wait for the prime access, and that was ringing in my head. Wait for prime access, wait for prime access, and I did not think to do that. I should have did that. That's okay. I'm not worried. I really don't need it. You know what I'm saying? It's just I'm doing shit.
I always forget about
Convenience.
these bundles that come with platinum.
Right.
And I think those are really good deals because, it's like you get, good skins and stuff and weapons, and then you get platinum on top of that too.
Correct. But yeah, so like this theory of mind is another thing in relation to like dream theories and things like that, and that's why I brought up the movie Altered States, because like with the void, it doesn't seem to manifest truly as a thing of making hard and tangible dream state, like say the Sandman, for example, in this series that was from a comic book where you have the master of dreams, the god of dreams, just can manifest whatever from dreams. It's not like that. What you tend to see is another altered state or another consciousness, another you, so to speak, that can be manifested from the void, which is not entirely of a dream a dreaming of you or the dream of you or things like that, if it makes sense. Like I said, I find it.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
What I remember of Altered States is very vividly a guy laying there with his eyes propped open.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that scene where they have like the instruments in his eyelids where they prop his eyes open and he's
Are you talking about Clockwork Orange?
It might be. I might be. Yeah,
it might
be that one.
Yeah, with Malcolm McDowell.
Sorry, yeah, no, it's that one. Yeah,
you
it's
talking
that
about
one.
Yeah, see, Clockwork Orange is way older. Different
That's
thing.
different.
Different
That's
thing.
complete.
Yeah.
But you know what? I wanted to ask you if you Oh shit! Don't leave me now. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about something last night. Damn it. All right, so there we go again. Just
trying to remember the point.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. You were talking about altered states and shit. I cannot believe this is happening. It's probably because I'm tired.
Yeah, it's okay.
Damn it. I hate this
Was
when
it a
you
movie?
just can't remember shit.
Or book? Or
no,
game?
it was. I think it was part of a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Crawl.
Well, keep talking. It'll come back to me.
The movies I brought up last night were Crawl, and I brought them up today too. Crawl, Excalibur, and like I said, tonight's broadcast I brought up, like I said, Altered States, and then there was another one called Lawnmower Man.
Yeah, Lawnmower Man. He was a cutie. He was a handsome dude. I thought he was.
I got you. I follow you. But yeah, these movies that dealt with, an altered state of consciousness or being.
Yeah.
And that, an altered state of consciousness brought about an altered state of being. But again, these tap into like sonic abilities or psychic abilities where you could psychically heal a person with frequency of your mind. You could change the state of your matter of your body from one thing to another, heal wounds, So like I said, with the void energy being of that, having that nature and these properties of allowing you to have an altered state of consciousness and an altered state of being, and Entrati figuring out the science of void technology, I think that led to the technology to put the Tenno in a first dream, to develop the technology that ultimately led to the second dream, to keep them in the chamber pods, and then also to it further developed in the future with the Narmer Veils on a global scale. They were able to change the frequency of mindset and what people were perceiving, all the way through, to have an altered state of consciousness, thus an altered state of being, in a way, not fully in the way that the Tenno can or other people that are touched with the void, but to manipulate that frequency of mind. You follow me? So, like I said, this the Sub-Psycho, like I said, brought all that piece of the puzzle that for years I had not associated with the concepts that DE was bringing to the table here, but they 100% are. Whether you're talking about the oracles of Delphi, whether you're talking about the shaman, whether you're talking about dreamwalkers, and another badass movie back in the day was called Dreamscape. Oh, that shit was badass. Where dude could enter your dream and affect your dreams. And they talk about how if you die in your dreams, you die in real life. For DE to draw on the frequency of mind and the perception of mind, bringing about a difference in body, 100% feel like that because I explained so many little nuances of things that I've noticed in the lore and things that we see happening. The reason why the indifference may do what it does the way that it does with people, and it shows you the sort of shit that it shows you with people.
Oh, okay, I remember now.
Mm-hmm.
Did you, when you were researching things, did you ever find out if the people who made deals were the ones that the indifference would copy? Mm-hmm. Or is that, did you ever find out anything about that? Because I remember we were talking about that last night, and I was saying, Maddox thinks that whoever made a deal with him is the one that he,
haven't come across. I didn't specifically go looking for anything related to, but I haven't come across anything yet either. Yeah, and again, I feel that for some odd reason with the indifference, the common thread, I'd want to say,
it's just being touched by it.
No. Sin.
Oh, okay.
Being without sin. And in certain languages, the word Tao means sin. It also means redemption. It also too means life. It means several different things depending on which culture you're talking about. Go ahead.
But which one means truth?
Zata. That's void tongue. Now Tao.
What was Lloyd's sin then?
He's been involved with Entrati and everything going on, and he's not a virgin. By no means.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Again, it depends on how you want to look at virginity, but even within that context of their consummation of things, he's not a virgin. But if you don't want to go there with that, he's not without sin in what he's participated in with Albrecht in helping him with his experimentation, regardless of how empathetic he is, how he even tried to help save the cavia that did survive. He still brought him to Albrecht. He still did what Albrecht wanted. Okay, so he was involved in those aspects of sin, shall we say, of taking life or aiding and enabling. Okay, in that kind of way. The Drifter was removed from all that as a teenager, and if I'm not mistaken, too. What he mentions in the Kim chats about what he had to do to survive against his parents didn't involve him actually killing his own parents. You have 2 or 3 options, but they didn't have him actually really doing anything to him, if I remember correctly. And so yeah, and then he was stuck in Deviri. Everything there, regardless of how real or tangible it seemed, wasn't real in the sense of things in our, in the above world, or the living world, shall we say, the world of time, because the void is without time, is without motion in the way that it is normally. So even if he did something of sin there, didn't count in a way, because it ain't nothing really real. I mean, that's the reason why Dominus Strax, regardless of what it is, or how real it may be in Deviri, it couldn't leave the bounds of the Zariman. And matter of fact, it didn't seem like he'd go much further past one quarter away from the door to Deviri, without probably not existing. I don't know. Or losing its energy, similar to the Argon crystals. When they manifest in reality, they have a shelf life. Their energy deteriorates, the way Kaya explained. That happens with things that come from the void into the physical plane, or the other side, the normal state of reality. And I mean, heck, like the Tenno, like I'm wondering, like, even with the Tenno, the operator drifter, would they actually be able to maintain their abilities and their power without the heart of Deimos doing what it's doing in the origin system? And
I thought that heart is what powered the Warframes.
Right, it gives void energy to whatever can tap into it. So I don't know. Either way, I think the Drifter is far more powerful than the Operator, because he spent so much time immersed in the void, and grew up there in the way that he did. And I think that was a theory of mine too, for him to age as far as he did, because the void is without time. He would be timeless, similar to the Operator, in that they don't age because they're touched by the void, thereby being outside of time. Because trust me, if they were going to age, they would have been aged. And it's not about them being in the second dream and in the pods, because they spent centuries outside the pods before that even happened. And as far as I understand things, because you had the first dream, okay, and you don't know how long it was till they got to that point. And then they were in the first dream, then the wars and and then the second dream. At the end, I think that happened. Of course, the second dream comes about at the end of the old piece, because that's when they I think had a defiance against the Orokin. And in relationship to the Sentients, and they were like, no, the first dream ain't working, because like I said, the veil's gonna come down off of the first dream, because Adis takes off the mask. He's like, yo, I'm done playing stupid with you, I'm done with all this. Like, we all know y'all whack, what I'm saying? We can get away with saying, void lugger, and if somebody's not watching over you like me, we talk shit about you all day long, and now we all done, because y'all still a little crazy. You just gonna say some old, well, it was me or him. Like, yo, for real, chill with that. Like, whatever y'all got going on, and the other Grenier are actually they're the ones, I mean, in my opinion, broke the peace. Like, and they're the early precepts of what becomes of the queens that we see, because they have Orokin blood. They have the Elite Seven, some bastard ass kids basically, have some of the bloodline, and the Dax soldiers are following them. Okay, just like Teshin, he's like, I can't deny their order. It's a biological imperative. It's how they bred us genetically. Like, I can't do shit against it. And so they already were breaking the treaty, because unlike the Orokin, the Sentients, they're pretty much all on board with each other as far as I understand things. I don't think they have. I mean, yeah, they defy each other. Yeah, they might have their own opinion of it, but you're not seeing like groups of them getting together and like, oh, we're gonna have our rebel group type shit, right? Our separatists, like, no, that's some human shit, and they, so to me, the treaty that was brokered with the Orokin was already broken. And you're just seeing the last of it crumble and not being able to hold together, and because it's thwarted from the inside as well, with the Operator slaying one of Adis's kin, Like, I don't think it was directly related to it. I just think that it was another sentient like itself. So, you know, and like I said, that's what I can piece together as best as possible. But why the indifference and it doesn't, because, you know, you never saw the indifference actually take the form of any one of the proto-frames. I don't think sin is a necessarily component of it, but it just, I can't think of anything else to really place my finger on the point of any of this. As like I said, as to why it does not mess with the drifter. That's the thing I don't get. Like, it's dealt with the drifter. It made the deal with the drifter. The drifter was the only survival of the Zariman. It was in the void in Deviri. You never see the indifference take the guise of the drifter, and it perplexes me, really. And hopefully we get an answer about that.
That's got to not be a coincidence. That's got to be
it's
a plot line.
Yes, has to be. Has to be.
Yeah, has
to be. And and like I said, there's another theory that I've had, which I don't think DE's going to go to. Like I said, there's another theory that I've had, which I don't think DE's going to go to. I hear some weird echo from my voice, but either way, though.
I'm sorry. Let me mute.
Oh, okay. Either way, because though the void is what it is, and we can say that the frequency of all things does permeate to the void. Okay, thought, conscious, unconsciousness, aspects of matter. Okay, but not in the aspects of motion and time or love. Because remember, our line said, time is love. So, but the thing is that even though you could say when Albert encountered it, it found anthropomorphization. It found the humaning of consciousness and subconsciousness, okay, through Albrecht. Every notion of what it is to be human, every experience of it through lifetimes, because Albrecht had been alive for a long time, right? Several different skins he's had and shit. But the way the indifference understands humaning, and the fact that it has a void tongue, a language that has nothing to do with human language, in the way that Albrecht speaks. Like, they don't talk about the Oregon. There is a language, but there's been never, I don't think I've ever heard anything where the language was spoken any different than English. Does that make sense? Like, or whatever language somebody's playing the game in. Like, void tongue is something in and of itself, and the only way that Albert was able to translate it was because of the cavia when he came out of it intelligent, and the indifference taught them how to understand them. They helped Albert translate shit into the void tongue. All right. What I'm trying to say is that the so-called indifference, in the fact of it being a part of the void and a way of itself, it's too human acting, in my opinion. It's not. You would think there's something
it acts
like that.
A human,
right?
Adolescent, actually.
Right. It does. Even though you can say, oh, it got a hold of Albert. Oh, it knows all this. Blah 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 blah. Oh, but it dumbed it down. Perhaps Albert's experiments worked a little bit when he sent the copy in it and blah blah blah. Like, nah. I'm thinking that DE may go there where the indifference could be the drifter's child. It could be the drifter's child. Or the drifter himself. Another eternalism theory about the drifter. But I think, or the operator, but I think that it's the drift. It could be the drifter's child. Say hypothetically, He has a child with a proto frame. They have, they have a child, but because of the void abilities and is tied to the void and whatever potential abilities that of the proto frame in question, right? Or just the fact of it being.
I logged off PS5, forgetting I was in a party, so I'll need to type.
Okay, no worries. But yeah, I like I said, it's a very loose theory. I highly doubt they're going to go there. It would be intriguing that the indifference all along is the drifter's child. But when it was conceived, it never was birthed in our reality. When it was conceived, it snapped into the void. It gestated and birthed itself in the void. And in the void is the void of time. It's the void of time completely. It's in all time. And so, however long it was there, one never knows. Okay? And it's receiving and picking up on the subconscious. Perhaps it's just picking up on the frequency of things. I have no idea, really. I personally don't think that it's going to have a tie. The void doesn't tie into or manifest the reality of what frequencies that are going on in the normal plane of existence. It's not, it may permeate to it, okay, but I don't think it's going to understand it or manifest into anything. Like, so let's say a dream world, for example. Oh, I dream of ponies and with polka dot asses, and then you got ponies and polka dot asses in the dream world. I don't think it works that way. I don't think it really works the way that it does in Warhammer, where all the emotions, human emotions and drives and motives and fears and everything like that, it manifests these gods, so to speak, in this alternate dimension in Warhammer. I don't think it's like that either. D is taking their own thing.
Do you think Entrati's cat just sitting in the back room is a spy or something nefarious?
I don't know. Number one, we don't even know if that's the original Kalamos. Lloyd hinted at the fact that Kalamos was sick, and Trotty went whack with him. Next thing you know, Trotty come back a little bit later, and he like, Kalamos is fine. We don't even know what's up with Kalamos. Kalamos is special. I believe Kalamos has been touched by the void in some kind of way, shape, or form to do what it does, I think. Or bottom line, it's derived from Albrecht's studies in genetic tinkering with a Kavat to be what it is, as sort of like a Warframe kitty in a way, touched with void, infused with void energy, however and try to want to say that shit. But yeah, Columbus is cool. So the thing is that potentially the drifter could have a child with a
kitty. Eleanor loves her.
With a proto frame. That child bursts in the void of time, the void of understanding of that which it is truly, the void of like I said, everything. And but I don't think that the void is empty in the way of itself. Like because things can manifest in the void. Argon crystals come from the void. They don't come from our reality into the void. They come from the void into our reality. I think the infestation is another example of it, of something that's manifested from the void and comes to our reality, because it speaks about timelessness and things, this, that, and the other, similar to what the void, the indifference would say, or the drifter even, and his experiences and vastness of time. But the thing is that, the key to that is that the infestation is able to channel void energy. It's to channel it. All right. Not to say that it's immune to it, if it's used back against itself, like say the Zata's whisper or Zata's or Zaku's abilities of manipulating void energy couldn't affect it. It does, obviously, but it can harness and channel void energy, and it is boundless within time. So is the infestation like the bacteria from the void? Is it some like byproduct of its resonance, and when it coalesces on our side of the fence, it's the infestation? I don't know. Is it the indifferences, shit and piss, manifesting itself in our reality as the infestation? I don't know. Like, they can go anywhere they want with it, but I feel like the infestation is definitely tied to the void. But again, this indifference could be, this so-called Wally could be the child of the drifter in a proto frame, and that it just had no concept of itself or anything else, but yet it developed a sense of self, a sense of mind, an ego. Because like I said, even though you could, if somebody were to go like, well, no, it read Entradi's mind, all of his memories, all of his history, all of everything about him, blah, 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 blah. It like became him. It became another version of him, or some, you see the man in the wall, it looks like the Vitruvian Man, Da Vinci or Leonardo da Vinci's thing. And, it's got Entradi's face grinning like a Chessy cat. It's like the ultimate ego of Entradi, the everything in the expanse of Entradi to its maximum, any aspect of the emotion, right? And it's like, yeah, that may be the case, but still listen to the indifference, listen to the way that it acts and the way that it feels. We're not, why would this thing that is of nothing, if it was like that, relate to anything that it took on? Like, to me, it would be so blanketed in the slate of itself. Sure, okay, Entradi touches it. Why would it have curiosity about him? Why would it have these humaning qualities of things? Like, what is it that it would even have the notion of or the concept of curiosity, or the idea to be curious? Sounds too human to me, period, before it even made contact with Entradi. Like, and then to feel like something was taken from it. Like, why would it decide to want to associate itself with these emotions and feelings? Like, or is it just that now it's actually Entradi's puppet? In other words, it's all about Entradi. It became Entradi the moment Entradi entered the void. All these things about the human qualities that we take on. Love, right. But not love. That's the one thing they don't have shit to do with. And Entradi's like, that's the poison to your plan. And I'm telling you, like, if it was an advanced being in the way that the drifter and a proto frame could have a child, it's, and like I said, the void is not devoid of things. Perhaps it wasn't right away that the child went to the void. Perhaps it gestated for a little bit. I don't know. Maybe it did get born. I don't know. We're talking about a point in time that hasn't happened yet. But it happened at such an early age for the being that is considered the indifference, that it has no memory of anything else. And that's the reason why I'm thinking that anything else other than the void. That's the reason why, like, the moment of conception, this thing popped into the void and was birthed there. And through the notions of genetic memory, things like that, perhaps it just was able to develop language. The void is not devoid, it's not empty of everything. Who knows what the fuck is out in the void, in the expanse of itself? It's like argon crystals. I think the infestation originates from there. Like, so bottom line is the indifference develops a language. It develops a language. It's not like it came in contact with Entradi and was like, you know what? I need to have my own language. All this is too humaning in the way of itself, despite the alien nature of it. And one thing that, let me tell you, if you don't nurture a human being in various different ways, the concept of love ain't gonna be there. Not in a way that it gets romanticized, definitely. Not in a way that of giving in the social creature that we are. It's all going to be, if it has a notion of love, it's the complete and utter love of itself. The narcissist in its beyond the death of its own image, self-love. And that's what you hear really being spoken of the most. You took my finger and then you studied it and you took of me. Fuck you, fuck everything, y'all, nah, nothing's sacred to you, of anything of you all, because you took from me that which I didn't give. Come on, man, like, this ain't Entradi. This, whatever that is, that was there prior to encountering Entradi. You know, it like, I don't know. Like I said, it'd be interesting to see what DE creates of this. You know, perhaps they may go with an element of like what Warframe, I mean, not Warframe, what Warhammer has, whereas an entity or the void itself has sentience and consciousness because it is it. It is that which it is. And so it had consciousness about itself, but no singular form outside of the entirety and totality of the void. Maybe. You know, it's the being, the supreme being, all thing of the void. You know, sort of the way like how we anthropomorphize God, or you know, and Yahweh, what have you, where we're like, oh, he's thinking like we do, or some notion of it, you know. I want to make this, I want to do that. Like early scriptures have God wrestling with Adam in the Garden of Eden. They wrestling. Really? Okay. I'll go with that if you want. But at the same time, that sounds a bit human to me. You know, I guess, you know, similar to how was it? Supernatural, the series Supernatural. How God was like, yeah, I just want to be a normal dude, so I'm coming down here to chill. Maybe something like that. But, you know, the void, you know, it could be something like how we have conceptualized in a lot of ways God, in the way of but of the void itself, not of everything, just the void, that it is that which it is. It is the nameless one, as Albert Entradi referenced, that he literally called it the nameless one. And if you go back in various different scriptures, holy books, it don't matter where, you know, which culture, a lot of times they talk about that which has no name in some way, shape, or form, or the formless one, the nameless one, that which you really can't conceptualize because it's so beyond conception. The formless one, the one that the birth of itself. Like, I've just been so many different interesting references to this. And the void essentially is that, in a way of just the void, not in a way of God, where we talk about, but just limited to the scope of the void and its boundlessness, shall we say. So it's interesting the word choices that the creators use in describing the void, and what all happens with the void in the way that it does what it does. It creates what it creates. It feels the way that it feels, because it feels something. That's for damn sight sure. But yet, it was alone devoid of nurture. And it was alone devoid of an environment, because you got biology, nature. I call it like this: nurture, nature, environment. The nature of something is the biology. The nurture of something is the what is nature? I'm tired here. Nature, nurture, and right. Nature, nurture, and environment. Right. Nature, nurture, environment. So the nature of something is the biology. The nurture of something is the microcosm, or the inner circle of, like, the parents, direct caregivers, your house, your dog, right? The bird that sat on your door, your windowsill every day. The nurture, right? Then you have the environment, which is the greater expanse of your world, your community, your nation, your state, the world itself, everything that, the stars in the sky, like everything beyond the small circle of nurture that you would have. And so humankind will fuck with that, the last two, all day long to affect the biology, right? You can mess with the nurture of something and the environment of something, and it will sometimes completely override the nature of the biology of something, because you're fucking with 2/3 of the whole. And so the indifference didn't have 2/3 of the whole. It had the nature of itself, the biology, and the way of itself in the void, in the stuff that is human, right? In my opinion. But the environment was whack. It was twisted. It was unlike anything we could ever imagine. So that provided an aspect of effect on itself, on the nature of itself, in a way we cannot fathom. And it did not have the nurture, okay, of what it makes us social creatures in any kind of way, shape, form. Like, even if you put a human out in the forest and it goes feral, like, it's still going to socialize with whatever it can. And it could be a bee, it could be a motherfucker birds, it could be some wolves, and it's going to start wanting. The human is going to go, oh, I'm going to adapt and master my environment. That's what humans do, and it's going to be in some way, shape, or form, and so it's going to socialize with it, even if it's a flower, even if it's trusted. So this indifference of whatever it is, I think it, like I said, some aspect of human. Was devoid of all nurture for its existence. It had no concept of that, but had a concept of mind, a concept of self, but no notion of time or motion, okay, which is love, which is matter. It had no real matter of things, which is mother. It had no mother. So, like I said, to understand the principle of physics, understand that you need matter, something, to move, motion, to create time. The void is pretty much devoid of that for the most part. So, loosely speaking, whatever is the indifference of Wally didn't have a mama or a daddy. So, messed up. It's messed up. It's twisted out, and it's trying to figure out everything it missed out on through other people. And that's the reason why, like, it'll take the guise of things, it take the mind of whatever it comes in contact with to be like, whoo, what are you? 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 What? And I would, in order to know what you are, I need to give you this so you can figure out what you need to give me so I get to know what I want to have. Like, the means always justify the ends for the indifference, very much like the Oracle. And yeah, I can see why somebody might want to go, well, that's why it's Entrati. Like, nah. It took from Entrati, sure, for shit, sure. But, like, I just, you know, I mean, like I said, I wouldn't deny it if DE goes there with the point of the indifference being Entrati, just some alter ego of Entrati. The entire thing of it, nothing but Entrati. Entrati. I think that just would be a little bit of a Debbie Downer by the end of it, because it's sort of like it's just too easy. Too easy of an answer. Too easy. I mean, this altered ego, this altered self that's Entrati. I don't know. Just, like I said, just too easy. But sometimes the easiest explanation is the best. So who knows? But I still find it fascinating. I know I won't be disappointed whatever way they go, because I would keep my expectations low. For me, I'm just, like I said, just theorizing, just not trying to create any controversy, you know, or conspiracy about anything. Just trying to find a common line, a straight line to what the answer may be of what the indifference truly is, and trying to make sense of it. Like, you know, because I know this much, Digitsl Extremes and the creators there, they make sense of what the fuck they doing. Like, I can't think of anything they put out in the concept or the way of the story, the plot, the characters of this that does not add up or make sense. Now, whether or not somebody can make sense of it or not, don't fault them for what they did. I'm not trying to shame the individual that may not understand it either. It's just that, well, you know, maybe we might want to do a little bit more homework before we act like it's something that can't be understood as confusing. Like, a lot of things could be confusing and you not understand it, but then once you have clarity on it, it's just like, oh wow, we're not fucking difficult. Once you get there with it. I mean, I've been that way with a lot of things in life, and you know, then when I study, give it the time to it, and come out on the other end of it, I'm like, oh shit, I really went at it hard after all, and like, wow, this shit is cool as fuck. But that's just me and how I like knowledge and learning. But I think there's a rhyme to the reason with everything DE has going on with everything. So I think there's a definite rhyme and reason about the indifference and why it's doing what it's doing. And I don't think it's just as so simple as it's just some personification of Albrecht Entrati. I don't think so. Could be. I don't know. I'd say at this point, it's definitely more than Albrecht Entrati, in the fact that it's assimilated and taken on the understanding and lifetimes of other beings and other people. So it's beyond Entrati at the moment. In the way of, you know, himself and his ego to things. I don't know. We shall see. Time will tell. And time is love. Yeah, so if anybody got any thoughts or whatever, any points they wanted to mention or whatever, now's the time, because it's going to be not until later the week that I'm going to have an opportunity to do another broadcast. Or put it this way: once I get things settled over the next 2 days, trying to negotiate this life's journey situation that I've got to get back on track with, as I have been every day, but just some things are going to be a little bit more demanding for me to stay constant. Like I said, I'll work in the point of getting the clan expanded so that people can come on in, people can start inviting folks. And, you know, because I think there's like at least about 6, maybe 7 people that want to join the clan. Maybe at the moment. I don't know. Might be a little less, maybe a little bit more. And I'd love to have them aboard. You know, that would be great. So I'll do a little broadcast announcing that, as well as adding on to the dojo to support that capacity and clan expansion. And I'll try to see if I can look into finding out like what is the common ground or the common reason why the void can take the shape and muse of other beings. You know, what is it about them that makes, you know, what is it about the drifter that's so special that the indifference doesn't take his guys? I mean, the indifference never took the guys of the proto-frames. You know, it doesn't seem to mess with certain shit. I don't know what that's about. You know, we shall see. We shall see. I think it has everything to do with that notion of sin. But we'll find out. But yeah. So with that, I shall bid you all adieu. And I'll take it to the title screen. Well, not title, call it title screen. The profile screen. Do a little rotation. And shut it down. And yeah. But yes, thank you all again. It's been good sharing. I appreciate you all for taking the time to hear me out and share your points of things. And you know, had some questions earlier which were good to, you know, open the door to a lot of these subject matters and to reinforce and explain things.
Good night, sir. Yeah,
Wu-Fei. I don't know, were you following any of that? What I was spitting out about stuff there, Wu-Fei? Because this is a whole different bag than them gacha games. Like, this shit going on here with Warframe, like, bro, this shit, man, gacha ain't got nothing on this. Like, you know what I'm saying? The lore and the way of things in this, man, like,
I employed a variety of caveat.
This is what I was talking about as far as the lore.
The adversary. The principle was straightforward enough, though in hindsight, I abhor my naivete.
See, the caveat were the experiments that he used to try to figure out what was up with the void. There was these guinea pigs that he put in. Caveat basically means guinea pig. So, like, they got these mad notes about that. This is the notes on the aftermath.
I wanted nothing but the ease of oblivion.
This is basically what happened when after he went into the void for the first time, right, and discovered this entity, this place, like here.
But is it fan lore? Are the fans interpreting the lore and filling in the gaps?
No. This is in-game lore. This ain't no filling the gap. What you hear me talking about when I say certain stuff is filling in the gap. When I talk about, well, I think it might be, or my theory, or they haven't told us this yet, that's filling in some gaps or trying to theorize what will come to be and come to pass of things. But when I talk about what the void is, what it's doing, Albert Intrati, what's going on with him, when I give specifics about things, that's not my interpretation of anything. This is what the game presents to you. So, like, listen to this. I'll let this play out for a second. Listen to this.
I wanted nothing but the ease of oblivion at first. I floated ignorant in baths of Nepenthe, a second gestation. On seeing, on speaking, only rarely did my brain flicker errant light across the cave paintings that still smeared on the interior of my skull. At sensation's edge, I knew a vague silhouette of Lloyd crooning motherly across the watery distances. The poetry my tongue was too blackened to recite. Too craven to chase death, I awaited it. The father of fears, and yet I was still afraid. The currents whispered, "Coward." I clenched my body into a fist as a fetus must and blinded myself afresh. Stark pain smoked the juice of my living tomb. Why did the saga not end by itself? Why must I still act? Steeped in solitude, I found I could no longer endure my own company. Disgust did the work of courage. I tore the mundane membrane, slid weak and mucosal into Lloyd's embrace. Lloyd nursed me then, tending first to the uprooted ruin of my eyes, then to the mouth, whose grin no longer hid behind flesh. The agony bit deep, but it was clean. Blameless love bled up from me. I had decided to live. I felt no certainty as I donned clothes rough and strange to the touch of new-grown skin. I had none of the selfless zeal of the soldier. The same cursed question still pursued me as it had before. Was I, even now, trapped in the rictus of the wall? The apparatus of logic would never yield an answer. Only resolute action remained. If I must be a demon, let me be an honest one. Let me prove my nature by what I do next. Purpose. Let me leave such blazing footprints behind me as no unclean thing would dare to walk in.
You muted.
Shit. My bad. Yeah. Thank you. I had muted myself because I was trying to let that play out and not make any noise. Yeah, Albert and Trotty, like I said, Lloyd was Albert and Trotty's lover. Albert and Trotty is basically like a Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein. He's kind of like Ben Franklin, all rolled into one, with maybe a couple other inspirations. Alan Watts, for example. And this is one of his homes that we're at right now after it's been overgrown with the infestation in a way that it would affect everything. What you see walking around here is a Warframe. It used to be a human being. It was infected, but the infestation, it is how it mutates the human body, unlike what you see the way it's mutated this planet right here. Either way, Albert and Trotty, they let this infestation out on planets just to see what it was going to do and what would become of it. This is one example. But see, right. These murals on the wall here speak about the different aspects of the tales of Entrati. Okay, so and each one of these are labeled based upon what Albert Entrati deciphered of the void tongue. In other words, the void itself had a language. They called it void tongue for lack of better words. And it related to various different principles that of our world that Albert was able to associate with. Okay. And to me, I think it starts here with Zata. Zata, which means truth. Okay. And so let's see, let me make sure. I think it starts over on the left. Well, it may. Well, I'll do this. This speaks about the void itself. Lok. Lok is the void tongue word for void.
Lok. Void. From brooding gulfs are we beheld by that which bears no name. Its herald.
Yeah, like I said, listen to the words he's using. It's telling you, DE and the writers are drawing from some serious, straight up biblical, ancient script type shit. He's referencing the void very much like I said, one of the most original concepts that or the oldest of what is considered God, or even like within Islam, they call it Allah. Allah is the 99 attributes of God. It's not Allah does not mean God. It means the 99 attributes of that which has no name, because there was no one to say said name. It's not necessarily, and I mean, so Yahweh, various different other folks, will have their own name for that which had no name, because there was no one to say said name when it came to exist, when existence came to be with it. And so they ascribe elements of that fundamental, that raw being of everything.
I have to go over it right now. I know it's late. I'll try and catch you in the Telegram or next week's stream.
It's all good. I'll let.
Another rabbit hole. Lol.
No, it's not a rabbit hole. It's not a rabbit hole. And I explained some of this earlier. I'm just sort of tying you directly into it, and it does help other people too, should they come to watch it. But like I said, it's dope. Listen to just, if you gotta go, that's no worries. But I'll play this, and I'm gonna play this, and I'm gonna play the other one. And if you want to hear more, like I said, I can play some more. But it's super fucking cool in my opinion. But yeah, check it out.
Lok. Void. From brooding gulfs are we beheld by that which bears no name. Its heralds are the stars it fells, the sky and earth aflame. Corporeal laws are unwrit as suns and love retreat. To cosmic madness, laws submit, though stalwart minds entreat. In luminous space, blackened stars they gaze, accuse, deny. Roiling, moaning, this realm of ours in madness lost shall die. Carrion hordes trill their profane accord with eldritch plans. To cosmic forms from tangent planes, we end as we began.
Yeah, that's a telling line in itself too. We end as we begin. We began. What that fully means, we're still trying to unturn. But some people relate it to chaos and order. You go from chaos to order, or depending on your point of view, you go from order to chaos. To me, they're one and the same. It's like creation and destruction. You cannot create something without destroying it. You cannot destroy something without creating.
Zata. Truth. It began long before us. We who now live our perfect and dull, endless lives. It began long before these moon palaces and body markets hurling around our...
Yeah, just to let you know, he's describing the Orican people, which is basically the ruling people of our solar system in this far, far-flung distant future. And he's telling the truth, the Zata, of their people and what they're really about and what they really want at the end of it, the day. And what he explains is immortality, essentially. So,
Zata. Truth. It began long before us. We who now live our perfect and dull, endless lives. It began long before these moon palaces and body markets hurling around our golden sun. It began long before our light coil thinkers, our radiation wars, our oil, smoke. It began with us, the continuity and its twin, wanderlust. The need for unseen shores deep in our marrow. No judge, jester, queen, or king can escape this old blood. We are nomads, eternal. And when no ocean, mountain, or sky could contain us, our gaze hungered starward. Afar, they mocked us with their brittle light, winking and jeering like dangling Iotans, forever out of reach, illuminating the truth. Immortal as we are, we die with the sun. That's where I come in.
So yeah, Albert and Trotty basically explained their people and how, like, they figured out ways to stay immortal. The flesh markets, they would take children and transfer their essence, their mind, to them, and grow up again, have a whole new lifetime again, because the mind of the individual was gone at that point by the rituals that they performed. And so they had lifetimes they lived, and then they figured out technology to extend the lifespan of a human being, to even mutate the physical form, to have like an exotic look and all kinds of other stuff like that. But as he was explaining, their mortality dies with the sun of our solar system. So it's sort of like, well, we got to figure out a way beyond that. And that way beyond that is to be able to travel to different stars, to a different place, where we can have more than one home and not be limited to the lifespan of a star in a solar system. And so that's why he said, that's where I come in. So he figured out a way to he figured out the void. He figured out that there was this thing called the void. He then starts to explore the nature of it, because he's like, look, I want us to be able to travel way beyond the faster. We have to be able to travel faster than light. We have to figure out some kind of way to get to distant solar systems, distant star systems in no time at all, in a manner where we can just, it's like a drive to the corner store, to really tap into this notion of immortality beyond the flesh. And so, or beyond the star, our star, basically. So when he found the void wasn't empty. It wasn't devoid of everything or nothing. There was something there. And bottom line, that something got curious about Albert and Trotty. And when Albert saw what was up with it, it freaked him out. He starts running like a bitch. Thing starts chasing after him. Albert closed the door of, call it a metaphorical door, but he closed the door to this void that he opened. Well, the thing that was chasing after him, its finger got cut off from the door shutting, and Albert and Trotty started studying this finger, right? Finger looking good. And that's how he began to understand the power of the void, and that, they added, like I said, a whole lot of stuff went down. They figured out solar rails, faster than light travel, to use to traverse through the void, to harness the energy of the void, to do various different things. A whole shit ton got figured out by just researching this one finger, and it kind of harkens back to like the finger of God. You see, this thing, right, in the art of what was it? Leonardo da Vinci, maybe, or whatever. Michelangelo, I forget which artist did that one. Either way, the thing, the being or the entity that was in the void or is the void got pissed. Like, he was like, yo, you just stole from me. Like, yeah, you had my finger, but you dissected it. You done figured out all kinds of elements of what I am, and now you're using what I am to do what you're doing. Like, no, that's wrong, right? And so it struck out at humanity of this time in all kinds of other fucked up ways. And the Warframes that you see here, they channel void energy. Like, there's a lot of things that got created from deciphering the void in the way of itself. So, like I said, Digitsl Extremes taps into a lot of concepts and makes it their own. I wouldn't say it's overcomplicated. It's just that they don't skip a beat as far as what they could draw from to create what they create.
Jahu, form. My departure was a day less than any other. When I stepped inside the bell, I saw no crowd through its
super deep.
No skeptical onlookers, no... Jahu, form. My departure was a day less
on mute?
than any other. When I stepped inside.
Was I on mute? Basically, I was just saying that it's deep, it's rather poetic, and sometimes it can throw people trying to follow what's up. But yeah, I was my bad. Yeah, it's deep, it's rather poetic, and what you're about to hear here is he's explaining going into the void, and he'll use certain terminologies. It's not too far-fetched. It's just that, when he speaks of an hourglass bell, and you're seeing the image of it, it's just a little vessel that he used to go to the void in to conduct his experiment. But yeah, it's kind of poetic, so sometimes people can be a little thrown about the point of it. But to me, it's not difficult to follow. But, if you have a question, let me know. But this is, like I said, I love listening to this shit. It's cool as shit.
Jahu, form. My departure was a day less than any other. When I stepped inside the bell, I saw no crowd through its glass, no skeptical onlookers, no regal send-off. They all had given up on me and my paradoxical formulations. The wasted years had all shown the void to be just that. Nothing. No energy, no entanglement, no form. To spacefaring ambitions, a dead end. On the day, my laboratory was mostly vacant of witnesses, most of all of expectation. Only my sluggish attendants, my sagacious Kavat, Kalimos, and of course my daughter. I had raised her alone, but with inconsistent vigor. In those eyes, her mother's, I did see a terrible reflection of a man that did not exist. A brave and principled man about to make history. In truth, he was a void himself, an outcast, a joke, and nothing. Driven by my humiliation, failure had made me bitter and reckless. I would dive into the depths myself to prove them all wrong. I gave the signal. My daughter grasped the lever. Kalemos then belted out a desperate, rasping growl. But it was too late.
So yeah, that was him. Albert tried to prepare him to go into the void, you know. And Kalemos, you see this cat-like thing. This is a Kalamos. It's a cat. It was his favorite pet, basically. We was talking about.
Vorm, order. The calipers yawed open the wall between worlds, stretching there a black trapezoidal gap. A door, a mouth. It yawned in the light of the room, splintering it to mesmerizing, unearthly hues. And I, inside the bell, dropping obliquely toward it from my gallows. Mass and time rippled as a sudden vortex jawed before me. My head was vapor, my feet lodestone. The bell around me flexed like a rat paralyzed in a winding, gulping snake. I faltered in the awe of it, stumbling against the ceraglass, and with that shifted the bell's path through the wall. It grazed the caliper membrane, the edge of the door. No worldly edge was as thin, as sharp as could split even light. As the bell faintly grazed it, the ceraglass was all at once rendered like strips of flesh by Dax's blade. My enclosure was beheaded in an instant, but still, I fell, sideways, into the void.
Yeah, he's basically relating the experience of him piercing the veil of the void from the physical reality.
Fast. Chaos. Death was on me, I was certain. I was face down, eyes clenched, my heart pulsing the last of its seconds, and my lungs burning the last of its air. A sudden nostalgia gripped me. I grasped desperately for memory of a storm just past, the fumbling pitch of a child's song. Yet all these thoughts seemed to steal away from my mind like smoke through a vent. I would die empty. I then became aware of another sensation, physical, a web of pain, needles itching into my arm. At once I realized I was alive, laying in the bell's shattered ceraglass. I groped the ground, warm stone, the floor of my laboratory. So, I had never left. And so, I had failed. Again. I heard a crunch alongside me. Someone stepping through the shattered glass. With great shame, I gasped and rose my head to face my daughter above me. But as I opened my eyes, it wasn't her. It was me.
Yeah, basically he's explaining that, like, he couldn't figure out what the heck went happen. Like, did I go anywhere? Did I not go anywhere? And what he saw before him was another version of himself.
Riss. Light. The senselessness of it. The paradoxic, the vague, untimed form. I was alone, but not. For I stood there confronted by myself. A twin, but no brother. A reflection, but with dimension. Behind him, No horizon, but a vast broiling sea of caustic light pierced at random by black pin stars. And closer, around me, a gale of flowing vapor, profane in color, billowing relentlessly into the nascent lack, seeking all directions. I was standing on a precipice of familiar stone, jagged and unanchored as though cleaved directly from the very floor of my laboratory. I wondered at the vapor's path, smoking outward more, leaving behind now the walls, the filigree gold, the rare cuts of marble from my home. I knew at once the vapor's source. I turned away, back toward the wall, the trapezoid I had yawed into it. Vapor erupted inward at the gap, but not just from there. For as I rolled my eyes back, I saw the same. A great steam of scintillation smoking out from my skull. Dumb in awe, I faced toward my chimerical twin. He spoke.
So yeah, this is basically him encountering what how the void decided to manifest itself to Albert Entradi. It decided to take his Albert Entradi's form, as if it didn't have its own, as if that was the only way it could relate to Albert Entradi, was to be Albert Entradi.
Kra, time. An old name, unspoken in the centuries since my mother reared me. A soft hiss, soothing as a viper's gaze. Little Bengal. The other me reached out, offering his hand, gliding toward me without moving, as though the distance between us was now collapsing. A confusion, most euphoric, filled my mind. With the shred of wit that remained, I decided that I should run for my life. At once, crazed and frantic, I fled. But I made no forward progress. Instead, the world compressed ever more around me, as though I were an anchor pulling the shore to reach. When I arrived at the door, or rather, the door arrived at me, I howled, hurling myself inside, out. And then and there I was, lost and unlost, howling on the floor in harmony with my wretched Kalimos, lacerated in flesh and heart, scattered as the bell glass, spilling blood and stomach on the cold stone floor. But I sensed the other there, at the wall's breach behind me, reaching still. I screamed, but my voice was gone. Forever. I looked, but my eyes would never see again. I swept my fist across the floor, snatching broken shards, and in gripping tightly, I filled my hands with ink. Close it, I wrote.
Yeah, my man was freaked out. He was freaked out by that shit.
Netra. Decay. Time, to us, is all but conquered. Our sacred kuva moves us on to new skin. We numb to our daily, yearly trifles, and remedy those memories that bring lasting misery. With all our misdeeds, our excess, our indignity, we are haunted by nothing. But not for me, for with each passing day, there grew within a tumorous idea. It was minute in those early days, the pale-reaching digits severed on the floor, studied with reverence, with greed, and it swelled larger in the latter days.
Him accessing the void was that after they found how to be immortal.
Parade. I had put the stars within reach, but at what cost? I never spoke of him, that man trapped in the wall. And while there have been countless souls who have followed me through with their light skippers and field wave skin,
he changed after experiencing the void, his voice.
Not a single one ever saw him. Me. And so it is that I will not take the kuva now, or ever again. This is the last skin I'm in. Because of this idea, that I cannot be sure that in all that smoke commotion, in all that panic and fear, In that bending light and blinding dark, was it I who escaped? Or the other?
He seemed machine-like before the void.
But, right. So see, the thing is that the Oregon people, number one, okay, they come from an elite group of corporate people from 1999 in this timeline of the universe, right? They were corporate moguls that were world controlling type people. All right. They gained some real cool technology and began tinkering with cloning and this, that, and the other. Long story short, not fully sure at what point in time they figured out the first step to transfer consciousness to another person's body, but they did, and they call it continuity. Okay, and there's this stuff that they drink, looks like blood, called kuva, and so they find somebody, be like, okay, I want your body, drink this Kool-Aid, basically. And they drank too, but it would cause the ruling people, the people that were controlling this shit, for their mind to go to the host body. It would rid the host body of their mind completely. There would be no trace of them whatsoever ever again. But that individual would have a new body. Okay, that's why he said, I'm not gonna, this is the last skin that I'm in. Albert Entradi was part of the ruling peoples of what they call the Orican Empire. This is the human race thousands of years from now, okay? And a certain body of this ruling people could participate in this ritual, as I explained, called continuity. The whole society, everybody, the whole world was on ball with this shit. Like, seeing you had different people doing a few different things, but moreover, where the empire ruled, it was ruled by an elite 7 people, and it comes from the 7. They come from the 7 elites that corporate moguls, power moguls from the past, corporations, right? That were still running shit all the way in the future in some way, shape, or form. There were 7. 6 to make decisions, 1 is a tiebreaker, right? 7. But there were other ruling families too that were related to him by blood in some kind of way, shape, or form, because they did a lot of fucking through the centuries and had other kids had kids. Albert Entradi was part of the ruling elite class of people. He one of the most brilliant minds that they had. So yes, they had figured out immortality in several different ways, through cloning, through transference of their consciousness. They had a different ideal of the human form was beauty. Like, they thought that to be beautiful would have blue skin, have one arm longer than the other. They had an interesting aesthetic to what they found to be beautiful, or what they wanted people to think was beautiful. Similar to looking like some of the Hindu gods, like they have blue skin. Well, the Orican, the ruling elite, were like that. Okay, in the way of their decadence. Either who. Albert Entradi, was a scientist trying to solve the riddle to the rhyme of, okay, yeah, we've got all this immortality, right? But guess what? The sun in our solar system, if it goes supernova, if it dies, we die. Our immortality dies with the sun. That's what he said at the end of the Zata mural that you listened to earlier. And he goes, and that's where I come in. So it's like he started trying to figure out a way to get us to distant stars as fast as possible. And he felt like this void that he found was something. It was something about it. It was something that he needed to prove, that he knew and he believed in his heart of hearts that it was the answer to getting to distant stars and different distant places to outlive the mortality of our sun and our solar system. So he figures out a way to get into this thing, this this pocket within everything. It underlies everything. Unlike everything that was said before, it's like, oh, it has nothing to it. No, it's something. And matter of fact, this something that the void is fucking looking at me right now. And not only is it fucking looking at me, it's me. What the fuck? And so he does manage to get away from it. He mentions closing a door on it, but yet he was so perplexed in the reality of where he was and even who he was looking at this thing, that even now writing the scripts and the things that you're reading about, he ain't really sure that he's him. He's like, am I the thing that I saw, or is it me? Am I me? Like, he don't know. Like, in the game, Warframe, this game makes you question the same shit, because you'll see him, Albert and Trotty, and you'll see the indifference, this what they call the void, and they also too call it Wally, the man in the wall, because there's a physical wall that's sort of created within the void that looks like Albert and Trotty as well. It's bizarre. Nevertheless, though, he you wonder who's who, who's what, who's the real Albert and Trotty. To me, it's not too difficult, but it's a way of them kind of like messing with your head about stuff. So yeah, it's really interesting to me, the concept they bring about, and I think I played all of them. Right, I played all of these here for you. So like I said, it ended with him questioning himself as to whether or not he's who he's supposed to be.
This area is soundproof. We may commerce freely.
And like this little floating thing, that used to be a human that they digitized his consciousness and enslaved it, because the Orokin didn't like real computers. And it has a lot to do with this virus shit, the technocyte virus, and the fact that it infects anything, especially electronics and shit like that, and it'll make electronic thing come to life, and not come to life in and of itself, but it becomes alive, so we say. And it has a hive mind, this infestation. But bottom line is, they took a human being because they did some fucked up shit, turned it into a cephalon. It's not cephalon. Yeah, it's a necromech. This isn't quite the same thing I'm talking about. This is a necromech, but it has a consciousness in it, and that was once human, unlike an actual AI or a robot. If that makes sense. And
so there's these Halo books by Greg Bear. They're called the Forerunner Saga, starting with Cryptum. The story takes place way before the HAL.
Right, yeah, like I said, DE's been inspired by a lot. DE's been around since they've been around since, was it 2011, 2012, something like that. I think Halo is out by then. I'm not sure. So I'm not sure who inspired who with that one, which came first. But if Halo came first, like I said, DE isn't shy with, having inspiration from other stuff. Without a doubt, they're not shy about it. Let's see. But yeah, it could be.
That first book came out in 2011.
Okay, good. Well, yeah. So yeah, DE could have been inspired by it for sure. Because to me, like I said, there's no new ideas. Digitsl Extremes doesn't try to act like they're coming up with a new idea, but they take ideas and other concepts and blend them together, what they call synthesis. They create a synthesis of ideas and put something out. I was just reading through these entries here. As you see, this is sort of like a glossary of information. I'm missing stuff because I never ran around trying to collect it, unfortunately. But yeah, there's no.
In all the ages of Thrax's reign,
See, I don't have every one of these things, so it's not going to look like it's complete.
the Gallery.
But yeah. So this indifference, they call it the so-called indifference because it seems to be opposing love. This entity, this thing that's of the void. Like, it does not comprehend love the way anything that you can conceive of sort of does. But it does love itself. Okay? So, like I said, I was speaking early in the broadcast about some theories about what this thing could really be. And because I said, had a viewer leave some real cool comments and their ideas about what's going to happen in the what the void is, and they relating it to dream, unconsciousness, formlessness. But I think it's more to it than that. If it's not some being, some person, very much like a human being that was left there and was born in it and of it, with no consciousness, with no nurture from another human being of some sort, this is the result of that situation. If it was, if the void is of the very fundamental of Albert and Trotty, like once he entered it, once he became a part of it, it became him, and that marked the beginning of itself. Again, the way that it takes and associates human concepts about itself and to itself, but within its own personality, it just seems kind of odd. It's sort of like, well, if you become Albert and Trotty, why aren't you thinking like Albert and Trotty? No, you're thinking in a whole different dynamic and way about yourself, about him, about everything else. Like, it just doesn't add up that it would definitely be all Albert and Trotty in that way. So yeah, I believe that it's a something, and that it does have the ability to do things like of a dream type situation, where in a dream you have an altered state of consciousness, bottom line, and they call it unconsciousness. Your sleep. And it can have a different state of body. Your body goes through different rhythm, breathing, this, that, and the other, blah, 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 blah. Well, the void can do something similar to that, but on a greater scale of situation.
In the Halo book, the void would be called the domain.
The domain, right. So, like I said, the Halos had the domain. Warhammer has, I forgot what they call its other dimension. Or other space of things. I forgot what it is now. But yeah, Warhammer has their version of it. D, has their version of Digitsl Extremes called the Void. But they used to call it other stuff too. They used to call it the ether back in the day. This underlining stuff, like the Greeks kind of referred to it, one nature of the word Nikia. It references the underworld of this underlying stuff to everything. And for them, the underworld wasn't hell in the way that hell became hell in the 15th century. It was a different bag. Even with the Egyptians and their notions of the underworld of things. But yeah, bottom line is your state of consciousness can bring about a state of being, and the void can manipulate that and create it. But the thing is that it's limited. It's not like it comes out looking like some human being with wings or something like that.
Or
No.
Star Wars, the Force.
Right. There's the Force. Exactly. This concept or this sci-fi element of it has been around in a lot of different ways, but this is DE's approach. Most of the other things that are out there when it comes to this other dimension of things, this other plane of existence, kind of goes into a dichotomy of good or bad, right and wrong, good and evil. Warhammer, where they went with theirs, is that gods were created essentially, or demons were created too, from all the emotional resonance of the galaxy, of human beings, and all other sentient life in the universe. But humanity at this point got really big and really out of hand, and there was a lot of flood of emotion and negative emotion and hatred and this, that, and the other, which kind of sparked these gods in this other dimension to start to mess with us. Like it coalesced into beings in this other realm. I don't think DE's gonna go with it there like that. They're putting their own spin to it, which is rather unique to me, with this concept of the indifference and this indifference, not knowing of love. Because like Albert and Trotty was confronted by it, or confronted with it, and he said, "Oh, I know the poison to your plan." And so the indifference, taking the form of his lover Lloyd, was like, "Oh, what is that?" And he said, "Love. Love is the poison to your plan." This thing doesn't really comprehend love in the way that anybody does, and Albert theorizes that he could use that to his ability to defeat it. So I mean, like I said, you can ask me any other questions you like in Discord or whatever. Hit me up at your leisure. You reflect on everything. Oh, that's right. Heck, Eric, let me play these last things here. So let me know what's up. It's the landing craft we get. Is he going to say anything?
Believe me, I was a prideful beast, twisted in the mind, howling in the carnage. Then my healer shared a secret, long kept. My blood was in ruin. The beast of bones himself would die, not in glory, but in shame. And just like that, my mind twisted a new knot. I would have one last stand, something unforgivable, unforgettable.
So like I said, these give you a little dive into various different aspects of the lore within the game. This one here talks about the dojo. Like, I created my dojo called Invictus. A lot of folks don't come in here to try to get information. They just go straight to, I don't know what's going on, I don't understand. It's not, to me, it's not that bad. I played some games where it's like, what the fuck? This is a single player? This is why they're making it so complicated. Like I said, DE's getting some things together. The next big update that's coming out is going to have a tutorial for the mod system embedded into the quest or the actions that you can perform there. So that's going to be helpful for everybody. Real helpful. But yes. So until later, till then, take care and enjoy. Thank you. Yeah. We're going to go ahead and take it to the title screen. Not title. I always keep calling it title screen. We'll take it to the profile screen here. Let it do a little spin around, and I'll close out with this. I'm going to try to get timestamps up on the previous episode and on this one as soon as possible. I got about 2 weeks worth of videos or more that I need to put timestamps on. So it's juggling priorities. Bear with me. But I'm going to put up some timestamps, at least get a rough framework we're getting to the major areas and topics discussed in the previous episode and in this episode. I'm going to try to do that tomorrow, at least within the next 2 days. And knock it out, along with everything else I got to do. But yeah, I think it's very important to try to get some timestamps on this so people can follow along or go to a particular point that is maybe of interest versus another. So yes, thank you all for viewing. I appreciate you sharing your time with me. And enjoy. Hey, Wuve, thank you so much for coming through, man. It was a pleasure sharing it with you. And so yes, everyone, take care and enjoy.